We're joined by the Controller and Auditor General Seán McCarthy as a permanent witness to the committee, and he is joined by Ruth Foley, Deputy Director of Audit. Apologies have been received from Deputy Pat Deering. The first item on the agenda are the minutes of the meeting of the 30th of May and the 13th of June. Are the minutes agreed? Agreed, and we'll hold over the minutes for from last week until next week, where we've had an opportunity to review them. There have been no items arising from the minutes that's not on our agenda. We'll now proceed to item number 3 on our agenda, which is correspondence received since the last meeting. And there are 3 items of categories of correspondence. Category A are briefing documents and opening statements for today's meeting. So correspondence item 2273 and 2276 from Jim Breslin are the briefing documents and opening statements for today's meeting. Secretary General of the Department of Health, we note and publish that. Correspondence item 2272 and 2275 from Paul Reid, Director General of the HSE, are the briefing documents and opening statement for today's meeting. We note and publish those. Next, group of correspondence B from accounting officers and our ministers, and follow up to PAC meetings and other items for publication. Some of these are items that have been held over from previous occasion. Item 2161 is from Paula Toole, Chief Executive of the Higher Education Authority, dated the 10th of May. Now, we've held this over 3 times so far, on the 30th of May, the 13th of June and the 20th of June. It's regarding the review of the relationship between Cork Institute of Technology and certain named companies and entities, which was undertaken by Mazars. We have already noted and published those, so Deputy Kelly had indicated he may have some observations. So what I would suggest is that we note and publish this and move on, and if the Deputy wants to raise it again.
Sorry, I'd just like more time on
so,
that.
Grant, we'll hold it over to next week. Okay, that's fine. The next item of correspondence held over again from last week's meeting is 2231 from John McEwen, Secretary General, Department of Employment Affairs and Social Protection, dated the 7th of June, providing an update to the inquiry the committee made in relation to a protected disclosure regarding St Munchin's Community Centre, Limerick. We had received anonymous correspondence in relation to this matter. Mr McEwen advises that an investigation of the issues raised was undertaken by the Department under the Protected Disclosures Act 2014. The alleged issues related to funding provided by the Department under a job initiative scheme. The Department has concluded its examination of the issues raised, and a number of minor areas for improvement were identified in relation to governance, purchasing control and attendance records, which were accepted by the management of St Munchin. The Department has liaised and met with the job initiative scheme in respect of these issues. So at this stage, I think we'll note and publish these items. We note and publish. That agreed? Next item then, also held over, is from the last meeting, reference number 2244 from Cronin Goodman, Private Secretary, Department of Justice, dated the 11th of June, responding to an inquiry from the Secretariat in relation to the Irish Prison Service. This information was requested to feed into our periodic report, and I just want to check what the particular item was. It got to do with some procurement issues, so that has been considered as part of our periodic report consideration, so we note and publish that. Next item held over from the last meeting is 2246 from the Department of Justice, dated the 11th of June, in relation to an inquiry made by the committee regarding the operation of CCTV by local authorities. We previously received responses from the Department of An Garda Síochána, and the Department is now forwarding a response from the Local Authority City and County Managers Association. The Department advises in December 2018 that 28 of the 31 local authorities have undertaken a role of data controller for specific community schemes. The City and County Managers Association response highlights an important distinction between local authority CCTV, which is utilised for the purpose of exercising law enforcement powers, and community-based CCTV schemes that are typically operated for the purpose of securing public order in public places. So essentially the 3 items of correspondence all under this reference number 2246. So there's item number 1, subsection 1, 2, 3 and 4, I should say, and number 2 is the actual response from the CCMA, County and City Managers Association, dated of October, which has now been submitted to the department who have now made it available to us. And so I'd ask people with an interest to note that we're putting this up on our website and it's noted and to be noted and published. And I just want to highlight the situation that of all the local authorities, there was only one local authority that had a CCTV for the purpose of exercising law enforcement, or didn't have a community-based CCTV system for security and public safety operated by the local authority without the Department of Justice public CCT grant funding or grant funding under the department scheme, and that local authority happened to be Laois County Council. So I'll ask people to note that. The next item of correspondence was item number 2254 from Peter Wood of the Irish Prison Service, providing further details requested by the Secretariat regarding a breakdown for non-compliant procurement in relation to the Irish Prison Service. We will note this information and again incorporate it into our periodic report, as relevant. Okay, so we'd ask just for specific details regarding non-compliance with procurement. Many of the reasons were just a proprietary purchase, as in the people supplying the particular service. It was their property, or they were the only ones in a position to do it. They obviously installed the equipment, and in the interest of consistency, they wanted to deal with the same supplier. That was a significant issue. And in other cases, they were waiting finalisation of a centralised tender arrangement with the Office of Government Procurement, but in the meantime, they proceeded with contracts at local level. So I think they're improving the situation, but we have that information for the record. So the next item of correspondence is 2262 from the Secretary-General's Office of the Department of Finance, dated the 20th of June, advising the Department is working on the response to the 16 items requested by the Committee arising from our meeting on the 30th of May. It is expected that we'll have a full reply available in the first week of July. So we'll note this and wait for the full response at that stage. Next item is 2265 from Mary Dunhu, Office of the Director General, Environment Protection Agency, dated the 20th of June 2019, providing further information requested by the Committee in relation to the availability of data for water testing. The EPA advises that Irish drinking water is at low risk of containing illicit or illegal drugs, because the majority of wastewater discharges in Ireland occur in estuaries or into the seas, and therefore downstream from drinking water abstraction points. So I just want to, this is environmental issues will be of concern to many people. It's a short, we will note and publish this, and that's agreed. She said in this letter, and it's a short item, I just want to read one or two sentences. I think Deputy Connolly raised this issue. The response only deals with drinking water. So she said these results submitted by the EP. Irish Water has a comprehensive annual drinking water monitoring programme. Essentially, if there's a problem, they have to notify the EPA, and the associated annual monitoring reports are assessed on the EPA website. Then it goes on to say Irish drinking water is at low risk of containing illicit or illegal drugs, because the majority of wastewater discharges occur in the estuaries or into the seas and downstream from the drinking water abstraction points, and hence are not included in the routine drinking water monitoring programme. Therefore, the EPA does not hold any data in relation to the specific illicit or legal drugs in Irish water supplies. But I would think we go back and ask to clarify the issue in relation to bathing water, because if these may be discharged into, essentially what they're saying, into the seas or into the estuaries which are discharging into the sea, it may have an implication for the quality of bathing waters. We accept they're saying it may not affect drinking water, but we'd like that clarified. And I think if they're not checking for that in terms of bathing water, we would suggest, well, the committee agrees, we would suggest that they consider that matter, and we'll ask for a response in relation to that monitoring programme in terms of bathing water. Okay, is that agreed? Thank you. Next item then is 2266 from D4, Director General of RT, dated 20th of June, with further information regarding the review of contractors, which is ongoing, and they're saying that they're continuing it to the second half of 2019 in a sequence manner. And I know Deputy Cullinane will want to speak to this.
Yes, first of all, I welcome the fact that there is a process now of meeting with the staff members who are on contracts individually. There does seem to be some movement. I spoke to some staff members who may have their contracts reviewed and would be put into normal contracts, so that in itself shows that there was a problem. Even the response back from Ms Forbes, where she says it's a complex matter, is a massive step forward from where we were when there was no issue. And now there is an issue, and it's complex. I understand that, to deal with it, because she is right that everybody's circumstances are different. Just a point, she does say that the process of discussing the individual contracts with individuals will continue into the second half of this year. Can we just note that and maybe come back to it when we come back after the summer recess? And given a number of other issues as well, like a couple of unintended programmes or coverage of events that I see led to maybe greater losses for RTE, I think we should keep an eye on that as well, and maybe we could look at inviting them back in the latter end of this year. So that's something I would ask that we maybe put on our work programme for discussion. I know they don't have to come into us, but they can come into us as voluntary witnesses. But on the issue of the bogus self-employment or these individual contracts, we just need to keep an eye on it and maybe come back to them. Give them the summer months when they say they're doing this, and we'll come back to them and write to them maybe when we come back after the recess.
Us to send out ads for information at the end of September.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah. And we'll see what we get back from them.
Yeah, so we'll look at it at the end of September. We'll put it as an item to be dealt with in correspondence at that stage. So the next items of correspondence are in relation to the correspondence we issued, the public accounts issued to organisations subject to audit by the CNAG, asking them to get their draft accounts for audit in a timely manner within 3 months of the year end. And so there were 18 bodies on our list, and we noted 13 at our last meeting. A further 4 replies, which we'll note and publish, were as follows. Item number 2267 from the Pre-Hospital Emergency Care Council, dated the 17th of June. 2268 from Mark Griffin, Secretary General, in relation to the Environment Fund. Should be, yeah. 2269 from Gabriel Clooney, Chairperson Discovery Programme, and then 2270 from Aidan Farrell, CEO of State Examinations Commission. So we agreed to note and publish those items, and as the last meeting we asked the CNAG for an update regarding the submission accounts. How are we doing?
Well, the total list that I gave to you at the beginning of May listed 24 funds and agencies. Since then, we've received 17 sets of financial statements. 7 are still outstanding. I can list them if you wish.
I want to formally put it under public record.
Under the heading of departmental funds, the Credit Union Restructuring Board, which is in a wind-down situation, it now falls to the Department of Finance to present that account for audit.
Can you just explain that there was an account that credit unions had to pay money into in the event of credit unions financial? Is this a different fund?
This is REBO. It was an organisation set up to restructure credit unions if that was required, and they were funded from a credit union restructuring fund.
And how much was in that fund? There was hundreds of millions.
250 million was put into it, but not that much of it has been used.
So is the department now saying, oh, the credit unions are safe, we don't need this account anymore if it's in wind down?
I would say they are, not that they're giving a blanket assurance, but that the emergency or the specific concern that there might be a significant number of them that needed stabilisation, I would imagine that has passed, because there was a specific requirement in the legislation that there be a formal appraisal of whether there was a need for the restructuring board to continue.
And with those credit unions that contributed to this €250 million that was never necessary in hindsight, get their money back? I know it's unfair maybe to ask you, you're the auditor, but can you say that any light, or should we write to the department? Well,
I think the Exchequer is entitled to get back its 250 million first, and it hasn't got it back yet.
Where is it?
A lot of it was given back actually at the end of last year.
Oh, so a lot of it has been refunded.
It has been returned to the Exchequer, but there is still a deficit. I can't remember the figure. I think it was possibly 230 million or...
Look, we'll take it. We might, in the meantime, because even if the accounts get submitted to you shortly by the time they're audited back before, we'll ask the Department of Finance to give us an information note on this issue. In the meantime, not the
Yeah, the Credit Union Fund is actually one of the accounts that's up for noting today.
Okay.
And that does indicate the figure. I can get it for you later in the meeting.
Credit
if
Union
you wish.
Fund account, yeah, clear out of 4.5. That's a small. So look, at one way or the other, we'll ask the Department for an information note. In the meantime.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So,
the Environment Fund is one that's outstanding. I might just refer to the letter from the Secretary-General where he says that the Department and CNAG officials agreed bilaterally that the fund account would be submitted by the 30th of June each year. We accepted that they would only present it by the 30th of June. The prior year, it had been September that we received the fund. We asked for the fund account. We asked for it in March, together with the appropriation account, but they said they weren't able to do it. So while we have accepted receipt of it at the 30th of June, we haven't agreed that that's the appropriate thing. It should be presented earlier.
so September last year, it'll be June this year and March next year.
Yes. or July last year, it was September the previous year.
Okay.
And it'll be the end of June last year, and it'll be the end of June this year as well.
Yeah, okay.
Just here, on that needs to be corrected then, because
Which?
just the letter from Mark Griffin last year, the Department, as the Controller has said, the Controller and Auditor General agreed bilaterally that the Environment Fund account would be submitted each year by the 30th of June each year. That's the part that needs to be corrected.
Yeah, well, we have no power to force them to submit it.
So just in relation to that, if we're being told that we need to sort of just correct that, so yeah.
Well, we'll be writing to them anyway to make it clear that that is not a bilateral position.
It's not an agreement, it's the position that they presented.
We have to accept it because we have no way of enforcing
Once
it.
off for that year, but it goes back to the
we'd like to see it earlier. We'd like to see it coming in with the appropriation account. And it's a relatively simple cash account. It's not a big ask, I think, but in fairness to them, the year that it was late and being submitted in September was the point at where the function transferred from the Department of Local Government. So a certain leeway can be given, I think, in the first year. But I think by now it should have been bedded down, and I would expect to get it earlier.
So you're saying the accounts for 2018 are expected now in the next imminent?
Yes, I understand they're
right.
Yeah,
so
they'll be in this week
the
or
accounts for
early
2019, we would want to see them in for March 2020.
That would be our aim anyway, and our request.
Okay. Well, I think the Controller has, we read his letter into record. The Controller has provided a clarification from me. I think we accept that. And the main issue is get them in immediately for now, for last year, and for the current year, we want them in by the end of March next time round. Yeah. Okay, fine.
Then in the education bodies, there are 3. University College Cork, we're still awaiting the 2017-18 account from them for audit. St Patrick's College, Drumcondra, and Church of Ireland College of Education. These are, again, wind down. In one case, a cessation account. In the other case, a residual liabilities account, and there was an accounting difficulty with the previous year. So those will be resolved, but there's very little transactions involved in either of those. And then in the health bodies, National Treatment Purchase Fund, we're still awaiting draft financial statements, and also the Pre-Hospital Emergency Care Council. And I think you have letters today in relation to those.
I think the National Treatment Purchase Fund said there was some change in their financial system very recently, but they did undertake to happen in about the end of June.
Yeah, we accept that they're making best endeavours to...
Yeah, so we're nearly there. We're only at 98%. Only. Okay, it's good to know that, and the reason I'm saying it on the public record is to keep the pressure on all public bodies as part of good governance, and especially the chairperson and the boards of these bodies. It's not only the chief executive, we're referring to the obligations on the boards to submit their accounts. So I want chairmen of the respective boards to be conscious of that. Okay, so the next item, so we had the various items of correspondence, and the CNAG has gone through that. So then we'll continue on then with the correspondence. Was 2271 from Drew Harris, Commissioner of Garda Síochána, dated 17th June, providing further clarification to his evidence to the committee in relation to a specific employee case that was mentioned on the 9th of May. We note and publish this. Deputy Cullinane.
Yes, first of all, I note in his response that the matter has been referred to GSOC, so it isn't appropriate for us to comment on it, and he's right that he's not in a position to do so either. Just two very quick things in relation to his response. We noted his correspondence he sent to us the last time where there was an inadvertent mistake, which everybody accepts what was exactly that, because he wasn't given prior notice of what was, an issue that he may not have been across in terms of the details. So it was very helpful of him to write to the committee. He does seem to express some concern in relation to how then we had a discussion on this. So maybe he just doesn't know how our committee works, but if we receive an item of correspondence, it has to be noted and it can be discussed, and that's the only reason why it was, because it was a correction of something that was said. But equally, there was further information that was sought, and I think the clerk has followed up with them. One of them was the exit surveys which are done if somebody leaves, and what we were looking for was, is there a pattern emerging across any of these stations as to why people are leaving? Because there was, in one particular Garda station, anecdotally at least, there seemed to be evidence, or not evidence, there seemed to be a suggestion of bullying or those type of issues, and we can't say that was the case. But what we've asked is, give us a flavour of what was coming up in the exit surveys. We don't want the individuals' names, we don't want any, we just want to see, and they said they do that type of work themselves anyway. I think it was Mr. Nugent was responding to that. Anyway, I just think if we followed up, we just keep an eye on it, and hopefully we'll get it from them in due course.
In due course. Okay, thank you. Next item is correspondence 2274 from Robert Watt, Secretary General of the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, dated 25th of June, in relation to information requested by the Committee and DEPR's communication with the Department of Health in relation to the National Paediatric Hospital. A number of FOI requests on the matters have been processed by the Department. Mr. Watt indicates that the information will be shared with the Committee. Now, can you put that up on screen? That came very late. I haven't seen this. So, members might just have a look at it on the screen. I think we probably only got that yesterday. Yeah, so I haven't seen this. To be noted. So he says the officials are happy to share these records from the released FOIs with the committee. Have we received? Yeah, so we'll ask that to be submitted as soon as possible. And I take it there are other FOI requests in the system. Some have been dealt with, and we'll ask for those immediately, because I think they should be on the public record anyway. And then also the new ones as they become available. Okay, so we note and publish that, and we just keep an eye on that we get the other ones in due course. Next item then is the document that came from 2278 from Gerard Dollard, CEO of Irish Greyhound Board, dated 25th of June, enclosing an organisational restructuring report and a note in relation to the prime time programme which was broadcast last night. So I've included this because we asked for this was referred to at last week's meeting in relation to Board na Gun and the grants that they receive from the Exchequer every year. And Deputy MacSharry mentioned that a report had been produced by Preferred Results Limited, and it was produced in 29th of September 2017. I think we undertook to seek a copy of that report, but obviously the people in the Greyhound Board were aware it was mentioned and discussed and have immediately forwarded that report to us now. Haven't had an opportunity. I think it's a 60 or 70 page report. We won't discuss last night's programme now as such, but it's there arising from the grant the Exchequer pays to the Board na Gun. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, there's one line in the report which I find interesting or fascinating, it depends on how you interpret it or how you read it. And it does fit into last night's programme. And you're right, we won't go into it. But it's on page 3 where it says that while for the most part the findings of the analysis raised serious issues, on the other hand, nothing was identified which could not be fixed.
What paragraph are you in? Just tell
The
us
last
there.
paragraph.
The last
Sorry, on
paragraph.
page
Thank you,
3.
yeah.
The very last paragraph.
Yeah, thank you. Read on, Deputy, yeah.
Nothing was identified which could not be fixed, and there is every reason to believe that the IGB could, within a short number of years, become a financially viable entity, drugs-free, and with an impeccable record on animal welfare. That could suggest that at the moment it isn't financially viable, it isn't drugs-free, and it doesn't have an impeccable record on animal welfare. These are all the issues that were raised in that programme in relation to the slaughter of puppies, loss leading in terms of selling them for at a 50% less than their value, and no checks in relation to animal welfare. So I think when is their appropriation accounts due?
Well, they're separate audits.
Or separate?
It's a separate audit. We have the draft financial statements. I haven't reviewed them yet, but I would expect within the next month we should have completed the audit.
Okay, so maybe then when we have the complete audited reports, could we then bring them in?
Yeah.
And would that be happening anyway routinely?
It'll be up to ourselves to decide, because there's 300 organisations audited.
Yeah.
But this came up in the discussion with the Department of Agriculture last
Yeah.
week in the context of the funding to Bornagon and the horse racing industry, or the horse industry.
Racing Ireland.
It was in that context this has been forwarded to us,
Okay.
because it was raised. So it's very much within the remit of the department and the remit of this committee, because CNAG audits Bornagon.
Yeah,
So
but
it's on a-
we'll see what
Yeah.
comes of the audit.
We'll listen for a work programme for September, you know,
Yeah.
because yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have that, and they do accept it will take a number of years, and this is 2 years. So by implication, as the deputy says, they're not there yet. Yeah. Okay. And that's the essence of last night's programme as well. Okay. We're continuing now to move on. Correspondence category C related to private individuals and other correspondence. So held over from the last meeting, 2243. From an individual dated 9th of June in relation to the wards of court issued. The correspondence previously made a number of inquiries regarding the matter of a Dáil debate, and regarding this matter, and a Dáil debate is awaited in relation to the report by the Committee on Justice and Equality on this matter. While the individual would like to see the PAC terms of reference amended to allow it look at the matter, I believe we already have a huge... Well, amending the terms of reference is a matter for the Oireachtas. The PAC can't unilaterally do it. So this is a matter that can be looked on by the Oireachtas in terms of allowing the PAC deal with this issue in terms of our terms of reference, and it's a matter that can be also looked at by the Justice and Equality Committee. What I would suggest at this time, I spoke to the Count Corla, the matter is listed, I don't have it 8. That report produced by our colleagues in the Justice and Equality Committee, specifically in the wards of court issue, and I would encourage members of this committee to participate in that Dáil debate when it does occur, and we can make all those points in that Dáil debate at that stage. But that's the next step. The Dáil debate is the next step on the Justice Committee's report. Is that okay?
At the end of the summer, no.
I've asked the Count Corley a few days ago, and he says it's in the lottery, but he wasn't sure. There's only 2 weeks
no
left.
problem.
It may or may not. I've
Yeah,
asked,
that's
but there's probably a lot of other things in the system as well. So it's on the schedule, but I can say no more than that. Okay? So we note that. And next item, 2245, received from an individual providing comments and views in relation to the recent Supreme Court judgment on the Kearns case. So we'll note this item. I don't think we'll discuss it specifically here. It's a matter for the Oireachtas and other people as well. Next item, correspondence 2250 from an individual dated the 14th of June who previously corresponded to the committee which regarding the government policy regarding climate change. I propose with the individual's permission that we forward the matter to the appropriate sectoral committee for any action it deems appropriate. So essentially it's in relation to climate change policy. It did come up at our meeting in terms of the cost of the state spending money purchasing carbon credits from other countries. So it did come up at our committee, but the policy issue in relation to that will pass on to the respective committee. Next item held over from the last meeting again is 2251 from Deputy Kate Connolly, dated the 14th June, requesting further detailed information by the Department of Children and Youth Affairs in relation to TUSLA at the meeting on the 13th of June. The Secretary have included this request in the follow-up information requested, so we note the Deputy's request and we look forward to receiving that information. Next item, correspondence 2252 from Windaware Ireland, dated the 14th of June 2019, regarding renewable energy and emissions targets. While I made some comments recently in relation to the information provided to committee regarding the costs related to carbon emission, it's ultimately a policy matter. Now, the letter raises a bit more queries than that. Essentially, they're saying they've been in touch with us before. They produced a document some time ago regarding the cost of wind energy in Ireland report, and we received a copy of it, and we decided at that stage it wasn't a matter for the PAC, it was more a matter for the respective sectoral committee. But now they come back and saying that they're somewhat confused as to why the PAC was debating the issue, having indicated on the 7th of February last year that the committee had no oversight in the area, and the issue of cost regarding meeting EU targets is being undertaken. They're asking if we're examining the cost of meeting our EU targets by the PAC, that they want to be included in our discussion. Now, the reason it came up the last day was we had the department in and we were dealing with the cost of purchase credit. So it's not our policy area, but we're looking at the financial aspects of it. I can see what they're saying. We said we weren't going to discuss it, but it came to us as part of the departmental vote, that cost issue. And she said we may have confused the issue in relation to targets in mind. The emission targets are a good idea. Renewable targets are useless unless they are linked to emission reductions. Okay, and they're not a good idea if it's not. If renewable targets, if it doesn't lead to emission reductions, they're saying it's not a good idea. So that's we note that correspondence, and but it's an issue I think is going to be debated. I think there's to be a special Oireachtas committee being set up on climate change. My understanding. Pact for climate change. So look, once that new committee is set up, this will be very much in their direct sphere of activity and remit. But financial matters in relation to all these issues will always continue to come back here, but not the policy issues. Okay. So next item then. So we agree to that. Next item then, 2260 from an individual dated 18th of June 19. Further correspondence in relation to the Social Welfare Appeals Office. Yeah, essentially, this item of correspondence is talking about kind of where they use test cases, where there's a number of similar cases in the appeals office. Has advised them occasionally that where they have a number of workers engaged with the same employer or concern, they have individually submitted an appeal, and they often look to make a sample decision or a number of cases, probably to establish is there, a systematic issue here rather, and maybe it's a way of them building up their knowledge so then they can deal with the cases more straightforwardly on an individual basis. But he's continually contesting the appeals office right to do that. Okay, Deputy Cullinane.
I think his correspondence raises some interesting questions. I won't go into them all because we just have to move on, but I had 7 questions arising from his documents that I think would be good questions for the Secretary-General. Okay. Could I submit those questions to the clerk? But given other members haven't seen them, they can be submitted in my own name if that's the case. Or maybe they can be listed next week.
You put it in an item of correspondence and it'll go from here next week.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you put those issues in. And I'll ask the Secretary, once you get it in, before next.
Put it in today. Yeah,
put it in today and we'll have it and clear it and deal with it next week. Okay, that's fine, because it's a complicated issue he is raising there. So next item of correspondence, 2261 from IBEC, dated the 20th of June, enclosing a position paper on local government rates bill, which includes some IBEC's key recommendations regarding the oversight of the commercial rates system. While we will be of interest to members, the recommendations are ultimately policy matters, and while we will forward it directly to the Committee on Housing, Planning and Local Government for any action they deem fit, what I do want to say, they say in their correspondence, the collection of commercial rates must be improved. They have charts there showing the collection rate. The revaluation process must be scrutinised, including timelines and costs, with a view to expediting the process. The work of the Valuation Office and the Valuation Tribunal must be examined. Finally, we are calling for a full review of local government finance, including examination of replacing the commercial and domestic property taxes with a site valuation tax. That's clearly a government policy issue. However, the one aspect we will follow up is we did have the Valuation Office here before us. We did include them in our periodic report. We were very unhappy with the slow progress of them doing the first valuation. There are some counties that haven't even got to yet, even at this point. I think, 15 years after the legislation was passed. So we're going to write to the Valuation Office asking for a full update in relation to their work programme, what counties have been revalued, a summary of the outcome in terms of the percentages of ratepayers who experienced an increase, a decrease or no significant change. They have those figures, they've been quoting them extensively, but we want to see it in a county by county basis. And in particular, we want to find out, have some counties been revalued a second time while some counties haven't been revalued a first time? And we want a detailed explanation and a detailed timetable, because that issue was covered in an earlier periodic report, and now that has come here. It's incumbent on us to follow up our own previous periodic report. Is that okay? But we're not getting into the policy. Sorry, Deputy Cassells, you might have an interest in this topic.
I do, Chairman, because it was actually the rates bill was before. I know that, and was before committee yesterday, and the Minister came forward with a series of amendments. And you've touched on the Valuation Office, and we had the Valuation Office in here, and some of the points that we raised in particular was the tardiness in terms of actually fulfilling that process and the impact that was having on businesses. And I put that to senior officials yesterday, and the Assistant Secretary pointed out to me that in the last number of years you've gone from a situation where there was maybe a couple of hundred cases on appeal with the Valuations Office to a situation where there's currently 1,000, over in excess of 1,000 businesses appealing valuations at this present time. Now, I've asked officials in terms of what is the cumulative. I don't know whether the CNAG knows the figure, a bit like the Tax Appeals Commission, but what is the cumulative figure in terms of net worth for those in excess of 1,000 businesses that have appeals with the Valuation Office at the moment? There's obviously a serious issue here, Cathaoirleach, with the Valuations Office in terms of actually conducting the business in the first place, and now the fact that we have over 1,000 on appeal as well. And I know that we brought forward proposals yesterday in terms of an inability to pay clause for the bill, which is going to report stage next Wednesday, and also in terms of the revaluation process, whereby, because of their tardiness, you could get hit with a significant increase in one foul swoop and be hit with that in the following year. And we were seeking to actually stagger that over a course of payments, and both of those were rejected in committee stage yesterday. And I just want to put that on the record, because IBEC have put forward this position paper for PAC this morning. We are in a situation, as we have dealt with in committee here, got 1.5 billion raised off commercial rates. It has increased by 14% over the last decade alone. It is the main contributor to the funding of local government, and yet this rates bill, which is going to report stage next Wednesday, will not deal with the significant issues of businesses facing an inability to pay outside of the Greater Dublin area. And as I said, there is a serious issue, and I would like to try, whether the CNAG has this figure, I've asked the senior officials in the department as well, that the Valuations Office have currently in excess of 1,000 appeals on their books, and they couldn't give me a timeline for how quickly these are going to be taken off the books, or how long, on average, they're actually waiting for an appeal on evaluation to be dealt with. And I think that's a serious issue, and it is a serious issue for this committee, because the Valuations Office were in here for a whole day, and they weren't dealing either with the valuations in the first place, and as a result of yesterday, they're not dealing with the appeals in a timely fashion either. Okay,
CNAG, you might just, for clarification, you might be able to help us on this. We had the Valuation Office in, and they're meant to be doing the revaluations. They're not there yet across the country. But the Valuation Tribunal is a separate organisation. Is that the organisation that handles appeals?
That's correct, yeah.
So it's a bit like the Revenue Commissioners and the Tax Appeals Commission. There's now a separate organisation dealing with the appeals. So we want also, and I take you audit the Valuation Tribunal.
Well, it's all accounted for under the vote for the Valuation Office. It operates independently from the valuation office, but the expenses go through the
So then,
Code 16.
in our correspondence in respect of that vote, we want information on the valuation tribunal, because we might find, like the tax appeals office, because this is a relatively new office, they're just overwhelmed by the amount of business and not capable of dealing with it. And what has happened with the tax appeals office, if the deputy is saying, maybe it's begin to occur here now as well in the valuation in the appeal.
At themselves yesterday, and they're saying they're putting additional resources in. But I'm just making the point to put it on the record that you've got in excess of 1,000 businesses on appeal at the moment, and that's going back to the cases from, say, Westmeath, Longford, that area, which were conducted over a year and a half ago more.
Right. Okay. So in our letter to the appropriate, whether it's directly to the valuation officer or whoever is the accounting officer for the vote, we write to that person separately seeking the information on the valuation office that we asked for the revaluation programme, and separately seeking information on, it's not financial statement, it's just an up-to-date information note on the position in relation to the valuation office and how they're progressing, because as part of the vote, within our remit, that's it. So we're requesting them to answer that question on that basis. And obviously the sectoral committee will continue to deal with the legislation aspect of this query, but any information we can obtain may be helpful to that, so we'll do that. Okay, then one other item then, local government, we've dealt with that issue. I just want, for the benefit of members, we're going to recirculate item correspondence 16308 dated the 18th of 10th 2018, which was from NAMA in relation to giving a full breakdown that we received some time ago about the number of properties offered to each of the local authorities in terms of housing, etc. We did get detailed information. It was raised here the last day. We had it on file, so I'm just going to ask the Secretariat to specifically email it to members if we haven't done it. I've got a copy, so maybe all the members have got it, because that issue was raised. And if members want to, having had a fresh look at that schedule that we got back a while ago, if they want to re-raise it at a subsequent meeting, please feel free to do so. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is statements of accounts received from the last meeting. There are 4 items on the statements of accounts. 1 is the Marine Institute Clear Audit Report. 2 is the National University of Ireland Manood 8's Clear Audit Opinion, and again attention is drawn by the CNAG to the deferred pension funding asset as standard for universities, and there's a provision of 750,000 in the university's statement of comprehensive income and expenditure in relation to the impairment of a loan to a loss-making subsidiary set up to commercialise intellectual property and to provide consultancy and training services. I'll ask the CNAG to comment on that in a second. The Fisheries Harbour Centre accounts are in, clear audit opinion, and the Credit Union fund account are in, which also a clear audit opinion. So CNAG, you might just comment on.
Yeah, just in relation to the Maynooth University situation, the financial statements recognise that effectively a loan will not be paid back by their subsidiary. The business hasn't turned out as they anticipated it would, and they're prudently recognising and charging a provision in 2017-2018 in the amount of 750,000 in that respect. And
in their financial statement, how extensive a note have they in it? I know you're done it, but from our point of view, we want to know from the university directly on this, how that 750,000 is going to be funded. Will it impact on student and education services?
It's a relatively short note. It's in note 18 of the financial statement.
So look, we will write directly to NUI Maynooth asking for full background as to how the loan was given out, what measures they put in place to make sure it was prudent to give the loan, and then if it's not being paid back, the implication for the finances of the college. So I think we need to get a letter.
I mean, the Controller and Auditor General has used the word prudently, and it's been prudently recognised, which is very good. But was it prudent in the first place? To do this, and how do we look at that? And that raises the questions that were raised here before about these companies.
Yeah. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Okay. So look, it's an issue that we certainly will have to come back to. So, but we're going to write to NUI Maynooth on that particular issue. So next item then is the work programme. So today we have the HSE and the Department of Health. Next week we have the NTMA financial statements. And we'll have, as I said, the National Treasury Management Agency with us. And what I wanted to say on that, I want to get agreement of the committee for the scheduling of the meeting next week, a big aspect of the NTMA activity is the State Claims Agency. So I want to set aside, and I'll ask the Secretariat to arrange the timing. I think we'll do the other part of the NTMA business, you know, the national debt and the other activities, the National Development Finance Agency and the prize bond account and those type of issues in the first half of our meeting, and keep the State Claims Agency to the second half. It's still the one meeting, but just not to have one question on the prize bonds, the next question on the State Claims Agency, the next one on the national debt. So we'll hold the State Claims Agency, but the Chief Executive will continue to be here. But it's just to make the meeting run a bit more logically. It's one meeting, but we'll just do it in two halves, and we'll keep the State Claims Agency separate. But we'll expect them all to be here during the course of that. And then on the 11th of July, we have the appropriation account for the houses of the Oireachtas, and then we have matters in relation to the IBRC liquidation. And on the work programme there, we had outstanding matters. We can take the Irish Prison Service off that. We've dealt with it, and we will deal with it in our periodic report. And the OPW meeting with a former evaluator, we have that actually dealt with. So we'll see for next week how complete we are in terms of our work programme. Then, if there, it is. As of now, yeah, it is. So, and that's the date we're having the meeting. So what I want to say now, just on any other business, because we have two small items to deal with in private session. One is our periodic report. So in order to publish our periodic report before the recess, we hope to do it launch it on the 9th of July. So we'll just have a brief discussion on that in private session, and the IBRC meeting in private session, and we can bring the summary of that back into public session. But we'll just have a brief meeting, and we're going to now go into private session, just for a moment. Before private session, is it?
It doesn't matter.
No, if it's on neither of those topics, we'll do it in private session first. Any other business?
Do you remember the meeting that I just asked for a clarification from a letter from Secretary General O'Fowler?
On Secretary General.
Do you remember to do with thing to do with protected disclosures?
We've written to him.
You've written to him. All right. Okay. Am I allowed to see a copy of that letter? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that's
okay.
That's all.
We're now in private session. With the Department of Health and the HSE. But before I get into that, there's just one small announcement I want to make as chairperson of the committee. Our committee intends issuing our next periodic report on Tuesday the 9th of June. And a document has been provided to some members of the media which has been published or quoted from, calling it a periodic report or a draft periodic report. And I want to confirm that the document that has been issued is not a draft of our periodic report, due to be published in 2 weeks' time, and it is not an accurate version of what will be published in 2 weeks' time. And the document which was quoted from is a document prepared solely by the Secretariat, with no input whatever from any member of the committee, and it was written to assist the committee in our consideration of the matters covered at our various meetings over the previous months, and the conclusions and recommendations have no status at all in that particular document. The document that circulated had never been considered, discussed or approved by the PAC. It was a document prepared by the Secretariat, so the document has no standing whatever from the Public Accounts point of view, and it is not a draft of a periodic report. It is just an internal document prepared by the Secretariat, and we will not be circulating any drafts of our consideration, our versions of our work until we make the formal launch of our report on the 9th of June. Okay. July, I should say. So now, we're now proceeding with the main business of today, the Appropriation Accounts 2017, Vote 38 for the Department of Health. the HSE financial statement for 2018, the CNAG report and the accounts of the Public Service 2017, Chapter 16, which deals with the control of private patient activity in acute public hospitals. And this morning we're joined from the Department of Health by Jim Breslin, Secretary General, Colin Desmond, Assistant Secretary, and sitting behind is Aylward, Dunn and Pamela Carter. And from the HSE we're joined by Paul Reid, the new Director General. You're very welcome to the job, and to the PAC. You've been here before. And we're also joined by Anna O'Connor, Deputy Director General, Stephen Mulvaney, Chief Finance Officer, Joe Ryan, National Director of National Services, and Maria Dolan, Assistant Chief Finance Officer. And we're joined from the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform by Mary Mulvihill today. So I'd like to welcome Paul Reid in his new role as Director General of the HSE, and it's your first appearance before the Public Accounts Committee in that role. So I want to remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery that all mobile phones are to be turned off. That means putting them on airplane mode, as merely putting them on silent will still interfere with the recording system. So I want to advise witnesses that by virtue of 17.2.1 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you're directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you're entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You're directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you're asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise nor make charges against any person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of the provision of Standing Orders 186 that the committee shall also refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions asked by the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. So at this stage we'll commence by asking the Controller and Auditor General, Mr McCarthy, for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. The appropriation account for Vote 38 Health that is before the committee today relates to 2017. The audit of the 2018 appropriation account is ongoing. The department's gross expenditure for that year was about €14.8 billion. The majority of this, €14.6 billion, was paid to the HSE, spread across 17 subheads in the appropriation account. Supplementary spending provisions were made during 2017 in respect of 7 of the HSE subheads, totalling €195 million. Receipts to the vote in 2017 totaled €459 million, almost exactly the same as in 2016. Those receipts comprised mainly €278 million received from the UK under a bilateral agreement on reimbursement for treatment provided under EU regulations, and receipts of just over €167 million from the proceeds of excise duties on tobacco products. The surplus liable for surrender to the Exchequer at end 2017 was just under €2.4 million. Turning now to the Health Service Executive financial statements, and these relate to the calendar year 2018. The HSE's financial statements are prepared on an accrual basis. Unusually, they include both a revenue or recurrent income and expenditure account and a separate capital income and expenditure account. The law provides for the Minister for Health to specify the accounting standards and framework to be applied by the HSE in the preparation of its financial statements. The basis for the framework applied is Financial Reporting Standard 102, but the Minister has formally directed that a number of exceptions to that standard should be applied. Such directions have been duly applied since the HSE was established in 2005, and those applying in 2018 are listed in Note 1 to the financial statements. I've drawn attention in my audit report to a new direction of the Minister for the 2018 financial statements in relation to accounting for a liability arising from a legal settlement with medical consultants agreed during 2018. At the end of 2018, the liability is estimated to be around €198 million. In accordance with the accounting standards specified by the Minister, the HSE has not recognised this liability in their financial statements. Because the HSE had made a provision in 2008 of €68 million in expectation of a payout on foot of the consultant's claim, this had to be reversed in the 2018 financial statements. My audit opinion was not modified in respect of this matter because the financial statements conform to the standards statutorily specified. However, I have drawn attention to the ministerial direction because it represents a substantial change in the HSE's accounting practice that might not otherwise be readily identified by users of the financial statements, particularly for the period 2018 to 2020, during which the settlement payments will be made. The HSE's recurrent income in 2018 was just over €16 billion, which is an increase of around €932 million, or 6.2% on 2017. The majority of this, €15.2 billion, is exchequer funding from the Department of Health's vote. The remaining income is made up of retained superannuation and pension levy deductions from staff salaries totalling just under €420 million and patient fee income of around €406 million. Recurrent expenditure by the HSE in 2018 was €16.1 billion, representing an increase of around €877 million, or 5.8% on 2017. As shown in Figure 1, which is now on screen, the majority of this spend was across four main areas in 2018. At the end of 2018, the HSE reported a net operating deficit of just over €85 million. In accordance with the Health Act 2004, this deficit has been carried forward and will be met from the funding provided from the Department of Health's vote for 2019. My report on the audit also drew attention to a continuing material level of HSE non-compliance with procurement rules. I have repeatedly reported on and drawn attention to this matter. While the HSE acknowledges the problem, it is still not in a position to quantify the value of its expenditure on goods and services where public procurement procedures were not complied with. Each year we examine samples of procurements at a number of HSE locations to test whether there has been an appropriate competitive process. For the past 5 years, the estimated percentage of non-compliant procurement found in the sample has fluctuated between 14% and 49% by value. Because there isn't a single procurement database in the HSE, the results are specific to procurement practice at the sampled locations and can't be extrapolated to the HSE as a whole. I need here to make a correction of the record. In my audit report for the 2018 financial statements, I referred to the audit sample testing at 5 locations, indicating a level of procurement non-compliance of 30% by value. In preparing for this meeting, my team discovered a calculation error. The correct non-compliance rate for the 2018 sample was, in fact, 23% by value. However, I am satisfied that this does not alter the conclusion I drew in my report. I regret, of course, that a figure that was materially incorrect was given in the report. Our long-standing policy in such circumstances is always to correct the record of Dáil Éireann at the earliest available opportunity. Turning now to Chapter 16. As members are aware, public hospitals treat both public and private patients. Although the bulk of the HSE's income is from voted funds, it depends on receiving significant fee income related to treatment of private patients. On the other hand, in order to ensure equitable access by individuals to hospital services, the HSE seeks to limit private treatment activity in acute public hospitals to 20%. Medical consultants' contracts provide for them to carry out varying levels of private activity. Chapter 16 considers how the HSE controls the level of private activity in public hospitals and assesses how the HSE measure performance in that regard at the national level in individual hospitals and for medical consultants. Measurement of public-private activity in acute hospitals is based on the Hospital Inpatient Inquiry, or HIPE system, which monitors inpatient and day case activity only. Emergency department and outpatient attendances are not within the scope of the measurement. As a result, the measure is not well defined. In addition, many public acute hospitals and individual consultants may have limited control over their private activity levels. For example, the majority of patients admitted as inpatients to many hospitals enter from the emergency department or are maternity admissions, and elective admissions must be treated in order of clinical priority. The percentage of public inpatient activity carried out varies significantly from hospital to hospital, as indicated in figures 16.4 and 16.5 in the chapter. However, it is difficult to draw meaningful conclusions from this, since public-private activity targets have not been set at an individual hospital level. Varying rates of health insurance among catchment populations may be a significant factor here. There are significant variations in the conditions of employment applying to medical consultants in respect of the private activity they undertake. Contracts allow for rates from 0 to 30%. However, the HSE was unable to provide outturn data in this regard because it does not monitor or collate information about private treatment levels at an individual consultant level. The overall conclusion of the chapter is that there are significant weaknesses in the performance measure used by the HSE to monitor public-private activity levels within the acute hospital system. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed, Mr. McCarthy. And now, Mr. Breslin, can we have your opening statement, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm joined by my colleagues Colin Desmond, Assistant Secretary, Finance and Evaluation Division, and Aylward Dunn, Principal Officer. As Accounting Officer for the Department of Health's Vote 38, I am pleased to be here today to deal with the 2017 Annual Report and Appropriations account of the Controller and Auditor General. The other item on today's agenda, the HSE's Financial Statements 2018, will be addressed in the first instance by Mr. Reid as the accountable person for those accounts. Since 2015, under the provisions of the Health Service Executive Financial Matters Act 2014, funding of the HSE is provided from the vote of the Minister for Health, Vote 38. Accordingly, in 2017, the Department was responsible for a budget of $14.341 billion for the salaries and expenses of the Office of the Minister and certain other services administered by that office, including grants to the HSE and to a range of other research, consultative, regulatory and advisory bodies. The budget includes the additional $195 million provided by Government in 2017 to the Health Vote by way of a supplementary estimate. I will now set out the main points of the 2017 Vote 38 accounts. Funding is allocated to the Department of Health in respect of its own costs and in respect of grants to a number of bodies under the aegis of the Department, such as the HSE itself, the Mental Health Commission, the Food Safety Authority of Ireland, HICWA and a range of other bodies. The Department's role is to support the Minister in providing strategic leadership for the health service and to ensure government policies are translated into actions and implemented effectively. We support the Minister and Ministers of State in their implementation of government policy and in discharging their governmental, parliamentary and departmental duties. Much of the public debate tends to be on weaknesses in our health services, and indeed identifying measures to address these in association with our colleagues in the HSE is undoubtedly one that demands continuing work on the part of the staff of the Department. The Sláintecare implementation strategy defines this reform agenda, which is ambitious in scope and intended to progressively improve the accessibility and quality of services over a 10-year period. The Department has established a Sláintecare Programme Office and is working closely with the HSE, other departments and a range of stakeholders to implement reforms. More generally, the Department seeks to frame policies and legislation to promote health. Under the Healthy Ireland umbrella, we work cross-sectorally to achieve this objective. Our life expectancy in 2017 was 82.2 years, which is 1.3 years above the EU 28 average. It has increased by 3.2 years between 2005 and 2017. We also work internationally with EU colleagues in the World Health Organization on health issues. Currently, for example, considerable work is underway with the EU and the United Kingdom to address the health challenges caused by Brexit and to ensure that North-South and East-West cooperation on health matters is maintained. We also support the Minister and Ministers of State in their work, including their legislative priorities and their public and parliamentary accountability. For example, in 2018, the Department processed almost 11,500 parliamentary questions, representing 23% of all parliamentary questions tabled to ministers across government. The 2017 gross provision, current and capital for Vote 31, was $14.8 billion. The 2017 outturn was almost $14.798 billion. There was an overall surplus of $2.3 million. This was after accounting for the supplementary estimate of $195 million. Of the 2017 gross provision for current expenditure, $204 million was provided to the Department-related subheads in respect of its own costs and in respect of grants to agencies under the aegis of the Department other than the HSE. The 2017 outturn for these subheads was 189 million, giving an underspend of 15 million. 14.040 billion of the 2017 gross provision for current expenditure was provided to HSE-related subheads. The 2017 outturn for these subheads was 14.052 billion, giving an overspend of 12 million. The overspend primarily related to funding the existing level of service in both acute and community services and pension costs. This overspend was met from savings elsewhere in the vote. The 2017 provision for capital expenditure was 557 million and the 2017 outturn was 557 million. The 2017 appropriations in aid to the health vote was 1 million short of profile at 459 million. The end-year net outturn for current and capital was 14.339 billion against a net provision of 14.341 billion, resulting in a saving to the Exchequer of the aforementioned 2.3 million. Whilst I am appearing here in the context of the appropriations account for 2017, I am conscious, Chairman, that the committee has expressed concerns around the accounting treatment of the consultant pay arrears in the HSE's annual financial statements for 2018. I would like to assure the committee that there is nothing untoward about this, and there were very good reasons why the department considered this to be the most appropriate course of action. This was a purely technical solution to address the specific characteristics of the consultant settlement. As the committee is aware, consultants took a High Court case regarding their dispute on the non-implementation of pay increases under the 2008 consultant contract. These increases were not implemented over the intervening period due to the financial emergency. Had the state lost the court case, the reinstatement of increases with full retrospection would have required immediate payout running to hundreds of millions of euro. Instead, the state negotiated a settlement in June 2018, which capped the historic element at less than 55% and achieved an agreement to pay this out over 2 subsequent years, in 2019 and in 2020. This involves additional once-off payments, which were estimated at 73 million in 2019 and 109 million in 2020, in respect of the historic element of the settlement. Payment of the increases due from the date of the settlement to the end of December 2018 was also deferred to 2019. The ongoing cost of the settlement was estimated at 62 million on an annual basis. Agreement for payment over the 2 years, 2019 and 2020, represented a very substantive benefit to the state of the settlement agreement, as, in the event of a court award, the state could have been faced with a requirement for immediate payout of higher salaries and pensions and very significant arrears. Under Section 36 of the Health Act 2004, the HSE prepares its financial statements in accordance with standards specified by the Minister. These, for the most part, reflect financial reporting standards. However, a number of exceptions have been made through specific policy directions, including in respect of future pension liabilities, liabilities under the Clinical Indemnity Scheme, depreciation and capital grants. In light of the specific characteristics associated with the consultant settlement, it was decided to direct the HSE to apply a receipts and payments convention so that recognition of the expenditure arising from this agreement would be appropriately matched with the future funding from the Department of Health vote. The reason for this approach was to acknowledge the special and unique characteristics of the settlement, which, from a state budgetary perspective, was successfully spread over a subsequent 2-year period. The substance of the agreement upon which the cases were settled informed the approach taken. Had the full liability been recorded in the HSE's 2018 accounts, regardless of the fact that payment was not due until 2019 and 2020, the deficit arising would, under health legislation, have required to be offset against 2019 funding. This would have reduced the amount of funding available for the delivery of health services in 2019, since under the settlement some 109 million in once-off payments do not actually fall due for payment until 2020, and the funding for these will not be provided until then. This additional direction for 2018 in respect of the non-recognition of this liability is time-bound and will only apply until 2020. Different options were looked at by the Department and the HSE so as to address the issue on a transparent basis, and the direction which issued to the HSE was incorporated in the finalised annual financial statements approved by the Directorate. I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. President. And finally, Mr. Reid, can we have your opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, members, thank you for the invitation to attend today's meeting to discuss the HSE annual report and financial statements for 2018 and Chapter 16 of CNAG Report 2017. As you stated, Chair, I took up this position 6 weeks ago, and as this is my first meeting with you in this role, I'd like to state that I look forward to working with the committee and providing assistance to you in the important work. The senior management team colleagues joining me today are Ms Anna Connor, Deputy Director General Operations, Mr Stephen Mulvaney, Chief Financial Officer, Mr Joe Ryan, National Director National Services, and Ms Mairead Dolan, Assistant Chief Financial Officer. We submitted information and documentation to the committee in advance of the meeting, and I therefore confine my opening remarks to the following issues. The financial return for 2018. The HSE's annual financial statements, AFS, record a final audited revenue, income and expenditure deficit of £85.1 million. Further detail is set out in the finance briefing paper provided to the committee in advance of this meeting, including around the movement in provisions and how this figure can be related to the final HSE published quarterly performance report for 2018. The 2018 final position is arrived at after dealing with the £140 million first charge in relation to 2017 and after receipt of a supplementary estimate of €625 million, the application of which has also been detailed. The AFS also details records of €16 million surplus on the capital account, which will be available to progress capital projects in 2019. The most significant areas of financial pressure reflecting the year-end position relate to pensions and the demand-led areas including primary care and reimbursement service. Costs in these areas are genuinely driven by policy, legislative entitlements, demographic factors, and as such they are not amenable to normal financial management controls. Separately, our operational service areas experience significant difficulty in reducing costs to meet savings targets, in controlling staff levels and responding to demand within budget. Disability services were the area of greatest financial pressure within community services. The pressure largely related to the costs of providing residential care to people with an intellectual disability, with the evolving needs of existing clients as they age and the demand for new places exceeding our funded capacity. We also experienced similar pressures with our acute hospital services, where activity was ahead of planned and funded levels, with a high proportion of total activity arriving via our emergency departments. Financial management for 2019. The HSE's first priority for implementing its 2019 National Service Plan is to maximise the safety of the services it can deliver within the available budget. Thereafter, the priority, consistent with its Care programme, is to deliver on the activity, access, improvement and other targets set out in the National Service Plan, albeit this must be done within the affordable staffing level and without exceeding the overall budget. Delivering these priorities will require significantly enhanced focus on financial management. This includes better controls on the management of agency, overtime and overall staffing levels and pay costs. Senior managers will be supported and indeed held accountable in this regard. The HSE's financial position year to date for March 2019 shows a revenue deficit of £82.7 million, which represents 2.2% of available budget. Of this, £44.8 million is in respect of greater than expected expenditure on operational services areas, which includes £17.6 million on community services, mostly in respect of services for people with disability, and €28.4 million in respect of acute hospital services. In cases where deficits appear in operational service areas, the relevant National Director, Community Healthcare Organisation Chief Officer or Hospital Group CEO has been directed to identify and put in place additional measures to enable delivery of an overall financial break-even to year-end. This has been supported by a series of additional interim controls around agency, overtime and staffing, albeit all 2018-2019 developments approved and funded by the Department of Health are proceeding. There is also a deficit of €38 million in pensions and demand-led areas. Options to limit deficits in these areas are being explored, albeit they are primarily driven by legislation, policy and demographic factors, and as mentioned earlier, are therefore not generally amenable to normal management controls efforts. It is noted that if the effect of the 2018 first charge was reflected in the March results above, it would increase the overall March year-to-date variance by another €20.5 million to €103.2 million, the change being predominantly within the pensions and demand-led areas. The overall 2018 annual financial statement process came to an end on the 13th of May, and the full first charge will be reflected in the monthly accounts from May onwards. The necessary focus on delivering financial break-even reflects the HSE legal obligation It's also of benefit to service users, patients and the families, and is consistent with the need to build trust and confidence in the organisation. This is necessary so the additional investment in our public health and social services over and above the cost of standing still can be secured over the next 5 to 10 years. This will facilitate the vision set out in Sláintecare report to be realised. Procurement. I'd like now to turn to the issue of procurement. The scale and complexity of the HSE overall procurement activity is such that it will take a sustained effort and continued investment over a number of years in order to ensure high levels of compliance, and this is a very key focus of the HSE. The HSE incurs procurable expenditure in excess of €2.2 billion annually. The HSE continues to progress the transformational programme of reform of its procurement function to improve compliance with public procurement regulations and to increase the usage of contracts awarded by the HSE and the Office of Government Procurement. It has been highlighted and acknowledged at previous PAC meetings. It will take a number of years to fully address procurement compliance issues. Health Business Service procurement has been engaged in a major transformational change programme, and the HBS strategy 2017 to 2019 continues this strategic and operational transformation of the health sector procurement. With regard to procurement reform, and in particular from non-health procurable expenditure, the HBS function works closely with the Office of Government Procurement. This collaborative effort with the OGP is achieving value for money and contributing to the increase in overall procurement compliance and the development of overall procurement reform programme. Chapter 16 CNAG Report 2017. The HSE is undertaking extensive work in embedding the consultant contract compliance framework. The framework seeks to support improved reporting, monitoring and overall consultant contract compliance. The following elements will be reported on: compliance with public-private mix on a monthly basis, compliance with a work plan on an annual basis, and compliance with off-site practice on an annual basis. In line with the Performance and Accountability Framework, monthly performance meetings are held within existing structures, and a key element includes improving consultant contract compliance actions to address the areas of individual consultant non-compliance in terms of hours worked, off-site practice and public-private mix are progressed at a local level. A programme of internal audit has commenced and a number of hospitals are being scheduled. Firstly, Kappa National Orthopaedic Hospital, Tala University Hospital and Naas General Hospital. Further sites will be scheduled for audit in the coming weeks. Overall summary rates of compliance for public-private mix are below the limit of 20% for private practice. The percentage for acute hospitals inpatients is 12.5% and 14.5% for day cases. Home support services. With regard to outsourcing home support services, voluntary organisations have been engaged in and have contributed significantly to the provision of ongoing development of the health and social care services in Ireland over many generations. The term voluntary is often used when referring to Section 38 and Section 39 agencies. Section 38 and 39 of the Health Act 2004 legally underpin the provision of services by non-statutory providers on behalf of the ASC, Section 38, and B, the provision of services of ancillary to a service that the HSE may provide, Section 39. The HSE has a continual reliance on voluntary agencies to deliver services across the domains of acute care, social care, mental health and primary care supports and services. The HSE funds approximately 2,279 organisations, including 16 large voluntary hospitals, via a contract for service arrangement process which is legally binding. This also includes funding for many smaller organisations such as local Meals on Wheels groups who provide services through unpaid volunteers. The HSE acknowledges that voluntary organisations largely funded by the state need to operate within defined policy and regulatory frameworks, for example HICWA, Charities Regulation and Company Law, as well as private pay policy. We have also a responsibility to optimise value for money and ensure the health measures are maximised to the benefit of the citizen. In line with Sláintecare, health service reform also includes voluntary organisations funded by the HSE. Voluntary agencies that provide home support services have made significant progress in reforming their services. These organisations are significant partners in the provision of home care support, particularly in the Greater Dublin area and the Midlands and the Midwest. These voluntary agencies have transitioned from a position where they were supported by the HSE through block grant arrangements to the current tender model of service provision. This reform has improved the quality of home support, providing a model of service delivery that is more responsive to demand are more consistent across community healthcare organisations. Streamlining of home support services has resulted in a single application and assessment process. There is also clearer financial and activity reporting which provides for greater accountability and transparency. This concludes my opening statement. Thank you, Chair.
And the lead speaker today is Deputy Jonathan O'Brien, who will have 20 minutes, and the second speaker is Deputy Marc MacSharry, who will have 15 minutes, and other speakers will have 10 minutes, and they've indicated in the following sequence: Catherine Connolly, David Cullinane and Alan Kelly. And we'll try and keep them moving because I've no doubt people will want to get in a second time as well. So, Deputy O'Brien.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank all the witnesses for appearing before the committee, and to welcome Mr Reid, first meeting and for the Public Accounts Committee in your new role. And can I start with yourself in relation to the capital plan, the HSE capital plan? When can we expect to see it?
Just, Deputy, the capital plan, which we've worked on since earlier this year, we're working with the Department of Health on in terms of its publication. Just on, you'll be familiar with some of the issues that have emerged in terms of National Children's Hospital that we've had to be working through over the past number of weeks, and the original requirement in terms of an extra €100 million of funding, and the implications that that had directly for the HSE capital plan. Initially looking at a €25 million contribution, but equally some concern what the capital funding demand on the HSE capital in particular would be for the following years. So we've been working through a process over the last few weeks with the department in terms of the overall capital envelope available to the state and its implications for the HSE capital plan. The process that we've been engaged in over the last number of weeks is beginning to give us a better clarity about the implications for ourselves, which will support the publication of it. We welcome, just a couple of days ago, the government's economic statement, which set out some reserve in terms of for National Children's Hospital and also National Broadband Plan. So working through that process with our colleagues in the Department of Health, it gives us greater clarity now to move towards publication of the plan, which I'd expect to emerge in the coming weeks.
Okay. You initially had a draft plan in February, and you discussed it at a number of meetings, and then obviously there was cuts which were implemented, or you were asked to find savings. We're now into June. We're 6 months into the year, and we still haven't seen the plan. I mean, what has taken from February to June in relation to the issues which are arising? Because there's a bit of confusion here, because only last Thursday in the Dáil, the Minister for Finance said that there would be no cuts, there would be no projects delayed across any of the capital projects, across any of the departments, as a result of the issue around broadband or the overrun of the Children's Hospital. His exact quotes was, as a result of the decisions made on broadband and in dealing with the National Children's Hospitals, I will not change other projects. The other projects have associated needs within communities and the country, and I want to make sure that they move ahead. Projects that do not go ahead every year for reasons will have nothing to do with budgetary policy. So he is saying there is no issue. The overrun is not a factor. So why are we still discussing it if it's not a factor, according to the Minister?
Yeah, Chair, Deputy, as I just mentioned, that's we would have had, and we've expressed concerns earlier in the year in terms of the implications for the HSE's budget, in terms of the extra funding required. And that was our stated position at that point in time in early May, and that would have been a big factor. The overall capital envelope available to the HSE, if you look at the major national infrastructure strategic projects, particularly in health, they're the right projects and they're very high capital demanding. So the flexibility within our budget beyond the big major construction projects is tight anyway. So our expressed concerns at that point in time were related to having to fund extra, which would just completely reduce our flexibility, the limited flexibility that we do have. I do believe we've made progress in the last few weeks, and it was the right thing to do, to work it through with my colleague Jim Breslin in the department. And in terms of achieving the envelope, that does give us the continued envelope that we expect to have, and we had set out in the draft. And I'd be more confident in terms of what's been set out in terms of the economic statement, that the flexibility in that capital will be there for us to set out the draft plan that we had submitted earlier. But that's a process that we're going to finalise with the department in the coming days and weeks.
Will there be projects delayed this year, or next year, or the year after, as a result of the hospital overrun and the decision on broadband?
My own experience with capital plans, Deputy, just at a broader level, has been that they're multi-annual in terms of delivery. So there is always flexibility between an annual plan and what happens the following year.
I understand
so some projects
that, and
start,
some projects can be
don't.
delayed because of planning issues or whatever.
Yeah.
As a result of the overruns and as a result of the decision on broadband, are you now being asked to delay projects, or will projects be delayed for budgetary reasons?
The implication earlier on this year was a 25 million implication for ourselves in terms of health for 2019. That's a process that we're working through with the department to mitigate that, that wouldn't be the case, and that's what we expect to have closed out.
So for this year, you're not expecting any projects to be delayed because of the cost overruns?
We're working through our capital plan as it's currently drafted in terms of the major projects that's running. As we set out in the draft, we do wait the clarity just in terms of firming up our budgets and the publication of the overall capital plan. But as of now, we're working on the capital plan and the major projects that we're progressing. We haven't stopped any project to date that we had planned to do.
Okay.
We're progressing all projects.
As part of that, looking at the issues, does that include the possibility of delaying projects for budgetary reasons?
If at the end of this there's a significant contribution that we have to make beyond what we planned, there would be an implication in terms of projects. But right now...
But you don't know whether that's the case yet?
No, that's a process we're finalising with the department.
So when is that process going to finish?
I expect it to be completed in the coming weeks.
So in
particularly, sorry, Deputy.
So you must have some idea. I mean, if you're expecting it to be completed in the coming weeks, you had a draft plan in February. There must have been a lot of discussion has taken place to date. You must have some inclination or some idea where it's heading to over the next couple of weeks and whether projects will have to be delayed for financial reasons or not. I mean, are you telling me here today at the Public Accounts Committee that you do not yet know whether projects will be delayed for financial reasons?
Sorry, Deputy, no. We are very clearly working on the capital plan as it's drafted, and the major projects that's in there have started. The outcome of the discussion and the publication of the plan in the next few weeks will clearly determine for us if we have to curtail any particular projects. Right at this point in time, we haven't, and it's a process that we're working through with the department.
Yeah, I might just add the fact that it was delayed was obviously the question arose how much of the Children's Hospital would have to be carried within health and how much would be supported by additional exchequer. In 2019 that broke 75 million additional exchequer, 25 million health. So 2019 was fine, but the issue is if you kick off a project at the end of 2019 it's going to need to be paid for in 2020. So that required a reflection on what those allocations would be, and that actually required an overall fiscal look at it from the Minister for Public Expenditure. He's now done that. He's put a reserve in for the Children's Hospital and broadband of 200 million. So that removes the risk that the pace of the Children's Hospital, and it's a huge project, if it were to go quickly or slowly, it could have quite a distorting effect on all of the other health projects. That removes that issue. That now makes it much easier for us to conclude this process. And we don't have that.
The figure for next year, Mr. Breslin, is in the region of 100 million, 120 million?
For the Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
So we're currently doing the latest assessment of that, and the Minister for Public Expenditure in the Summer Economic Statement says we'll conclude that for the budget based on the best available information. But he has pre-funded the potential there of 200 million across the Children's Hospital and the broadband. My assessment...
200 million doesn't cut it.
No, it does.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, broadband alone is going to come in at an additional 500 million.
Yeah, but that's over a multi-annual period. There's quite a modest amount, I think, in relation to 2020.
Can you not understand people's frustration? Because I and many other deputies in here, as well as reporters, have been trying to get answers to these questions. Whether any projects are going to be delayed as a result of the cost overruns. And to date, nobody has, apart from the Minister, has said no projects will be delayed. I mean, even Mr. Reid, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Reid, but from what I'm getting from you is that you can't categorically say whether there will be any delays to any projects as of yet, that you're still in negotiations, you're still trying to ascertain whether any projects will be delayed.
Well, in fairness, it was only Tuesday of this week that the allocation of the reserve was made. So officials have to get together in a much better now environment, knowing that that buffer is there for the Children's Hospital. We will be able to resolve the issues around the capital plan. It was harder when we didn't know that. It's now a much better environment, and I'm confident that we'll be able to make progress on the health capital priorities outside of the Children's Hospital.
Okay, so has the position of the HSE changed from the 3rd of May, when the then acting Director General said that the additional impact of the Children's Hospital over the years 2020, 2021, 2022 has made what is a very difficult situation almost impossible? Has that improved so?
Deputy, I think what has happened since then, and I was touching on our remarks, at that point in time, that was quite correctly reflected the concern of the HSE. Over the past number of weeks, we have been in this dialogue between the Department of Health and between the Department of Health and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform in terms of the implications. To go back to your point again, I will restate, we haven't stopped any project that we planned to do for 2019. The implication would be, as my colleague had said, into 2020 and 2021. The clarity that's, well, the indications that's emerged in terms of the summary economic statement will help us to put full clarity on that now for next year. So my concern particularly would be not in relation to 2019, into 2020 and 2021, and that's a process that we'll work through in the coming weeks.
Okay, and as of today, we can't say for definite whether projects will be delayed or not. I think sorry,
is that
fair to say?
The absolute likelihood for 2019, it's not a big factor because capital projects will have started.
It's not a factor in 2019, but 2020, 2021, we cannot say yet whether projects will be delayed for financial reasons. That process is still ongoing.
Yeah, but as of so one of the things that was written in the letter in May was that there are two fundamental issues, and the first one is the still to be resolved impact of the increased cost of the National Children's Hospital on capital funding for 2020 and beyond. So with that uncertainty, there was a fear on the part of the HSE that the HSE would have to carry all of the increased costs to the Children's Hospital in 2020. The fact that the summary economic statement on Tuesday has put an additional reserve in place, 200 million for that, and broadband takes that now off the table, and that concern is now gone.
Okay. So I'm sure other colleagues will come back on this. I want to move on to another issue, which is the issue in Cork University Hospital in relation to oncology. We saw reports last week where there are 13 consultants have resigned or retired from the CUH in the past 3 years. 10 of them were delivering cancer services. And there is a huge concern in the region, given that the fact that the hospital is a national cancer centre, that we don't have enough consultants to actually treat the number of patients who are awaiting treatment. What progress, if any, are we making on filling those posts?
Chair, thanks. I'll pull up the exact numbers in a second. The overall recruitment of consultants is a real factor and a very real issue for us in terms of attracting consultants for posts that are advertised. It's been a real issue for us over the past couple of years in particular, and remains to be so. We have had some, and I'll come back to you with just the exact number shortly, we have had a reasonable recruitment of consultants over the past year in last year's numbers. The issues in terms of attracting consultants is one of concern for ourselves, not just in Cork. There are some, just in terms of Cork, within the group, as you know, they will reallocate skills and consultancy skills across the group, and that's taken place. But in terms of consultants and gaps in consultants and the number of consultants that we need and want to have in the service, it is a very real issue that we're dealing with right now.
I think the latest data that I have shows that 4 of the 7 permanent radiation oncology posts are currently vacant or temporarily filled. You might be able to just confirm that. And 1 medical oncology post remains vacant. We have 25,000 people waiting on an outpatient appointment for oncology. in the CUH. Now, can we give any reassurance to those 25,000 people that those posts can be filled in the very near future, and we can start making a real dent on that waiting list, that particular waiting list? 25,000 people waiting for outpatient appointments for oncology.
Deputy, just I'll come back to you just a bit around the specific vacancies in Cork, but overall, in terms of waiting lists and addressing the waiting lists, there are a number of initiatives that we have in place. Certainly, where we have gaps in consultants has been an issue. We have been engaged with the NTPF to try relieve the overall waiting lists and giving us extra capacity in the system, which has been working for certain activities. But our waiting lists remain a very real issue and very real concern for us. We have over 550,000 nationally, but there is a specific project and programme within each hospital and hospital group.
Okay, I might come back to that because my colleague has just given me a note there. Just in relation to the current financial position, what's the current financial position as of today? What's the deficit that we're looking at currently?
In quarter one.
In quarter one, yeah.
So
is what, was it 103 million? I think
just over 100 million.
Okay. And then we're looking at monthly management accounts, which will give us a more accurate reflection month on month, starting in May, I think you said.
Well, there's sorry, Deputy, there's a number of approaches. Obviously, from the looking towards the year end, and the challenge for us is to, in HSE overall, is to look at how we can get more predictable in terms of our outturn towards the year end. It's a very real challenge, as I mentioned at the start. There's very significant pressures on our acutes and equally on the community. I've been around the country in the past number of weeks in a lot of hospitals and a lot of community organisations all around, and I can see it at first hand. Firstly, to say the great work, very inspiring work done by our teams, staff at frontline level is it's highly respected by myself, just to say the obvious. So I'm very aware of the acute pressures that they're under and our pressures on the community overall. What we're setting out to do is to look at the budgets allocated across each area to make sure that any available funds that we do have are focused on patient services and people who use our services. So there's a process ongoing where I'm meeting with all of the group CEOs of the acutes, all of the chief community officers, all of the national directors, with the chief financial officer. We've been doing it over the past 5 weeks or so. It's looking at the spend to date, where are the pressures on each of the services, looking at the forecasted outturn if we continue in a certain run rate, looking at what levels of controls we can put on areas within our control. So, for example, if you take...
When you talk about controls, I mean, we're talking about cuts to services.
Actually, no. Just to be very clear, Deputy, and I feel the need to say this, there's no cuts planned in terms of the budget and delivery this year. We plan, and we're planning on delivering the actual services that are set out in the National Service Plan and to outturn with the budget that we've been allocated. So I just feel the need to say that because I know there's a perception that that's it. There's no cuts planned. It's setting out to deliver against the budget that we've been allocated. In doing that, we want to make sure, and this is the right approach from a patient perspective, from people who use our services, that we are getting our funds directed to where it's needed. And that's an approach that we've been going on. In terms of your question specifically on relation to the monthly profiles and the monthly accounts, it's nothing hugely new really in terms of what we're setting out to do, but what we are breaking down the budget by each hospital group, by each hospital manager, by each community organisation, etc., and setting out the profile for the year end. So everybody has clear oversight and we can be more predictable in terms of the outturn, but equally more predictable from a patient perspective, that we are injecting the funds and directing the funds into patient-focused areas. So it will be a look at other areas of budget that are not patient-focused and where we can make savings, and directing them into where we have the big pressure points. So from my perspective, in terms of controls, it's good financial management and discipline. I think it's right for the public. I think it's right for the patients who will use our services. I think they will benefit from it. And I think secondly, it will give us a level of predictability. And thirdly, it will give me a case as Director General of the HSE to make a case to government in terms of where we want to invest for the future, as set out in Sláintecare. So I want us to bring the financial predictability stronger into the HSE, make the forecasted future investment needed, and to ensure that future investment, when we succeed in getting it, it's directed into a new way of delivering the services. So the monthly controls, the focus that we're putting in, I have to say, and again for the record, I've had great engagement with all of the hospital groups and managers. I think everybody wants us to get to a position we have predictability, and everybody wants us to be in a position to demonstrate we can do that. So, I've had great support in it.
I'm quite happy to clarify controls and cuts to services. I mean, I don't want to put out a perception that if there is savings which have to be made during the year, that it will come from cuts to services. If you're saying that that's not the case, then that's fine, but the reality is the cuts to services come when the budget is allocated initially at the start of the year and the service plan has been drafted. You have to cut a number of areas to actually meet the budget allocation you've been given. So while you may say there will be no cuts to services throughout the year based on the budget you've been given, it's very clear, and I would challenge anyone to suggest that the budget that you get in order to deliver adequate services to the community is not hampered by the budget which is given to you by the department. I mean, it's very clear their services are being cut right across.
Well, Deputy, just to make the point, the funding allocation for ourselves and the HSE is significantly up last year for the service plan than the previous year. So there are extra investments going in. I know one in particular which got a lot of focus has been the home help hours and home support services. That's had a significant enhanced budget in the service plan this year versus last year.
But it still doesn't meet the demand and the need that's out there.
Absolutely. Look, we set out in our service plan, we set out in the budget forecasting process what we feel are the likely demands. There's an allocation for ourselves in terms of what can be sustained by government, and that, you're quite rightly, that leads to the construct of the National Service Plan, which is up every service area, particularly frontline service area, than last year. My focus is to ensure that we do continue to put the right investments in frontline service areas. And just, I come from a sector, just to say it, Deputy, and you're familiar with it, which is the local government sector, well, for the past 5 years, which is under huge pressure on housing and housing delivery and the issues of homelessness. But I've just come from every sector that has to, I don't have any mandate to spend above the allocation that I get.
I understand, and that's why I'm saying the cuts happen before it even gets to you.
Well, all I'm saying, and I've been in a previous role back in 2000 in public expenditure and reform, I was continuously dealing with the health sector and health budget. I know the pressures that's on it. I know the pressures that's on our frontline staff and managers. My role will be and is going to be supporting them that we direct every cent into their frontline services. We will, as part of this process, have to evaluate non-value adding activities that we may be carrying out as part of the HSE overall structure and organisation, and I intend to do that over the coming phase, looking at what activities are we doing that are drawing cash, so if it's not adding value in terms of public service and patient service delivery, it's destroying value. So we're going to have to look at all of our overheads, all of our costs as well.
Okay, and the final question, Chair, just in relation to the home care packages and home help hours, what is the up-to-date position in relation to home care packages? I mean, how many people are currently in an acute hospital setting who do not need to be in an acute hospital setting because we cannot get them services at home?
Yeah, sorry, Deputy, just come back to your earlier question just around the number of consultants. There's 125 consultants recruited over the course of last year. Not the number that we want, and we do want to recruit more, and that's a process, just to acknowledge that up front. Just in terms of home care packages, just to give you the broader piece, and then specifically your question in terms of people in hospital waiting to exit home care packages. Our total allocation of hours this year is about just short of 18 million hours, 17.9 million hours. The budget, I'll clarify, 450 million, I think it is, just around there. The that provides supports to over 53,000 people in terms of home supports. There's a significant demand and pressure point across the country, in some areas in particular, particularly around age profiles and etc. So we have, we're continuing to commit that we're going to deliver the 18 million euros, 17.9 million euros budget, the extra budget that we got. In terms of patients waiting in hospitals, there's about another 6,500 people overall in our community looking for some of those extra home health services. A significant proportion of those are people who want extra demands on services or extra hours, and some are new services that are looking for. The number on the hospitals, I think I'm going to come back to clarify, I think it's 149, so less than just 150 people now in hospital care who are looking for, if you like, step down. And there's various challenges in terms of some of those step down issues.
You might provide the committee with a note just in relation to that 149, how long they're in a hospital setting and how long they're waiting. Obviously you don't have the information today, but you might provide a note to the committee just in relation to that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I might have it, but if I don't, I'll send it.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Deputy MacSharry, 15 minutes.
Thanks very much. Welcome everybody, and particularly Mr. Reid. And a new broom sweeps clean, isn't that what they say? So I wish you well in your role and hope that the exemplary performance that you put in over the years in Finn Call is going to be replicated, although I'm sure the challenges are much bigger and much different. On the capital side again, and I mean, when you were running Finn Gael, Director of Services to produce a plan for a current year, I mean, would you tolerate it not being produced by the July of the actual year?
Just to say, Deputy, and it's, I mean, it's exactly the way I say it, any time I've been dealing with capital plans, they're multi-annual.
I know that. I built a house and I know whatever you plan, it could overrun by a few shillings or something gets wrong, or the archaeologists find something in the ground. But I mean, in real terms, 17 billion of a budget, we've got projects underway, and we just don't find it credible that a plan isn't available.
Just can I just say, Deputy, I fully appreciate that, and accept that, and accept the challenge in terms of having it available, and that's something we're working on, particularly with our colleagues in health, and having it. Just to say that for the record.
I mean, if Secretary General Breslin was to say to you, look, we'll probably have the estimates for 2019 done in July, so hang in there, we'll get money to you. I mean, you wouldn't be able to operate, sure you wouldn't? No,
just Deputy, come back to your correlation, or example, in terms of Finn Gael or local government. It was always the process that you produced an iterative 3-year capital plan, which did change as the years went and as the year went. So, look, we want to have this plan published, particularly 2019.
Okay. I suppose if you had your way, it would probably have been published in January, would it?
Well,
I know you weren't there.
Obviously not, but you know, it is a process. Look, the capital funding for health, for HSE, is a function of the demands across, because of the scale.
And in your vast experience in the public service, and you've had to deal and manage politicians and personalities at different times and all that kind of stuff, I mean, would it be fair to say, because this is certainly a feeling that some of us get, I mean, is there political expediency at play here in terms of the publications of this report, in terms of maybe we don't want the bad news out there while the Dáil is sitting?
Well, from my perspective, in the last 6 weeks, it has been financial predictability. What are the pressures on the overall capital plan that is restricting me and restricting the Secretary General in terms of publishing the plan? And the very real issues have been, as we had the earlier discussion, the issue around the demands on the National Children's Hospital, and what particularly is going to be the demand on the HSE's contribution to that. If it's 25 million, we're clear. If it's more for the following years, it's something we need clarity on soon. Now, I do expect that.
Are you in a position between both of you, and you can both make a comment on this if you'd like, could you give us a commitment here today? This will be published while the Dáil is sitting. So the last sitting day is the 11th of July.
Right, that's absolutely our intention.
Okay. So it would facilitate debate and whatever
exactly
in the
what we're
various
trying to do.
committees helped, and I suppose here if we have a role, and in the Dáil chamber.
I'm sure my colleague can confirm that, but that's the
And
process we're
Secretary
working on.
General,
We'll best endeavours to do so. We'll obviously have to work across government on it, but our best endeavours to do that.
yeah, okay. Because if it was to be published on the 13th of July, for example, or the 16th of July, we're stuck waiting till September to have a go at it, and that's a problem. Because, if we're looking at the deficit so far of 103 million, actually, in terms of that deficit so far in this year of 103...
Just before you move on to the
Sorry.
current side, one of the things I think we would like to do in health is to get exactly where Paul has said, to get to a multi-annual plan so that we don't have the stop kind of, oh, we're in a new year now, what's our plan? We should move from one year into the next. So one of the things we'd like to do is publish a 3-year plan rather than a 1-year plan.
I agree, and how do government feel about that?
I think people are on board for that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And when would we be expecting a 3-year plan to be?
We're trying to do the same. We're trying to do it in the same timetable.
Okay, just to tie current into capital just for a second. So there's a 103 million deficit at the end of Q1. So the monthlies on top of that, since I know Deputy O'Brien did ask this, maybe I just wasn't listening clear enough. So what would be the current position? I mean, are we another 10 million on top per month, or
Yeah, we're just
is it higher? Or?
we're just finalising up to the end of May the accounts at the minute.
Yeah.
There's no doubt it will be more than it currently is.
Right. So how are we looking there?
But I will say, apologies, Deputy. I expect we will have it in a stronger position than it was last year.
Okay.
I don't expect to take a lap of honour on that one because it's still a very real pressure point for us. I do expect her to be in a stronger position.
How bad was it last year at the end of May?
Sorry?
How bad was it last year?
I think it was 177 million.
177. So we'll be somewhere between 100 and 177 million.
It'll be certainly over 100.
Oh, it'll certainly be over 100. Can I ask then?
I might give you some of the top line figures. So at the end of the first quarter last year, for example, in acute hospitals, there was a 61 million problem. At the end of the first quarter this year, there's a 28 million problem. That's a problem. I'm describing it as a problem, but it's not up the scale of last year. So the
Same scale of home health crises this time last year,
So
where CH areas are being told that 83-year-old that we're discharging today is getting no home help.
We've done better in Q1 on lots of the performance areas, including waiting in emergency departments than we have in the previous year. There's significant improvement on lots of the performance areas. But the overall operational situation, last year 114 million, this year 45 million. So we have further to do, and Paul has outlined a lot of work underway in the HSE to do it.
I'm just trying to build an overall picture. So in the deficit so far, have you worked in the amount of money that you're going to be, you mentioned, because the chairman was very exercised at this, and rightly so at the last meeting, about the consultant's liability, okay? So what proportion do we have to pay this year on that?
So we pay...
Have you that built in?
Yes.
It is built
fully
in.
funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
So leave that for a moment, okay? So if we're going to continue along the same lines, it could be maybe 400 million by the end of the year, would it?
If you simply just correlate or extrapolate it out the first quarter, it would certainly be that.
It'll certainly be that, so it could be more.
I mean, what we need to, I think, Deputy, we were just touching on it there, we do have a first charge, which is carried forward into this year.
That's last year's problem.
Last year's 150 million.
That's the 82.5 million, no?
150 million overall.
All right.
So that's, you'll see the 20 million in the first quarter accounted for, but it's 150 million first charge.
Yeah.
Which is why, Deputy, you're touching on again the issue of monthly process. The issue for us now is looking forward monthly, and how do we look at the monthly run rates year to date up to May.
So when would the supplementary budget be expected?
I think the
because we're heading in that direction, aren't we?
Has outlined that his legal position is he's to operate within the budget allocated.
Okay, but realistically, we're not going to do that because we're going to be in a 400 million deficit minimum by November.
We're not in a position where we're saying there's a 400 million outturn. We're saying it's better than last year, and we expect it to be better than it currently is by the end of the year. Much better.
So didn't you just say we're looking at least 400?
No, I said if you simply extrapolate out where we are in the first quarter, you can multiply it out.
So if we're going to go the same route,
but from my perspective, that won't be sustainable. It's not. I can't do it.
I agree with you. It's not sustainable, but we also have the reality that we have to provide care to people, and I'll get on to some of that stuff in a second. So, while it's not your intention at this stage, if we look at the figures that are in front of us at the moment, it would be quite likely that we're heading for supplementary budget territory. Would that be?
I certainly am planning on it. Right?
You're planning on it?
Not planning on it.
You're not planning on it. Okay.
Right now, and the whole system that we put in, the challenge that we're working with the system on is, I control. Just maybe give you a little perspective on it.
I have limited time now, so
take the 16 million budget. Sorry, Deputy. The 16 billion budget that we have, 12 billion of that is what I would say service related that we can put controls on. 4 billion of that are related to other activities like pensions, PCRS, which are drug-led, and pharmacy rebates, state claims agency, and overseas funds that actually we don't fully control. So those areas are certainly risk areas overall. They're risk areas in terms of what we can fully put our arms around and control. So I'm trying to concentrate on the 12 billion particularly, because that's what people in their budgets have control of.
Yeah. Anyway, just to finish off on the capital side, the intention is, you're both saying that it'll be well published before we go into recess here, so we have had time to take a view on it as a PAC or a health committee or a Oireachtas or whatever. That's what you're saying. That's the capital plan.
That's what we're working for.
Yeah, and then on the capital side, we're over 100 million at the moment, but we're hoping to improve on that, according to yourselves. But I suppose going on previous years, even if we have improved the position, pro rata in the same way in the first quarter as the other 3 quarters, we could be heading for that kind of 400 million area. Okay. So that's it. So if you read the spring economic statement, where there's 2.8 billion available to us, 2.2 of that's already committed in terms of pay agreements and so on. So unless there's a real bumper November in terms of corporation tax, it's quite likely that the HSE will hoover up all the fiscal space.
That's not, nobody's planning for that. In fact, we're planning for the opposite.
Okay.
You've seen the Director General's earliest statements to the organisation, which is that we have to break the cycle of supplementary estimates.
Yeah, I agree. Everyone here would agree with that. Just very finally on this aspect, there's a press report today, in fact, in the Irish Times, just here, the interim CEO was describing in terms of the capital situation that, along with having to deal with cost overruns in the hospital from the years 2020-22, and this is the quote, has made what was a very difficult situation now impossible. Was she right?
My colleague, Ms. Anna Connor, is here today, was reflecting concerns at that point in time, which I have touched on earlier with Deputy O'Brien. A lot of work has gone on since that note in early
I didn't realise Ms. O'Brien was here.
Sorry, Ms.
I wasn't listening
Ms. O'Connor,
earlier on, obviously, Ms. O'Connor. Can I direct a question to Ms. O'Connor? Yeah. Could you expand on that letter just to the Department of Health for us that you said? I think the quote, just so it's precise, was that the situation has made what was a very difficult situation now almost impossible. So I suppose you did qualify things with almost. Do you see substantial cuts in your own experience to water capital projects to facilitate, as would have been hinted by your letter today?
At the time, there was a concern around the funding for 2019 and 2020, and I think it's possibly been covered already, but the concern was the phasing of the funding. So the potential for the health service to provide 25 million this year and more next year was a concern at that time. But as the Director General has just said, we are now in a process with the Department of Health and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform to look at that, because that was a concern, and that was the purpose of the letter, was to flag that at that time. But things have moved on in the last number of weeks in terms of the engagements that have taken place.
In terms of the timing of money's been available, effectively, is what you were saying.
The concern was around the phasing. So I think in that letter I've referenced the fact that the overall capital envelope, whilst we would always like to have more, that wasn't actually the prime concern. The prime concern was the phasing of the funding available in 2019 and 2020, given the commitments that we might have. And as we've said earlier, the concern for 2019 is that if we were to commence capital projects towards the end of this year, there'd be a substantial cost in 2020. So that was the purpose of the letter, was to flag that concern. But I think we've covered that there's a process in place now to look at the overall funding available.
Okay, can I just move on to, and gentlemen, stop me whenever I'm out of time, but I'll probably come in for a second round anyway. Home helps in some of the CH areas, okay, particularly CH, the kind of Cork, Kerry area, and then up my direction. There's an effective moratorium at the moment. you know, the minister has been saying, you know, we funded X amount of more hours or whatever. But the experience on the ground is that in terms of output, you know, we're not meeting demand. You know, and while I know it's important that we stay within budgets, you know, when it comes to the most vulnerable in society, I'm sure none of us will be opposing a supplementary budget for a demand-led service, because, you know, it needs to be care-led as opposed to budget-led in terms of that sort of stuff. So what is going on in the CH areas? I mean, why are we out of money, or why? And on the 14th of May, I raised this with the Dáil, and the Taoiseach answered, and he said, "Oh, we gave loads more money to this area." Anecdotal evidence is suggesting that additional monies were hoovered up by kind of labour relations commitments and obligations, and in terms of the people carrying out the care or travel subsistence or whatever it is. So, you know, if we're in June and we can't fund any more home help, and we're depending on people to either get better or pass on effectively before we can give more packages, you know, what is the real situation, and what are we doing about it?
Just give a few comments, and I might ask my colleague, Mr. Connor, who's responsible for this area, just in general. And CH04 is not over budget. CH04 is within their budget year to date.
You know, I appreciate that numbers might issue. All I know about from listening to colleagues, whatever, is the demand.
Okay.
I know I'm edging into kind of the health committee's area here, but it is about money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Why do they not have enough to provide the care?
Specifically, though, in relation to home care services, they are not overspent in budget. Overall, as I said to you just in the earlier remarks, in terms of our home help budget, this year it is up significantly on last year.
Yeah.
We do have a limited budget on it.
Yeah, but was that increase substantially eaten up by whatever agreements were in place with carers in terms of remuneration and travel and so on?
Certainly some of that has been funded in terms of what it does require.
Right, so what proportion of an increase was there? What was the percentage increase, or money terms? And how much of that increase had to be dedicated to the remuneration and pay commitments?
I might ask my colleague to break down what that is, but
yeah, and look, you can come back to me on that, but the message is effectively, you know, with the Minister trumpeting perhaps, you know, increases in budget, but in real terms, it hasn't been an increase in care, because here we are in the summer, and we have people in certain CH areas, and this is an experience kind of pretty nationwide, talking to colleagues cross parties through the rural clinics, are vulnerable people being refused home care.
In real terms, there are more hours allocated now, there are more people in support of the services, and there's more budget in it. Certainly it is putting the pressure and demand on the guys to, it is putting the pressure on the guys to look at rosters and arrangements in terms of what's been set out in the contractual agreements. So there's a challenge for them to put new rosters in place in terms of sports, but the extra hours are in place and the extra budget is in place.
So, figures-wise, and for answering in here, it all sounds great, you know, but at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. You know, if there's demand there, if there are 83-year-olds waiting who cannot care for themselves, they're being discharged because we need the bed freed up, they don't have somebody to advocate for them because they're a widower or whatever it is. And I am thinking of one specific case, but I mean, all of us here will have come across this. So, you know, in real terms, whoever is on charge of this in the various CH areas, if they need more money, you know, can we not provide it to them?
Well, in my earlier comments, I'm going to ask my colleague to make comment. In my earlier comments, what I did say is, whatever available budget we have across the agency, I want to make sure that it does go to our services, our patients, our service users, and vulnerable. And that's part of the process.
But do you accept that there's a problem?
I accept the demand on our home help services is above and beyond our budget allocation and our hours that we can provide.
Okay, and would it not in kind of real terms, in terms of our core mission here, I know we need to save it in budgets, but I mean, these are ill, vulnerable people. Can we not prioritise them over perhaps? I could wear a delay in a capital project for a short period in terms of catering for people who are in the here and now in bad need of support. And I assure you, a lot easier to cover that than an overrun in the National Children's Hospital, you know.
You'll get a second opportunity.
Okay, right, I'll wait for the second opportunity.
Yeah, okay. The next speaker is Deputy Connolly. Thank you.
Agus tá mé tnúla se lága mai cormíocht inskene Aylward. Anyway, you're very welcome. I'm looking forward to gender representation sometime in the future, but I won't hold my breath. You're very welcome.
We do have almost, not quite balanced, but we're in the back row, which was the way it was allocated.
Okay.
That wasn't our choice.
Okay. I see that. I welcome you. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Reid, in your new role. And just, you mentioned your experience in local authority, and you mentioned housing constraint, and I'm just going to take from there and go back then to the hospitals. During your time, did you put a report back to the government? Did you have a role in saying your policy is creating a huge problem here? You mentioned housing problem, you mentioned not enough houses. Did you have a role in going back to the government and saying, look, we're not constructing houses here, there's going to be a major emergency?
Thanks, Deputy.
I'm bringing it up because you brought it up, your own background and your experience.
And I think it's on the record, some of my challenges in terms of
delivery. You would have pointed out to the government this policy is going to lead to a huge crisis because we're simply not building houses.
In all my experience in the public service, both in public expenditure and reform and indeed local government, there's always an opportunity for officials to advise, consult.
Did you do that?
In housing, and it's on, you can check my record.
Great, no, that's okay.
Housing,
you brought it up, so I'm coming back to health in relation to it. So we look at your opening statement, and actually thank you for all the documents. One could easily be overwhelmed with them, but they are very useful to us. And just in relation to your opening statement, and you talk about a budget and breaking even, and then I can understand that to a certain extent. And you go on to say it will be to the benefit of patients, of users, patients and their families. So I'm going to ask a few questions, but I want to just put this in perspective for a moment within budget. So the message I'm taking from Mr. Breslin and yourself is there's a limited budget. We try to work within that. Anything after that is collateral damage. Now, I'm using those words, not she. I'm straying then into policy area for the Health Committee. But there are financial consequences of the model being pursued by yourselves on government policy. So if I look at Galway, you talk about, I think, 18 million hours of home help. And then I look at Galway, 208 people are waiting for home support. 208. Of those, 176 are waiting more than 12 months. Of the overall figure, 80 are waiting for an increase. Now, to put that, so we have 208 and we have 176 waiting for more than 12 months, begging the question, how long are they waiting in reality? Now, a budget has to be implemented. So will I tell these people they're simply collateral damage and just wait their time? Is that the consequence of what you're operating under?
Sorry, Deputy Chair, Deputy, just
it's just a simple question. You can disagree with my language about collateral damage, but that's what I'm looking at in Galway.
No, I would, Deputy, disagree with it, because if you take the opposite of what you say my approach would be, the opposite would be we just don't focus on delivering budget and we just continue to spend. And that is not a mandate that I have as a public servant. It's not a mandate any public servant has.
Absolutely.
So it's not a bad thing to say we have a certain budget, we have a certain level of public service commitments, we have a certain level of service in our service plan, and we have to deliver them. So to say deliver within budget, it shouldn't be perceived as a bad thing.
There's delivering within budget, and they're making savings on people who are vulnerable and who deserve a service as of right. And then there's any amount of money for consultants, for reports, for rented buildings. So I'm not asking you to just spend open-endedly on health. But going back to my original question, what role, if any, have you in saying to the government, if we want to give people a health service as of right, and we don't want 208 people on a waiting list, the vast majority for over 12 months, we can't do this. We need a different model. Are you feeding this back? I go back again. Or is it simply, we have to manage budget and this is collateral damage?
No, Deputy, and again, I'll say it, you can check my records, particularly in Lowton specifically.
Just now in relation to this.
And in relation to this, you can check my record previously and now.
No, just now. What's your reaction?
aligned with my experience over a number of years in the public service, I will challenge as a public service to get the best services for the public. Policy decisions are policy decisions for government, and I respect that.
All right. Just Mr. Reid, is this the best service for the public? And that's one example. There are many, many examples. I'm just using that one example. I can pick many, but my time is limited, and I want to make general points. I'm using that specific point. Is that a good service? Is that an effective use of public money, where people want to stay in their homes much cheaper, but they can't get help? Is that an effective use of public funds?
Just to say what I said earlier on, I fully accept the demands that are on our services are above and beyond what we can fund in certain services.
I'm asking a different question. Is that an effective use of public funds? A cheaper system, fund the home care packages, fund the home help, or whatever title is on them now. We all accept, don't we? I mean, there was a motion in the Dáil recently by the Sinn Féin setting out all the costs. You accept it's cheaper on the public purse to fund home care packages.
Sorry.
Do you accept that?
Deputy, you've made a couple of points, Steve.
Yeah, okay.
You have made a point about, do I accept that the cuts are reasonable, or use some phrase?
I didn't use the word cut.
Yeah,
I asked you,
was
was that an effective use of public money to leave people on a waiting list who can't access a system that's cheaper to the public purse?
Deputy, I fully accept people on waiting lists for procedures, for operations, delays in our acute emergency departments, and extra requests for our services for home help are significant pressures on the system. What I want to do over the coming years is direct the appropriate funds so that we do meet those challenges better than we've ever met.
You see, I'd like someday to hear a slightly different language. Quite clearly we need an effective public health service, and I'm going to come back to the consultants in a minute who are using public facilities. We need a public health system that's efficient and effective. Within that, home care is the easiest example to pick. It's cheaper, more efficient to fund that than keeping people in hospital or putting them into nursing homes where quite a number of them don't want to be. So my question on a general level is that an efficient use of public funds? I've asked it 3 times now.
No, and Deputy, can I just say, the way we're currently investing in the health service and the health system has to change, because it's not meeting the needs.
Good.
It's not meeting the needs of the public and the service users. Now, can I just briefly say to you where I see a roadmap and my plan in terms of roadmap on this? If we keep investing the current funds into a very stretched acute system, a community system that doesn't have the capacity to support the acute system and step down, and a whole lot of other support areas that are not there, we will keep getting the same answer. So my intention, my strategy is we manage to the commitments that we're making, we build confidence from the public and we build confidence from government, we get extra funds over the coming year, particularly related to dementia care, and we invested in a new way of delivering services.
Just to use simpler language for me, funds should be directed to the more effective services, home care being one of them. Just to bring another matter home to you in all of this language, Galway City, and we have a consultant writing to us. Very unusual for consultants to go out on a limb, and they've gone out on a limb repeatedly. And I'm just going to put some human language on the figures, and really the cost in the end is more to the exchequer. So we have the consultant write and tell us there's a catastrophic waiting list of 2,000 patients. Catastrophic, his word, not mine, which has been accumulating since the shortfall in infrastructure. I won't read the whole lot. You can have a copy of it. The situation is becoming unbearable for the patients who are on the waiting list and are clinically worsening. A growing regional crisis, and so on, because it's a hospital for a region of almost 1 million people. Now, why do I mention that? Because, Mr. Breslin, you talked about answering to all questions, which you do very efficiently, I must say, but some of them are redirected to the various groups on the ground, CELTA, and I cannot make head nor tail of what they're telling me in relation to this issue. So briefly, 2 operating theatres cease to exist. While the government is talking about a rainy fund, the rain is actually pouring in on 2 theatres in Galway. They close in 2017. We're now in 2019. No modular theatres have been put in place. This is infrastructure, this is decision-making and accountability from a Department of Health. We're now in 2019 and we're being told, I haven't the time to read it out, but the Minister actually writes on the 5th of March to say he understood one thing from Celta, but in the reality was completely different. In a nutshell, they were procuring just 2 modular theatres. That's all. And they were going through a procurement process. Somehow that didn't work out. Everything had to be stopped. Suddenly, at a very late stage in the process, they discovered they need planning permission and they're back to scratch. And so that leads to that letter. Where is the Department's oversight in relation to that, please, Mr. Breslin and Mr. Reid?
We have engaged with the HSE on it. As I understand it, it's not simply the planning issue. The issue is that the contract, the preferred tenderer was selected, but it wasn't possible to conclude a contract with that preferred tenderer, which is a very unusual thing to happen. We have put questions to the HSE on how that has come about, and particularly to ensure in the next award that it's done as rapidly as possible and as quickly as possible, and that will be done in parallel with the planning.
Well, no, planning is not an issue here, and what is an issue is the oversight of a decision-making process that clearly is faulty, governance, something seriously wrong, 17 to 19, 2 theatres out of action, and consultants writing to TDs. I'd ask you to reflect on that in terms of value for money, and I have to say, Mr. Reid, what I take out of that is they're saving money. In relation to the cervical, the ex gratia payment, can you please clarify, 336,000 was incurred in 2018, but yet I understood from yesterday in the debate in the Dáil that the ex gratia payment has only started from yesterday. Can you?
Where are you reading from, Deputy?
It's in your financial statements.
In my appropriation account?
Yes.
If you just read it...
Actually, sorry, no, I beg your pardon, it's on page 198, I think, of your financial governance. Yeah.
My guess is it doesn't relate specifically to the ex gratia payments. It relates to probably supports for cervical check women.
Can you clarify that for me?
If I get the reference, I'll do it for you.
Maybe the Controller and Auditor General could help with the reference for that.
Looking for a deputy. What note are you quoting from?
I'm told it's note 8. One second, I'll let you see. Yep, note 8.
This relates to, so where's that double S? Sorry, we were there actually, if the screen would go back to where we just were. Yeah, just hold it there. Ex gratia payments to patients. So that's not the ex gratia award scheme.
Is it not? All right.
It's not. We'd have to check with the HSE. That's the term they've used, but it's not the scheme established by government. It most likely is, I'd stand to be corrected and we'll check it out, it's most likely reimbursement that people were getting for health and social supports during the course of last year.
So it does say this relates to cervical check payments, but not the ex gratia.
But not the ex gratia. More likely supports for them in their healthcare and other things, whereas the ex gratia is a monetary sum.
I
we confirm that.
That clarifies that. Yeah. Thank you. In relation to consultants, I'll finish on this and the Chapter 16 that the Controller and Auditor General produced. I presume you've all read that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so serious issues were identified here in relation to the monitoring of private practice and public hospitals. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And will someone clarify for me just briefly?
I'm interrupting you, but I have the answer straight away.
Yeah.
I'm told that if you remember, there was a small amount of money given to women to help them in their interaction with Professor Scally. I think it was €2,000.
Yes.
And that's what that was.
Will someone come back with a breakdown of that through the Chair? A breakdown of that figure, how many women availed of that, how many people? Yeah. Just in relation to the consultants, I took the trouble to read this chapter now in relation to private work by consultants on public hospitals. I don't know, when was that written, Controller and Auditor General? What date is on that?
September of 2018.
September, so there's been plenty of time to look at that and look at it. So what jumps out at me here, besides the number of different contracts, But we have public hospitals funded by the public purse, and we have private consultants with different type of contracts doing private work. And we have a system of monitoring, well, it's my words, not the chapter's words, not fit for purpose. I think inadequate is the word used in terms of how that's monitored. Isn't that right? You accept that? Okay. So I'm not sure why they're there in the first place, but there was the 2013 Act, and private practice was related to bed designation. Presumably, the consultant was allowed to use a number of beds. That went. What was the logic in? What was the logic in there in the first place? But why was it removed as the one measuring?
The logic originally was when new eligibility arrangements were introduced in 1991. It was to put a cap on the amount of private activity. Then, when it was removed in 2013, the controller had done a previous report, and indeed the department had done a value for money, which said lots of private patients are coming into public hospitals. The consultant is getting a fee, but the public hospital is getting no fee because they're not in a privately designated bed. So it was removed so that the public hospital could get a fee for private patients, regardless of where they were.
So that's good in a sense that that's gone. But now there's no way of measuring it. You don't say how many. Personally, I don't agree with it at all. But I'm simply looking at the facts on the ground. How do you measure now?
Well, the HSE can talk to it, but there is a system of measurement. I think the controller was referencing that at an individual level. It's not monitored at national level, but we put in a compliance framework ahead of the piece of work that was done by the Controller and Auditor General to make sure it is being monitored at hospital and hospital group level, and any breaches of at an individual level are addressed by management with individual consultants.
Mr. President, I understand that and I've read it, but that language doesn't reassure me that this is what's happening, because that's not really what the chapter said. The chapter said the hospital inquiry, hospital inpatient inquiry system was not adequate for its purpose. Now, that's my interpretation of it, for its purpose in clearly identifying which consultants were carrying out private practice, to what extent, were they complying with their contract, were they not? That hospital inpatient inquiry system is not sufficient, or was inadequate to do that. Has that been changed as a result of this chapter?
So in my view, there were two things going on. It wasn't getting sufficient management focus. And then secondly, the hospital inpatient inquiry is inpatient activity, so it's not the full range of activity, but it's a good starting point. I wouldn't say it answers every question, but it's enough for a manager or a clinical director to sit down with a consultant and say, the hospital inpatient inquiry says there are 30–35% admissions of private patients as part of your practice. Please go through this with me and tell me I'm wrong. And they may come up with answers. They may be able to come up with satisfactory reasons, including accuracy, but we have a situation now, post the chapter, where the HSE is required through management system to put in place that monitoring framework and to follow up on breaches. And while you are right, there are policy questions involved in private practice and public hospitals. For as long as it exists, it needs to be managed and monitored.
Have there been any periodic reviews of the changes that you've put in?
I think the HSE can update on that because they've updated the department on it over the period.
Sorry, Deputy, briefly, and again I'll ask my colleague Connor to just reference it. I accept the deficiencies in the system, level of reporting.
I'm more interested in what you've done. The deficiencies have been identified. I'm more interested in what you've done to deal with the deficiencies.
There's three control measures. There's one which is a monthly plan between the hospital management and chief clinician and the consultants in terms of delivery, in terms of that measure that they have to deliver for public delivery and what's level of private. And there's an annual
based on 20%, is it? Based on
their contractual commitment to public. And then there's an annual plan which we have oversight on. So there's two levels of the plan. But it is, I agree with the Secretary General, the system does have data that we can use, particularly at the
listen to me.
level.
I'm specifically looking at a chapter. I'm specifically looking at deficiencies, and I'm specifically asking you what procedures you have in place. That's what I want to elicit at this point.
Which is a monthly plan at the hospital level to ensure they're complying with the contractual commitments. I would accept concerns that people will have on this one. That's one I've met hospital group CEOs on to ensure that we're following this through. And so there is a monthly process, and there's a yearly and annual reporting process.
Is that a self-reporting process?
It's a process between the group management and consultants.
And so the consultant self-reports, this is what I
No.
did? No? What
No,
is it?
because the hospital inpatient inquiry is coded. It's coded by staff within the hospital based on the admissions data. It's not the consultant themselves that does that.
Okay, I'm going to come back, and my time is up, I think, so I come back to that.
But
Sorry.
you're talking about hospital management, and then you're talking about hospital groups. Where is this report? Which level is it at?
So actually, if you look at the CNAG's chapter
Yeah.
in page 202,
Yeah.
there's the compliance framework that's set out there, and it has various levels to it. It starts with the clinical director supervising the consultant.
No,
the
but
hospital.
the deputy asked about, since the report was produced,
It should be done locally. The hospital manager should have that report and challenge variances that they're seeing.
But you just mentioned group a minute ago.
Yeah, the hospital group then holds the hospital manager accountable for doing that, and also gets reports on breaches so that they can see that the breaches are being followed up.
Simple English. Which is the best group for keeping people within their arrangement, and which is the worst group?
I think within the groups. Right. I thought you were talking about-
Specific, we're not getting down to
This doesn't sound like an excuse, but also the Controller and Auditor General says that because the presence of private hospitals in regions is different,
Yeah.
some regions, through emergency admissions, will have more private patients coming through, whereas in other regions they'll go directly to a private hospital. So it's actually hard at the regional level to say just because you have a low number of private patients, you're doing really well. They might be going to the Blackrock Clinic
Fine,
and
we understand that.
the Beacon.
So what can you send to us in summary form to give us an indication of what's actually happening? What can you send to us in summary form?
Chair, we can send a summary note of which breaks down what happens at each of those control
Hospital by hospital.
processes.
So how many locations is that? How many hospitals? 38.
30.
About 30.
Yeah.
Send us in summary form for the last quarter for which you have figures available, or whatever. Okay, the most recent report you have. Sorry, Deputy Cullinane. Deputy.
Thank you, Gaherlock, and welcome to our witnesses, and especially to yourself, Mr. Reid, your first appearance before us in your new role. Can I just start with you first? I listened to what you said over the course of the last hour, responding to the other members. And if I paraphrase what you're saying in terms of spending, whether it's current or capital spend, you get an envelope or a pot of money, as in the HSE, and that money then has to be managed. You or I may have a view on the size of the pot, but the pot is the pot, and you need to manage that, which is what we call for. So we call for you to do your job and to make sure that money is managed, and taxpayers' money is managed. I have no difficulty with that. The problem is this: there was a letter sent to each hospital manager, and indeed I think each hospital group, by yourself, where you outline your concerns about historic overspend, and that you are taking a hands-on approach to making sure that each hospital comes in on budget. I think you asked them to identify whether or not there was a potential for an overspend, and if there was, to put in place. And you didn't use those words, but hospital managers have used those words in terms of their responses to it, cost containment plans, to make sure they come in on budget, and they will then be overseen by hospital groups. And also, if hospital managers don't come in on budget, then they'll be held responsible for that. So that was what I took from the letter that I saw, and paraphrasing from what you said earlier. So would that be a fair assessment first of your position?
Thank you, Deputy. I feel the need to just state one of the reasons I wanted this job is because it's probably one of the best public service jobs in terms of meeting the needs of the public, and there's no greater need than the patients that we serve and the people who use our services. So my commitment to this job is to make it better for those people. That's why I'm here. In terms of the process that we've set out with the managers, and I have met all of the managers, and we are continuously meeting monthly for the rest of the year, and I have to put on the record the engagement and support I've got on them to date has been well received. In terms of the issues that you just said, in terms of the process for them, you know, it's not cost containment, it's delivering the services that's committed in our plan, making sure we deliver them across all the service strands, and delivering to the budget that we have. Now, I'm absolutely aware.
Just stop you there. So, if it's not cost containment, is it your position then that if a hospital or a hospital manager believes I have to spend more than I've been given because I have to make sure we meet whatever demand is there, because I can give examples which I will in Waterford at the moment. They're not obliged then to come in on budget. They're not obliged to publish what I was given and by hospital managers in Waterford, and clearly a draft of a document which talks about cost containment. So is it your view then that cost containment isn't a priority for hospital managers, that they don't have to put these plans in place?
No manager in any hospital and anywhere in the public service has a mandate to just spend based on demand. We just don't have that. And they, fairness to the hospital...
No, I know that. What I'm saying is that if they're looking at cost containment plans on foot of a letter that they got from yourself, and you said that there isn't any cost containment plans in Waterford, for example, that cost containment plan, and that's what it's called, looks at limiting surgical theatre space over a number of months during the summer, cleaning contracts, looking at where savings can be made there, agency spend, overtime, there's a whole range of other areas, all designed to make sure to come in on budget under a heading cost containment. So what I'm saying is that there is an element of cost containment, which is essentially, as I put you at the start of my contribution, you making sure that they come in on budget. You might want to call it cost containment, that's what they call it. But is that what is happening in hospitals across the state?
I think what's happening in hospitals all across the state, they're all under huge pressure in terms of the demands that's on them. What the process that I'm engaged in with them on is looking at the budget that they have to deliver all those services. In the case of Waterford, they've been doing a number of things just in relation to best utilisation of their resources, particularly during the summer period. And that also involves the theatre usage and best use of resources during that period. So they're doing a number of operational issues that make sense for Waterford. I'm not setting out the plan for each individual hospital or each group. They're working that through themselves in terms of their overall budget.
Did you know that some cancer patients were sent home because of theatre capacity? 5 patients who, and I'm sure you're aware if you're booked in for surgical theatre for some sort of cancer treatment, it's life-altering, so there's a psychological impact, building yourself up for it physically and mentally, and you go to the hospital and you are ready to get to surgery, and then you're told you have to go home. And hospital management said it was purely down to capacity in terms of surgical theatre space. And yet over the next number of weeks and months, that cost containment plan will kick in where there will be a reduction in surgical theatre. So that's the outworking of it. Were you aware of that, first of all, that patients were sent home? I'm
not specifically aware of that matter, okay. And I'm happy to, if you want.
Well, what I'll do is I might just talk you through, because the best lens that we have is our local lens, our local hospital, when we're looking at what's happening. Because I have no problem whatsoever with you making sure that the HSE and health spending is contained. I mean, that's one of your core functions, and it should be. So I have no problem with that, and I certainly accept that you've come into this job to make sure that you play your part in making sure that patients get the best healthcare. Again, I have no difficulty with that. But I put a parliamentary question in to look at what are the wait times, outpatient wait times across all specialties over 5 years, to get a sense of where the pressure points are in the hospital in Waterford, and then to see, are we putting the solutions in place to reduce the wait times? And in fact, where all the pressure points are, the wait times have gone up. So examples, dermatology, almost 5,000 patients waiting to see a consultant, 1,576 up to 2 years, from 1 to 2 years, and 665 from 2 to 3 years. Orthopaedics, which has been a problem for a long number of years, 1,267 between 1 and 2 years, 959 between 2 and 3 years. And ENT, which is a major problem, 2,805 between 1 and 2 years, and 1,500 between 2 and 3 years. Urology is a problem, dermatology is a problem, and they've been consistently a problem for the last 5-6 years. So I meet with, as one of my functions as an Oireachtas member, with local Oireachtas members, we meet on a regular basis with the hospital group, hospital managers, and we have a good relationship with them. But they point out to us, here's the pressure points. And unless their budgets are increased, or unless their capacity is increased, whatever about budgets, unless the capacity is increased in these areas, the wait times are not going to go down. And my concern is, and my question is, given that you have wrote to all hospital managers to say, make sure you come in on budget essentially, is there flexibility within that if there is extra funding needed in any of these areas to reduce wait times where there is obvious pressures, where if people are waiting 2 to 3 years or 3 to 4 years in big numbers? Is there flexibility on your behalf then and others to say, well, actually, yeah, that's fair enough, and we can't commit the extra resources?
Deputy, just to touch briefly on a couple of comments that you just made and specifically answer your question. I know you mentioned there has been extra budget for the past 5 or 6 years, and the situation hasn't got much better in terms of waiting times. I mean, that's factually, and I don't disagree with you. So the waiting times issues are a real issue for me. It's a real issue for me in terms of priority, working with the system. So, but putting extra funds and money at it hasn't actually addressed it. So I think that's a challenge for all of us, and you've been involved in Sláintecare, I know, the whole Oireachtas, but that's a challenge for us all of us now to look at. If it's putting extra money in and it hasn't worked for the past 5 or 6 years, we have to do something differently. And I'm committed to that. I want us to look at the health system and where we fund it and how we address the service needs of the people we're serving in a much better and different way. And Sláintecare does set a roadmap for that. But we have to start utilising our budgets in a different way.
Mr. Reid, where the money goes. So I would always look at things very logically, and when you look at the wait times for Waterford, and you look at every hospital is different because they have different needs, it's different geography, there's different capacity, and the hospitals have their centres of excellence, or their level of expertise is in different specialties. So they all have their unique characteristics. But one thing you can logically do is look at where the pressure points are over the course of a number of years and say, well, here's the problem, and then there has to be a solution. And there is in some of these cases, which brings me to the capital plan, and I think you had discussions on that earlier as well with Dr. O'Brien. There is a number of business cases to solve some of the problems here that have been made by the hospital group that goes to the hospital management. And what I'm trying to explore here is how all of that works from conception to completion when a business case is made, because Mr. Breslin and I would have had some discussion, and your predecessor in the past, in relation to a second cath lab, for example, in Waterford, a new mortuary. The mortuary, I think, was in the capital schedule for almost since 2013. Only this year was it freed up and the money was made available. So sometimes the hospitals do their job, the groups do their job, they identify the business cases, they go up to the HSE, and then we have to wait for years. And in the meantime, the wait times go up. So I talked about ophthalmology. There is a business case for a new eye clinic in Waterford. I talked about orthopaedics. There's a business case for a new centre of excellence for orthopaedics, which will involve, I think, moving some of the services from Kilcreen and Kilkenny into Waterford. There's a business case, and Dr. O'Brien talked about cancer care earlier. I think in 6 of the 8 hospitals, there's robotic technologies that can be more precise in terms of surgeries and cut wait times and deliver better outcomes. Waterford isn't one of them. It's a cancer centre. It doesn't have the robotic technology. The consultants have looked first. They've developed business cases. So my question is, how does that work? And that's the frustrating part for us. That's where we come under pressure as public representatives, where business cases are developed, there's a need there, and it goes through a really long, complicated process, sometimes taking years, in the case of the mortuary, before it's actually delivered. So can you talk me through, from conception to delivery, how that works in capital funding?
Thanks, Deputy. I did want to come back to the question you did pose last time. I didn't. Apologies. You asked me the question just around, is there a mandate for managers and hospital groups and clinicians, etc., in terms of if they see a need to spend extra funds for particular demands to go ahead and do it? Obviously the answer is no, just in terms of we work on the budget. But I think the monthly process that we're putting in place, where we're working very closely with all of the hospital managers, groups, etc., and community, that we will be able to predict where we have extra demands, where we may be able to find some capacity. And I think that's good practice, that we may be able to reallocate some funds for particular items. And I think that will be, it'll be welcomed when we're talking closely. The second issue which you just spoke around, the pressure points in the system and where people have some good ideas. And I've been in Waterford, University Hospital, I've been in Galway, I've been in Mullingar, I've been in a lot of them, Kilkenny. And I have seen some really good ideas and some good innovation at a local level. There's some very good innovation, and indeed in Beaumont. Some very good innovation around emergency departments. Some very good innovation between interactions between the acutes and the community organisation. Some very good innovation and engagement between GPs and emergency departments. So there's actually a really lot of good local initiatives that are going. So for me, it's not really about waiting for a big bang initiative from Sláintecare. We need to do these bottom-up initiatives and support them. That's happening. So I just want to say to your point.
Specifically, and I accept that, but specifically my question was around capital projects and the perception that they can take a lifetime from conception to delivery, almost like turning a big tanker around before people see that there's actually delivery. And we put down parliamentary questions and it's in queue, there's a business case or it's at this stage or whatever stage, and people get very frustrated because they are the ideas you've just spoken about. And I know it's all in based, obviously it's dependent on funding as well. But what I'm trying to understand is what is the process? Why does it take so long at times for it to get from an idea to actually being delivered? So is the first step a business case, and then if you don't have the time to set it out here, maybe a note to this committee on what the stages are in terms of the capital applications, we better understand it. There's a business case developed obviously by hospital management in conjunction with the group. That goes up, I would imagine, to HSE. There's all the other layers. HSE estates have their role to play as well, obviously. So that can be a frustrating process when there's a good idea. So maybe if you could give us a note on what that process is, and is it an area that you've looked at to shorten that process and to make it more efficient so that these, as you acknowledge, good ideas can be delivered quicker?
We'll have to give and obviously break it down by scale, under $1 million or under 500,000. I'm sure there's smaller ones that can proceed quickly. So give us the scales of what's in the different stages. Okay, next speaker is Deputy Kelly. People will have a second opportunity. Deputy Kelly, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I have 7 questions, so we'll try and get through. Quick fire round. Want to thank the witnesses for coming in. I want to wish Mr. Reid the very best. A very good appointment, in my opinion, and somebody I believe who hopefully will give and be in the position enough time to actually make significant changes. Because it's like trying to turn a ship around in a harbour, a big ship, and hopefully you'll be able to do it. And also welcome Mr. Breslin, who I've always found to be pretty direct and, in fairness, a straight enough talker, and all the other witnesses. So, some of my main questions will be around capital, but I have some other questions as well. Just quick fire. What are the total costs to date of the Scally inquiry?
Of his own work?
The total cost to the taxpayer?
Of the payments for the report?
Total cost to the taxpayer of everything?
Of cervical check or
No, no, just the inquiry.
So I'll come back to you.
Okay.
We'll have that figure yet.
Deputy Connolly asked in relation to the total amount paid to the women in relation to the fund that was put forward. You don't have those figures in front of you either? You know, the fund that was put forward to help the women who were affected?
Support payments?
Yes.
I don't. Would anyone?
You might supply us with.
You might have them now by after the break.
I can tell you.
Okay.
So in terms of up to May the 11th, the total payments for people who were being supported by the HSE was just under $1 million, so 966,000.
Okay, thank you. You might send that to us and break it down by CHO.
Sure, yeah, I have that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. The previous acting DG, before the Scally inquiry, made a commitment that the HSE would review the, I suppose, performance or what happened in relation to the cervical checking issue once the Scally inquiry had been completed, which is now completed. Basically, from an organisational point of view, to review how it happened, why it happened, who did what, etc. Will that be honoured?
Yes, I've asked for status on that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Mr. Breslin, on the 13th of February inside the Health Committee, to me, you answered a question saying that Dr. Scally's inquiry would be, his second phase would be completed imminently, which obviously meant not 4 months. Absolutely. It meant within a week. Dr. Scally actually turned up in Ireland the following day, so obviously he was probably on a flight when I asked that question. I expected his report the following day. Why didn't that happen?
So in the preceding couple of
4 months passed.
Yeah, in the preceding couple of weeks, the liaison with Dr. Scally was that he was on track and he was going to deliver it in the kind of timetable that I expected that day.
Because I believe what you said in the committee was very honest and very true.
That was my full expectation.
I couldn't agree more.
Within a day or two, I was briefed that actually he's now said it's going to take him longer. He wrote 2 days later and he set out...
15th, I know.
The 15th. The complexity of the issues and the legal issues arising meant it was going to take him longer.
I think the inquiry took longer because of the question I asked you in that committee.
Which was?
Which was about the whole issue in relation to quality assurance.
I haven't asked Dr. Scally the detail.
Will you ask?
Well, I'm told he's going to be in the Health Committee.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to ask him.
I'm happy to ask him that, but he is independent, so I wouldn't... If he said to me it's become more complex and there are legal issues, I wouldn't drill into him. Well, now you tell me exactly where you are in the process and why there are legal issues.
I respect that.
But I'm happy to ask him at this point.
But was there an expectation in the department that the report would be delivered in February?
Yes. Yes.
And that week?
And in fact, the expectation on the part of Dr. Scally, certainly as of a week or two previously, so towards the end of January, was you'll have it in February.
So what happened?
Something happened.
What was it?
I'm happy to ask him. He's written to us saying where he was at, but something happened, and whether
but surely, sorry for interrupting you, but surely as the taxpayers and us as an Oireachtas, I know he's independent. I totally respect that.
Yeah.
I'm very much behind Dr. Scally's initial report, but surely as taxpayers, we're entitled to ask that question, and I'm very surprised that you or Minister Harris haven't asked him that question yet.
Well, I have an explanation, which is what he wrote to the Minister on the 15th. What happened, and when it happened, it may well have happened just before I said what I said, because I was using my up-to-date information. He may well have, in the preceding days, have identified something. I'm happy to ask him. I'm happy for him to answer in the committee on that. But I certainly wouldn't say to him, you're in a situation now independently, you've identified an issue that's going to take more time. I don't agree with you.
I'm not asking you to. I just want to know what happened.
Well,
I want you to ask him what happened.
It's easier for me to do it now after he's finished his report than it might have been then, so I'm very happy to do
No, I respect that. You might also ask him, did he inform anyone else that he would be given the report in February? And please ask him what changed on the 12th, 13th, 14th of February.
Yep. Because
he obviously had flights booked. He obviously was coming over to do something. First question. Second question surrounds the capital plan. And I want to thank Ms. Anne O'Connor in front of me. I want to thank her for the letter she sent to the department from the HSE. It's a very revealing letter, and I think it's very welcome. I want to compliment her for it. Would she send to the committee all other correspondence she had internally with the HSE, internally in the HSE, in relation to putting that letter together, please? That's a request. You might send it directly to the committee so that we can share it all around. Thank you. I'd like Ms O'Connor to send all other correspondence internally in the HSE that she had with all her fellow colleagues and or the department regarding putting that letter together as regards the cost overruns, because it's an incredible letter, and I compliment her for it. And she's saying what we all know. We all know that the real word that's not being used here is called profiling. The reason that Mr. Breslin has said that there will be a 3-year plan put together, or maybe it was Mr. Reid, to be fair, is because politically this needs to be profiled. Now, both of you have a chance here. to be straight up with the public. One chance, one opportunity. You cannot have an overspend on the Children's Hospital and it not have dramatic impacts on capital planning. It's impossible. We're all educated here, we all can do maths. So you have one opportunity, and this is it. No matter how much you've prepared for this committee, collectively, the HSE and the department, you have one opportunity, and this is it, to say, and I'm asking you on behalf of the public, on behalf of the people of Ireland, as an elected representative, to say the impact this will have on capital projects across the country. And do not tell me that this discussion hasn't happened, and do not tell me that this analysis has not been done, because there are many very competent people in the HSE. In fact, I think there are very competent people in the HSE who know exactly how this is impacting. So please tell us how this is going to impact on capital projects over the coming years. And don't hide behind budgetary process and deeper, etc. I can give you examples. We all can give examples across all our areas in relation to projects we expect to come forward in the coming years that I know now are being pushed out. So please, one opportunity to tell us exactly how this is going to impact on capital planning. I'll give you some examples. So we have a national maternity strategy written across government, published by the previous government, well, made by the previous government, published by this government, something I'm 100% behind. One of the best strategies I've seen in relation to any section in healthcare. They need 5 million just to go for planning and design of a new maternity hospital in Limerick. My children were born in the current hospital. I was born in the current hospital. My brother was born in the current hospital. It is not fit for purposes. But 3 years after the plan has been published, that 5 million is still being profiled. 5 million is not available. So this is your opportunity. Please tell us how it is, and do not please give the answers you gave before, because I don't accept them. This is your one opportunity, and trust me, we will come back to whatever you say here. So this is your one opportunity to be open and honest with the public. Thank you.
So we can only give you the information that we have on the day you asked the question. And when you asked the question the last time, we had the information that in 2019, 75 million of the 100 million excess cost on the Children's Hospital was going to be borne by the Exchequer and 25 million by Health Capital. That didn't have a negative effect on the timing of projects, but the question that was in our minds at that stage was, what is the split going to be for 2020? And as of last Tuesday, the government has put aside a reserve of 200 million. That would indicate that there is going to be sufficient Exchequer money to meet the additional costs of the Children's Hospital without impact on other projects. That's immediately available to be misinterpreted that we have so much capital that everything can all go in one go. I've been round long enough that all capital projects take their place in a queue. There's an overall constraint. There's a 45% increase in capital in health this year, so we have a growing budget. But we are always going to have more projects than we're going to have money. But if you're asking me about the Children's Hospital, to date there has not been an impact on the timing of what we can do. And the provision on Tuesday, I think, allows us to manage forward without that impact.
Mr. Reid.
Just State Deputy, I will always be only open and honest with the public.
I accept that.
In everything I do.
Look, you'll never hear anything but
I've
certainly
worked in the past, and I've no interest in being anything else but open and honest with the public.
I agree.
And that's everything I've said here today has been that. Just to restate if you look at our capital plan, about 640 million or so, 75% of it is contractually committed. So it is very constrained in terms of flexibility, even beyond that. So there's always a challenge in terms of the multiple priorities that come in. Specifically related to your question on the National Children's Hospital and the implication, my colleague Ms O'Connor quite rightly set out the concerns in April, the early May, in terms of the capacity or the implication. If there is to be €100 million...
Can I just stop you there, sorry, because we're limited time. The additional impact now on the National Children's Hospital over the years 2020, 21, 22 has made what was a very difficult situation almost impossible. And I compliment her for writing that.
Yeah.
She's telling the truth.
And since then, of course she's telling the truth, Deputy.
It's absolutely impossible.
And since then, just to share with you, because that concern is right and expressed well then, we have been working with the Department over the last few weeks, and indeed with TPER. I know you don't hear me saying that, but that's the process, to make sure that the implications for the HSE capital budget aren't to the extent that they were looking like in early May. And that's what I'm working day and evening with my colleagues in health.
To bring it down to a minutiae, we're 3.5 years into the National Maternity Strategy. The 5 million should have been committed last year or the year before. Why isn't the 5 million for the hospital in Limerick, the new maternity hospital in Limerick, being committed? A small amount of money in the quantum of what we're talking about. What's happening here is there's profiling. Okay, no projects are being dropped or anything like that. What's happening is everything is being pushed out. Anybody worth their salt, everyone can see this. This is just an example. I could give you another 10 examples. This is just an example. If the HSE, through the department, can't find 5 million for this, which is absolutely necessary. It's the only hospital in the National Maternity Strategy identified, obviously, outside of Dublin, that needs to be completely rebuilt and put on the site of UHL.
Deputy, just before Deputy Connolly, I'm going to take a break. The voting time we've verified is now at 1:47.
Okay.
Certainly can't go from when we started at 1:47.
I'll be finished by then.
3 or 4. So I'm proposing to take a break now in about 5 minutes.
Okay, fine.
And we will come back for an hour. Yeah.
If I could suggest here that perhaps the first round finished before we took a break. There's only two, myself and Deputy Burke.
Okay, that will
And
take
I
us
won't list out.
Okay. We'll try, depending on time. But
I just think in fairness,
I don't
we'd
want
be
to
sitting
extend. Don't want to be accused of having people in rooms unnecessarily long. We'll try that.
Bottom line is,
We'll try that.
it doesn't stand up to scrutiny if you can't find the 5 million for the maternity hospital in Limerick.
And I think it might clarify when we send a note across in terms of the capital planning and approval process. The demands on the capital plan are very significant.
But this is a national strategy signed off by government. Take this in the spirit in which it's meant. You have to live within what is policy. This is behind schedule. It's years behind schedule. So if all of this is fine and if this extra money has been found, and etc., etc., why is St. Conlon's home in Nina, where I represent, being pushed back? And why have you never found, or I hear it's being pushed back, maybe it's not, hopefully, but why is the 5 million, which in the quantum is small, not being able to be, why can't you find that in this algorithm?
I'm happy, Deputy, to come back to you specifically related to that project, but I will say the demands that are on the capital project, when you look at 75% of it contractually committed, you are dealing with a much smaller pot.
The bottom line here is, in my opinion, is that this is having a dramatic impact on all capital planning. Everything is being profiled. The reason I asked you the question very directly at the beginning wasn't to try and catch anyone out. It's because this will all become public anyway. We all know this will become public. The question is, from a political point of view, when will it become public? FOI and parliamentary questions and everything else will reveal all of this. This all has to be done by the HSE and the department. They're good at their job in this. They actually have to discuss these things. This will all become public. We're now speaking on this date at this time. And we can't get an answer in relation to something that's a national strategy.
The nature of the health estate is such at this stage, like we're only going to move the Central Mental Hospital to a new modern building in Portrane next year. We have 200-year-old buildings all over the health estate. The nature of it, regardless of the Children's Hospital, is that you're always picking and choosing. You're always trying to prioritise.
But Jim, with all due respect, this is a national strategy endorsed by the government, which the Minister speaks about a lot. I 100% support as an opposition spokesperson. And the fact you can't find 5 million in relation to this, it just exemplifies. I'm only using it as an example. It exemplifies the fact that there's profiling going on. I think I've proven my point.
It's time for the first round now, because
I think others now got a little bit more, but anyway, I'll run
I'll
through.
give you the time if you want to have.
I'll run.
Because we want to get the others in.
I'll run through.
You get a second chance, no problem.
I'll run through the other questions. Section 39s, they were in here in, they were in the Health Committee. I'm on both, so I mixed them up, but they were in the Health Committee recently. Why do the HSE have a practice of making Section 39s? I'll run these questions off and you can answer them all in one go to be quicker, right? Why do you have a practice of actually giving them their funds, making them sign to agreements which they, are in deficits, and then giving them loans for the rest of the year? And is there a danger of some of those organisations trading recklessly because of the situation the HSE is putting them in, which is very vulnerable because of the fact of where they work or what the work that they do? Home health hours. Let me just ask you to do one thing. This isn't even a question. Make it demand-led for one simple reason. It'll actually save you a lot of money because it'll keep people out of acute care, which are multiples of what home health does. That's my one request here. And I think majority of people in politics would believe in that. Are there any intentions of realigning the groups in the HSE? So the acute and non-acute. I believe it should happen. When will the recruitment embargo end? It was meant to end this month. I'm here now, it's September. I think it is actually causing issues now which will be felt long term because of the fact that it's in place. And finally, and I have been quick, finally, Sláinte Care. Who's in place? How much costs have been put forward? And as a department, there's an obligation on the department, Mr. President, in relation to Sláinte Care as regards keeping up to date with what was decided by the Oireachtas. Where are we as regards status? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no supplementary because Deputy Burke is next and Deputy Connolly. Give your answers, and anything you just answer you can take up in your next round.
I have to answer the question.
No, he's to answer them, but there's not a discussion on the answer. If you follow through, if you follow through in relation to answers, you'll get it in your next chance, right?
This man didn't get that treatment.
On the basis to do it, which is to give a statutory entitlement.
He got 19 minutes and you're well beyond it.
I'll answer them quickly. You might get them. On the home care, the basis to do what you're asking is to put a statutory entitlement in place, similar to the nursing home subvention scheme, and there is a lot of work underway to do that. That's an absolute priority, and it's set out in Sláinte Care. It will happen. In relation to the hospital group realignment, again, Sláinte Care says line up the hospital groups with the community services, and the Minister has proposals to do that, which he hopes to bring to government before the recess, and they are very much in line with Sláinte Care. It will mean change for some hospital groups, but for others they're already aligned, so it won't mean much change for those. And then Sláinte Care, who's in place? We have a Sláinte Care Programme Office which is working in the department. It's led by Laura McGahey. It's published its Q1 report and it's about to publish its Q2 report. It hit all of the Q1s. Don't know if we'll get every one of the Q2 milestones hit, but we'll get very close, and that's publicly available.
Okay, 2 questions left for Section 39s and the recruitment embargo.
Sorry, just on the recruitment embargo, Deputy, there isn't one. In fact, our numbers that you'll see recruited this year will demonstrate we're way ahead of plan, about 1,000 headcount overall ahead. There are some that's allowed in the National Service Plan in terms of development posts.
There are some areas that have a ban on recruitment because of their profiling.
Well, just for the record, anywhere who has a budget for recruitment and an approved post, they are being recruited right now as we speak.
But there are areas that don't have approval.
There are areas that don't have approval and don't have a budget. They don't have capacity to recruit. So
when will that change?
But that was our policy from the start of the year in terms of setting out where we see the recruitment coming. We have to put a control on that because, as I mentioned, we're 1,030 over this year already in terms of where we thought we would be. So there isn't a recruitment bargain. I don't intend there are. I think what you will see from the breakout of that figure, I'm happy to provide it, most of them are frontline facing. And we're going through them in detail every month ourselves and with the hospital group. So there isn't one in place at the minute, and our recruitment levels will tell you that there isn't one. Every month for the first 4 months, certainly January through to April, there was almost 400 people on average per month recruited. So significant recruitment going on.
Section 39s?
I might just ask my colleague to just comment.
Typically, Deputy, I think you're talking about Section 38.
Sorry.
The larger
That's my
hospitals.
mistake, I apologise.
There are a number of them that are under financial pressure and have had deficits. That is a matter for the boards, and the question of trading recklessly is something we would encourage the boards absolutely to take seriously. So, like everybody else, they have to live within their funding available. We work with them. It's a partnership arrangement that we have with them, and we expect them.
You might just provide, just to say fine, you might just provide the committee with a note on that, and also will you provide a detail for the last 4 or 5 years of all loans, breakdown of all loans given to all organisations, Section 38?
Just for the record, Deputy, we don't give loans.
Are the advances?
We may end up giving them some of their cash entitlement for the following year.
Well, give us a breakdown of that.
But then we take it back to the start of the following year.
Okay, but give us a breakdown of that for the last 4 years.
Okay, loans or cash advance, however you would describe it.
Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Burke.
Sorry, Chair, one indulgence. You asked about Dr. Scally. Dr. Scally, his team, including the international experts, to date the payments are €816,075 ex-VAT, or €1,003,772 including VAT.
Thank you, Caherlock, and I welcome all the witnesses and just wish Mr. Reid the very best in his appointment. And I genuinely think you have a huge task ahead of you, but I know you have the ability and the work ethic from your previous post to see it through. So I genuinely wish you the very best. Just in terms of one or two small questions, in terms of reconfiguring hospital groups at the moment, where is the department and the HSE at with that?
That was the point I just made. So we've done the analysis, we've looked at the populations, we've looked at how you would get from the current hospital groups and CHOs, some of which aren't aligned, and we have a proposal which we're consulting with other departments, HSE is involved. Minister would hope to go before the summer break.
Make a decision before the summer break?
So what we would announce at that point is, here are the geographies, and the current hospital groups and CHOs should now work together around those geographies. It will take legislation over a couple of years before we build them into completely statutory bodies, but that's very much in line with the milestones set out in the Sláinte Care implementation strategy.
And in terms of, I'm sure the department are very cognizant in terms of some of the hospitals have significant clinical links built up with teaching hospitals based on the current groups, and a huge amount of energy and work has underwent to make the services what they are in some of those hospitals. Yeah. And there is a fear in some that they may be aligned to different groups, irrespective of the CHO area, but in terms of the links they have established, strong clinical links whereby if a patient is admitted in my own constituency to Mullingar Midland Regional Hospital, that they can go and send digital scans off to consultants in Dublin, look at them, make decisions based on that.
So the intention is not to interfere with individual clinical pathways, nor indeed to training relationships with universities. That's not what this is about at all. We will always have referrals between one hospital group and another, and that currently works. So we're not going to try and over-engineer this, but we are going to try and make a manager who's working in a hospital have a counterpart who's working in a community that's managing the same geographic area. But that doesn't interfere with patients needing to move outside of those hospitals.
Thank you. Just one or two other brief things. Just in terms of the CNAG report in the control of private patient activity in acute public hospitals, and I note in terms of consultants and their contract, where it states they're approximately a variation between 0 and 30% in terms of their maximum workload in the private sector. Could you just expand why that variation is there, or how it comes about that one consultant contract may have 0 and the other potentially 30, or how is that derived?
Yeah, there's a whole, and it's historic, there's a whole series of contracts. So if you go back, for example, a 1997 contract, you could have variations on that where somebody wasn't entitled to any private practice, so that their private practice would be 0, or somebody who was entitled to do private practice in the public hospital. For the 1997 contract, that was based on the percentage of beds designated privately in that hospital, and that differed in different hospitals. So you could have a hospital where that's 15%, you could have a hospital where that's 25%. Then roll forward into the 2008 contract, Lots of people moved from the 97 contract into 2008, but at the moment there's still about 300 people who are working off the old 1997 contract. And in the 2008 contract, there's 3 or perhaps 4 different variations on it. There's again a contract which is public only. You're not entitled to get private income. There's a contract which is you can do private practice but only in the hospital. And then there's one which allows you to do private practice off-site. So all of those will affect the actual monitoring of the activity of those. In the 2008 contract, it's generally, if you're allowed to do private practice in a public hospital, it's at 20% of your total activity. So for every 4, you can do 1 private, and that's monitored. But when somebody's been assessed as a consultant to see are they in breach or not, you have to look at their contract and look through that to see, well, what is the permitted amount.
And if you have someone, a consultant, who is seeing outpatients in a public hospital,
yes,
whereby they don't require a bed, be it a consultant offering maternity services to a lady who is in has private health insurance and they come in for their appointment in a public hospital. In terms of those structures, how is that monitored? How do the HSE adjudicate the level of time and the patient number and compare it to the public patients to ensure that the threshold isn't breached?
Yeah, the Controller and Auditor General has flagged in the chapter that outpatients is an area which isn't well counted, and I agree with that. It's a harder.
And is it counted at all?
Well, it's harder to get a handle on it because you have a waiting area and people are coming through it. Some people are in for 10 minutes, some people are in for 2 minutes.
But even numbers-wise? Obviously, it's not rocket science to know the numbers and the average fee pertaining to those numbers that a consultant will be charging for those services.
So in their normal outpatients, it's all public patients, but there are also consultants who have a contractual facility to see private patients within the public hospital on an outpatient
Which is
basis.
Significant.
That's significant. And then there's a third group, which is a bigger group and much harder.
If you focus on the previous group, for example,
yeah,
how do you monitor that as part of, how does the HSE monitor it? How do they know the level of activity that it's running at?
So there would be, in terms of the hospital's administrative systems, there would be some data, but it doesn't have the reliability or the accuracy of the hospital inpatient inquiry. And I'm being frank with you about that.
So it's not really working at all?
It would be down for hospital managers to see what it is they can ascertain.
I think that's a very significant issue, and it's not acceptable that's not being managed properly.
Sorry, the third one, which is also very significant, is if somebody is seeing their outpatients, their private outpatients off-site, so in a private clinic, then you don't have access to that information at all. What you then have to do is ensure that their work plan, which says when they will be in the public hospital dealing with public hospital activity, the hours that they'll be working there, and outside of that, then they're entitled to be off-site. So now you have to monitor their working arrangements.
Yeah, but it's even more criminal in one way when they're actually seeing the patient in the public hospital and utilising that space, and the HSE can't get a handle on it.
I wouldn't say they can't get a handle on it, but it's more difficult, and I think that's recognised.
But why is it difficult, though? This is because I don't understand.
Because what we have in the hospital, for all its faults, what we have in the hospital inpatient inquiry is a coding by individual patient at the level of both disease and procedure that allows us to determine the relative weight of that patient relative to
But let's say, go back to a more simple thing. Let's say it's someone going for maternity services. Forget about disease and seriousness of case. Let's say you have people going in. It's routine examinations. Some are private, some are public. I would have thought that would be very straightforward to distinguish any control system worth its salt to be able to differentiate between that.
And so, in that situation, there may well be a facility to do it in a better and
may well be.
Yeah, but so I don't want to say.
But there isn't.
I don't want to say to you that the best means of doing it is how it operates right across the board. I want to acknowledge what the chapter says, which is to get a valid workload measure for outpatients is not there. We have it for inpatients, but not for outpatients.
If someone was to look at the tax return of an average consultant, and they were basing their mind on the 0 to 30% rule in terms of private practice, and you're looking at the scheduled employment income that they would have from the HSE, and you're also looking at their private income that was on that tax return. And we've heard from the Revenue Commissioners and other bodies in both the Finance Committee and in our own committee here in terms of how expenses for various different measures were clamped down on through operations devised by the Revenue, through practices consultants were putting in place. Would it surprise you that income, the private income, would be massively in excess of their scheduled employment income from the HSE?
It depended on the specialty, it wouldn't.
But in general?
It wouldn't surprise me. In particular specialties, it could be a multiple. So obstetrics, for example, could be a multiple.
So in other words, the point I'm trying to make, that does, I know there can be reasons for things, but that does tell you something isn't right in the system in terms of when it is exceptionally off. And in cases when you're talking about, fee income for private patients coming into a public hospital using public facilities, and that the state have no handle on that, or the HSE have no handle on that, that is where I think it's a totally unacceptable situation.
So there's what we have now, and I talked earlier about how that needs to be monitored. But in some ways you're asking me to justify the status quo, and I don't believe I should justify the status quo.
Because you think it's unacceptable?
When I travel to other jurisdictions, they look at the mixing of public and private within our system as an incredibly difficult and complicated thing to manage. So I have some sympathy for the HSE as it tries to monitor this, albeit I'm insistent that they do so. The Sláinte Care report...
Yeah, I can see some areas are complex, but it's the simple ones that don't seem to be managed.
Let me just answer the question simply. The Sláinte Care report says we need to get away from this and we need to move to public-only activity. And the Minister has commissioned the Donald de Butler report to show us how we would do that over a 10-year period. Ultimately, you could try and control and regulate this to the nth degree, and you probably would never get it right unless you get the incentives changed within the system. And I think there is a piece of policy development to be done around that, subject to government decision.
But it also has to be monitored adequately, and there has to be controls designed to ensure that it is monitored
and I'm
accurately.
Absolutely in agreement with you on that. I'm just saying that when I talk to managers in other hospital systems that don't have the mixing of public and private, they wonder how the hell would you ever monitor it in Ireland if that's the way you have it organised. It seems really complicated to them, and they are right, I think.
Mr. Reid, yeah?
Just briefly, Deputy, I share your concerns and I accept the weaknesses highlighted in CNAG's report on this one. It is, in terms of no control, there is a monthly, I was just touching on it earlier on, the monthly process, particularly where the chief clinicians and hospital managers having that discussion with consultants. What's their committed hours and work plans, etc. And that's kind of a local monitoring. Weaknesses in the system, I fully accept. It is one that, just to say, I mean, having spoke to clinicians in all the hospitals I've been in the past 5 weeks, there's no doubt vast majority of their commitment to the public system is very strong, hugely strong, in fact working well and above and beyond contractual commitments in public service. So I just want to put that on the record. I've seen them and I know the pressures and commitments to do so. I want to acknowledge that, but at the same time fully accept the weaknesses in terms of control on this. It is something I have a discussion with everywhere I go, and we will be aiming to strengthen.
And that's not something I dispute in terms of consultants in general and their commitment to their role, but I do think we do need safeguards for the public, and we need safeguards for the HSE and the department to ensure that items like this cannot grow to excess. And there would be evidence, and when you look at some of the reports from the Revenue Commissioners, I would be concerned looking from the outside what is generating some of this. And just the other point here, just in terms of the procurement process that the HSE mentioned, that I think it was €2.2 billion that is spent in 2018 in a sample that he did, and 30% of the sample was found to lack competitive tendering.
Just for your benefit, you might have been. The CNAG correct, just to make a
correction in relation to that percentage, and just to get the record straight again, it's 23%.
23%.
Yeah.
Which still would be a significant sum in that. Is there any? Because when we hear about some projects and some capital projects, not major capital projects. Now I'm talking about an MRI scanner in Mullingar where the public would have bought and purchased the scanner or generated the cash for it, and alterations being made, and the HSE saying, oh, we have to go out to tender for these alterations, not massive amount of money, and then you see, this jumping out off the page that there's a huge expenditure within the envelope of the HSE that still hasn't gone through competitive tendering. There's a frustration there when you see that.
Deputy, just a couple of things. I think, first of all, I fully accept that, and any percentage above compliance is a problem for us. The nature and the reach of the HSE spend in terms of local and regional is quite significant, so the plans that have been put in place has brought the compliance levels hugely strongly up. As a public servant who made the recommendations to the Minister to establish the Office of Government Procurement, I'm absolutely committed to public procurement processes, and I know the savings that have been made from the state on it. So there is a bit about the spend at a lower level in regions and how we get them into contractual commitments. It was a very big challenge, to say, in my previous role in local government as well, just in terms of getting the reach and compliance levels, but we are focused on it. I fully accept any percentages. The plan that we are setting out, we aren't at the 80% level that we had set out to be, and that's certainly going to take us more time on it, but I fully accept the issue. But it's quite a big spend and scale, 2.2 billion, and to put the complete wrap around all of that is the challenge we're facing into.
And I'd just be grateful to find you just in terms of when you see a project like in Mullingar whereby the public have raised money to purchase a piece of equipment that's so vital for the area, that the HSE seem to be delaying on delivering the conditions to house that project. So I'd be grateful if you could follow up that for me, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy. And Deputy Connolly.
Thank you very much. Just following up from that, Deputy Burke's line of questioning, in terms of the example of the maternity, my understanding is if you're attending a obstetrician in a public hospital and you're mid-examination and there's a crisis in a theatre, he runs out the door. So I imagine it is very, very difficult to quantify. So I've been in that situation myself a number of times, to quantify while they're running out the door and getting up to the theatre to save somebody's life, whose time is it on? So I suppose I do agree with you that it's very, very difficult to separate the two when you're depending on the professional to come to your rescue in the public system. That said, I do think it is of concern to this committee that it would be left to people's own honesty, I suppose, to follow up on breaches of the contracts, whatever mix of a contract people have. One thing struck me from the notes today is the cost of claims to the state. So they've gone up over the last few years. So this is the clinical indemnity scheme I'm referencing. 61 million in 2016, 88 million 17, 8. Am I right? No, sorry, much more. So sorry now. So it was 2 clinical indemnity schemes, 2.8 billion, up 17% on the previous year. Is that correct?
But that's the estimate of the future liabilities under the scheme. It's a projection forward. Yeah. But it is correct.
But
yes.
It's give or take, you're hidden around that. So in terms of measures, and as you all know, I sit on the Health Committee as well, in terms of open disclosure and mediation and the different practices I've heard mooted that are going to bring down the costs, why aren't they having an effect on the figures, or is it, or you just haven't done anything yet, or what's the reason?
So there's probably a couple of bits. One is the maturity of the scheme. So as the scheme took over from, there were previously insurance arrangements in place. As it takes over from those insurance arrangements in insurance, and particularly in clinical indemnity insurance, there's a long tail to lots of the claims, so they could take 5-10 years to work their way through the system. So we are now building up towards a plateau of the State Claims Agency having the likely number of claims, a full book of claims at this stage. So we have been going through that period. The other thing that has been happening is the awards have been changing and in many cases have been increasing, and particularly the interest rate. There was a change in the interest rate for lifetime awards, which had a big effect. The last question then, the last bit, which is where you
have legal fees gone up at the same trajectory as well?
The State Claims Agency has done a lot to try and cap and manage those. We'd have to ask them in particular how that has moved.
Well, it's about 50-50 by the looks of it. Half the money is legals. I read, just looking at it, there was 4.8, but you don't know if it's going up the same.
No, because
rate.
Again, the State Claims Agency manages these rather than the HSE, so they take care of both their own legal costs and the costs of the other legal teams, and then charge it back to the HSE. Maybe
Deputy, for your benefit, next week's meeting is the State Claims Agency specifically.
Oh,
and a major item of next week's agenda is medical negligence.
Oh, brilliant. Great.
Next
Great, thank you. The cost of cervical check, the place annually since it started, do we have a figure for that? So I'm talking about the entity that is cervical check from the time it was born to last year. How much was the annual spend for that? And I'm talking about if you don't have them at hand, but in terms of staffing costs, the running of the building, but also the contract costs to the different labs. So I don't need to know exactly for each lab, but if there was a figure for the bill for the work, because I do have concerns, having sat through over a year of this now, that there was no quality assurance by the looks of things. There was no governance by the looks of things. Everyone was moving around different jobs and we can't find out who was where and when. So other than sending out a reminder letter, I'm finding it really, really hard to know what people were doing in cervical check for the last 10 years. And I'd just like to know how much it was costing, to allow them to do whatever they were doing down there. Because although we have Scally and I'm very supportive of it, Scally doesn't answer everything in terms of, I think all it really does is lay out to us some of the questions we've had for the last year in black and white, but it doesn't fix any of the historic issues. And while I'm very happy to draw a line in the sand and move on to HPV and eradicating cervical cancer and associated cancers, that really, we have a job on this committee to look back at what was going on for 10 years so it never happens again either here or anywhere.
We can definitely pull out that information, and we also have invested this year in strengthening, in line with Dr. Scally's report, in strengthening some roles within cervical check.
I know that. I'm very much aware of that, but
we can give you the this year estimated costs as well. Yeah,
but in particular what I'm looking at is what sort of salaries were being paid to people for quality assurance, and so to the total cost of cervical, separate to it, the contract cost, the check is your right to pay the bills to the people doing the stuff. And if you just simple, not too complex, just and from the start to now, and if we could have it so that we can track, was there an increase over time as well?
The HSE will do that, sure.
Thank you very much. When would we have that? Would it be long?
Within the next week to 10 days, I'd say we can manage that.
Primary care centres. Some primary care centres are owned by the HSE, but they've been operated, I believe, by private operators. Is that the case, or how does that work? There's one in Smithfield, the rapid, the urgent care. Is that being operated by a private company, or is that a service level agreement, or? It's a service level agreement.
It's a private company. It's a company providing a contract to the member hospital.
So in terms of so when did all this start? I wasn't aware of this. That this
particular
was going
service deputies 3-4 years there.
No, but in terms of, I mean, when we hear such and such many primary care centres open, I think there's an understanding, or maybe it's just myself, there's an understanding, the public, that if the HSE is opening a new primary care centre, that it's their primary care centre. So of the primary care centres that we have in Ireland, how many are being operated under a service level agreement by a private company?
Just to clarify, so the centre in Smithfield is an urgent care centre.
It's not
a primary care centre, so there's no GPs working out of it.
So we say that's been operated. So primary care centres, do we have any of them being operated under a service level agreement with private companies? Is there any other primary care?
Typically, we can provide the detail, but as I understand it, there's 3 types. Typically, there's standard funded through capital, where we simply take state capital funding and we build the building and we run it. There are 14 or will be 14 that have been done through a public-private partnership, which is design, build, not quite operate, but certainly maintain. And then there are a large number where we are leasing the premises from a consortium or a group, and we're effectively a tenant.
So one type you're running the whole show.
We're the owner.
Another time it's a PPP to build, but you're actually, and they're not doing the hoovering and the cleaning, but you're actually, your staff are in there working, is that right?
We will own the property.
You own the property.
At the end, and the second, and the PPP, we will own the property at the end of the 25-year period, and it has to be put back into the same condition as it was at the start. So standard build, PPP,
and the
then there's
PPP
rent.
one, who runs that?
The PPP it's being maintained, as I understand it, by.
Maintained means run, does it?
No, we're
fixed.
providing the services.
Yes, okay, so it's your staff meeting the patient.
They're providing facilities management,
yeah, grand,
put it. And
then the leasing. How many are being leased from private consortium?
we'll have to give you the specific detail as to which.
But is it like 5 or is it 50?
It's more than that. As I understand, there's well over 100 primary care centres. So
and so when you're given those figures, could you let me know of the 100 what the company is, or what the range of private companies are? So if we could have the names of the companies that are
yes.
And when this practice started, perhaps it's going on forever and I was unaware of it, but I just have spoken to a few people and there's an understanding. So if we could have them, when it's specifically the leasing ones, and when those arrangements were made and what the contract arrangements are. Is it a 25-year thing? Is it a 10-year thing? And so we could have detail on that, because I think it's of huge interest to the public.
Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, when you look at a building, you see HSE over the door as either a client or as a taxpayer, you just assume that that's where the money is going. So if we could have that quantified, I think it would be very useful for the committee. And also just with the state claims, probably for next week as well, like the hospital consultants have made, I suppose, much commentary lately on pay restoration, and we've had a lot of consultants, as you know, leave the system, and it's been a huge challenge, and with the brain drain and that with the recession. But in terms of, I'm just quite concerned with the increase in state claims and then the increase in locum use. Is there any data to suggest that, you know, that there's a correlation between the increase in litigation when you've a more fluid workforce rather than your standard? Have you any data to show basically it's dangerous not to have, or more dangerous, not to have regular staff that are working all the time in a particular hospital? Have you done any work on that? So the outcomes for patients, essentially.
So there is a claims database which the State Claims Agency manages and which is available to the HSE and the department, and that will be looked at for those type of trends. I can't say that in that that has been identified, but let's stand back from it and say, what do we understand good quality healthcare to be? It's generally based on multidisciplinary teams that develop up a relationship over time and perform in a way where they know what the skills within the team are. So undoubtedly, if you're saying what is the preference, it is to have permanent staff working in a continuous relationship with their colleagues. So that's in, if you like, the literature more than in the data. But I think that's a fair conclusion to draw.
Yeah, because it seems like we're back to somebody's point about the saving home help has on acute services. I mean, if the system that has been created by whoever we want to blame today for it, it has led to, I suppose, staff not being to the ideal, perhaps they might have the ideal qualifications and tick the boxes in terms of employment, but in terms of just, you know, being on the ground, keeping an eye on things, if that's having a negative impact in terms of outcomes for patients and also state claims, which we'll deal with next week, I mean, it's a ridiculous equation. I just can't see why we wouldn't be trying to address that in terms of if the solution is permanent consultant staff that are happy to be paid. It just seems like an obvious thing to me to do. Finally, orphan drugs, and I think it was yourself, Mr. Reid, mentioned the cost of the PCRS and all of that. In terms of drugs that have been approved, or can be, and Spinraza and some of the more expensive drugs, in terms of a re-evaluating point, I know Spinraza has literally only been approved, but is there any scope to the future, especially drugs that didn't, they're just the two examples off the top of my head, but drugs that didn't necessarily meet the criteria for the pharmacoeconomics people, whatever they're called, NCPPE, is it? Is there any point where we're going to reevaluate the value of providing these drugs? So in terms of the patient cohorts, have we a 5 years or 5-10 year review process built in to see, are we getting value for money? Or when something's approved, is it just approved forever? That's really my question. If new data came out.
Just briefly, Deputy, medicines approved this year, just to give you a scale of it, 25 new medicines and 5 new uses of existing medicines have been approved in 2019 already. That's an additional cost of 202 million over the next 5 years.
202 every year or over?
Over the course of the 5 years, and we can give you examples of them. Yeah. So we're continuously approving budgets, and the criteria that you just set out, the drugs process and the team who are involved, you just mentioned, provide a great service for us in terms of evaluation. But obviously in the case of some other drugs, and you mentioned Spinraza, was one we made a decision based on the benefits in that kind of case and how we would do it, and we've made that decision. So it is a very significant cost one. The assessment of them over time, because as you know well, new drugs come on board, and so it's an ongoing assessment of the total spend that we're making through the PCRS and what other drugs are coming on stream that might help us mitigate some of those costs. So we've very good data from the PCRS team, just in terms of drugs and the usage of them, and the distribution of them as well. So there's good data, and it is an ongoing process.
Great data for PCRS, but in terms of, I mean, if you give somebody something, you can't, it's very difficult to take it off them. My question is, if new data emerges that shows that the efficacy is sub what it was at the start, is there any process to pull back on a drug that may have been approved for whatever other reasons we have approved drugs? No. Once the horse is out,
if there's a safety issue, there obviously is.
Oh, well, obviously.
Yeah. If another drug overtakes it, then we have an ability to influence prescribing. But
I get that. I get that.
Yeah, but I'm not aware of. You made a case, an economic evidence case. You got through the gate. You're now on the market. 2 years later, we find out actually there's not as good economic evidence. You're now off the market.
Yeah.
We don't have that facility, is my understanding.
So if decisions are made in knee-jerk situations are based with small amounts of trial information, and then significant trial data comes out to show that maybe all's not what it appeared to be day one, there's nothing we can do about it. The check is written.
What you then try and do is influence prescribing, make sure prescribers know that the evidence is a lot weaker than what it looked like previously.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
At this stage, I'm proposing everybody has had the first opportunity to go. So I just ask the members in terms of, we're going to adjourn for a period. Voting is in half an hour or so, or 40 minutes. Should we take a break now and come back after the conclusion of the voting? Because if we, I think we'll take a break. Voting is a quarter to, so it'll be 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah, so we're going to suspend until 2:30, or depending on the vote, we might have to be an extra few minutes, but 2:30 or as near as we can. And I'll ask the Secretariat to send a text to the members of the committee to know we're back at 2:30. Okay, thank you. So we're suspended until 2:30. Session. And apologies for the long delay, but voting in the Dáil chamber, it's outside our control. We have to be there. So we're going to resume our consideration of the appropriation accounts 2017, the Department of Health, the HSE financial statement 2018, and the CNAG report on the accounts of public services, Chapter 16, in relation to the control of private patient activity in acute hospitals. So next speaker who is indicated is Deputy Catherine Murphy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to ask some questions in relation to the internal control, and particularly the the contract management support units and that whole initiative, that whole area. I mean, we very often rely on, say, people coming to us and telling us of their experiences, and you're almost seeing it from the perspective of people don't come to you if they're satisfied with the service. They'll come to you when there's a failure of the service, and in terms of how they're managed, essentially. Are there service level agreements, for example? Is that something that the contract management support unit is going to deal with, or is it going to deal with something at a higher level than that? Maybe just give us an outline to begin with.
Joe, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll take that, Deputy. The CMSUs are intended, we're in the process of trying to get those established. They're intended to assist local management and the service providers to meet all of the obligations that they have under the service agreements and the grant agreements. There's a governance framework there, and they're there really to assist with that process, and also to help us to get a greater and a more expeditious level of completion around those agreements.
So typically, is it around an individual that has been, that say there's a service level around somebody where, for example, if they are going to be their care is going to be taken. Section 38 is going to take responsibility for. Is it around the individual and a service level agreement around the individual, or is it around the people who are being contracted in to do work for the HSE?
The service agreements are between ourselves and either the Section 38 or Section 39
right, okay.
providers themselves.
Okay, and what kind of timetable are we looking at, for this work to be complete?
For the CMSUs to be in place? We would certainly have the pilot sites, of which there'll be 4 this year.
And how do you select those?
Well, you have to really go where you have the greatest need. Is where we're going. There would be CHOs that have a larger number of organisations associated with them, or would have larger associations that would have, say, a national reach, but are contracted centrally within that CHO. So we're trying to get, work with as many of those as we can in the first instance. So
you're not mixing it around, are you? You're going with there's the greatest number.
It's the greatest need, and right. we'll roll out. We don't see this as being protracted. We would see this between this year and next year. We would have those established.
Okay, and is there further resource implications? And has that been kind of factored in, or is it likely to be more efficient in how funding is used?
Well, currently there are 11 whole-time equivalents involved in the whole area of compliance. The CMSUs will increase that because it's putting teams in at local levels in each of the 9 CHOs. So there would be an increased level of resource, but that has been provided for between finance and the community services. We've actually made provision for that in all of our budgets heretofore.
Okay, and you say it's 4. You're going to start off with a number.
Yes.
Will you go through all of the organisations in time, and what would be kind of the estimated time from, to actually have this entire piece of work complete, if that's the case?
Well, I think the CMSUs are there to provide an ongoing service, as we see it. It's not that they're going to go and work through a whole process of auditing through every single organisation. That'll be part of the work they would do, but it is really there as a support. It's kind of in the title. It's a support unit to help local managers ensure that they're meeting all of the governance framework requirements, as well as the organisations themselves. The reviews, the external reviews, is something entirely separate. But again, the recommendations from those reviews still have to be implemented in a number of areas, and the CMSUs are intended to assist with that work.
And who's doing the external reviews?
Well, there's a composite report was in the papers that were sent in. That was Deloitte did that particular group.
So will that vary? Will it be just one organisation? Would that be just that's the one piece of work?
Well, it's the first phase of reviewing the Section 38s.
Yeah.
So we identified 29 Section 38s in that particular phase of review. There are 24 of those audits complete. 22 were included in the documentation you received. There are 24 audits complete. We will complete all of those 29 by September of this year.
By September, okay.
Yeah.
Just on a separate topic, I mean, we've been through. Anytime you go looking for, up to now anyway, you look for maybe data for the whole country. You know, it's not always possible to provide it, and there was a deficit in relation to IT systems, and there was some funding. Made available to address that. Where are we in relation to that? Because if you can't see what's or you can't, we were told it was 7 different ledgers, or several, if I remember correctly, and it's very easy to see how difficult it is to have a control or an oversight of something if you haven't got a system that is, say, one system, or a system that really can kind of drill down and get information out easily. Where are you on that?
We refer to that as IFMS, the Single National Financial and Procurement System. So we're, by Q4 this year, we will have signed a contract for an external third-party support firm to help us implement, and our aim is by Q1 2024 to have 80% of the entire public health system covered. That's all of the statutory system and the larger voluntaries, which means all of the 38s and the larger Section 39s.
2024 is like half a lifetime away.
So we have made improvements along the way.
Yeah.
So it takes a long time to go take a project as big as this through public procurement. But in the meantime, what we've done is we have upgraded our own HSE, called a corporate reporting system. So that assists us in taking data from all the different voluntaries that give us data and our own legacy systems. So that was done in the last 6 to 9 months. We've also, on the Western Seaboard, we have put SAP into both the Midwestern and the Northwestern Health Board and into Crumlin. Now, we just refer to that as stabilisation, but that's a 300 to 400 million entity, a 700 to 800 million entity, and 140 million entity. So they're big enough implementations. So those 3 have been done. So we have more and more of the HSE on a single system, and we've improved the system that's kind of drawing the data, but it's still not what we need, which is a single.
Within your budget,
one moment, there's some phone buzzing in the system and it's interfering with the recordings. Can you just check if you're on silent, or you have to be back on airplane mode now, because we're picking up a little buzz in the system.
So,
okay.
When you say 2024 and you're saying first quarter, what is being spent in each of those years to get you to 2024? Has that been all committed, the funding that's required to get you to 2024? And do you have any kind of data on, or that you could give us a note on what the plan of action is?
We certainly can, Deputy. There's a whole series of milestones. So if you think about it, after we appoint the external third party by the end of this year, we've about 12 to 15 months of national design, build and test. So we have to build a single national system and test it, and then we deploy it. So by I think it's the end of 2022, but I'll check. The aim is that we'll have deployed into the first 40% by value of the health system. So we will do the entire East, and then we'll move out from there. But certainly we can set you out, there is a very detailed end-to-end plan, and we can set you out a kind of a summary of the milestones along the way. There is an 82 million capital ICT commitment to this programme, and I don't at this point have any concerns about the funding capacity to deliver the programme.
Right, okay. And when you're when you're actually, say you build a program, you test it, you put information into it, is the information currently been generated in a form that can be easily integrated into what is into some of the aspects that have not developed yet?
So if you understand the question, Deputy, we're relying currently on a large number of legacy systems, some our own systems and some systems in the separate legal entities that are the voluntaries. And by the time we're finished, we should have about 50 of the voluntaries, the larger voluntaries, on a single healthcare system. So at the moment, there are, there isn't a single set of standard processes, and therefore the data that comes from those processes, as much as we will try to clean it and spend a lot of time, probably too much time, trying to make sure the data is as accurate as possible, we don't have sufficient capacity to get to good quality and sometimes insight into the data and use our accountants' time in trying to assist with decision support. So we spend a disproportionate amount of our time gathering together the data, trying to clean it up and make it as comparable as possible, but it is coming from disparate systems. So what we need is single standard processes, operated in a standard way, expanding our own shared services, and that should give us much better quality data which we can turn into good quality financial reports to assist with decision making.
Will that assist with, for example, procurement?
Absolutely.
So there should be some savings on foot of the investment that's made as well in relation to because you have a bigger capacity and you can see what is required.
Our aim is to be able to get to what we would call very good quality input reporting, so that we can see on the non-pay side at a kind of a material code at a fairly low level exactly what is the spend across the health system. That will make planning procurement much more straightforward. It will also make it more visible and easier to see what is the level of non-compliance, albeit our plan would be to be far more compliant by the time we get to roll that out in any event.
Just on the last topic, the National Children's Hospital and the ongoing work that's underway. I'm very concerned with some things that are being brought to my own attention by people who are actually working on the site, and the level of site management, or the type of site management, and waste on the site. Could you tell me anything about what oversight there is to make sure that and who's doing that oversight? You might just remind us on that, because I'm really quite concerned about what I'm hearing. Really wasteful practices and things being done and being dug up and redone again, which suggests to me very poor site management. It may well be only on part of the site, but certainly hearing that. And I think there's an issue there in relation to subcontractors as well. And I think it'll be important to hear from subcontractors. Is there a mechanism to do that if there's issues of concern that need to be brought to your attention?
So the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board is contracted for the project, and they have a team in place. There are also part of the design team are monitoring it, an employer's representative, that everything has to go through from the main contractor. So there certainly is monitoring and surveillance on it. But if there are issues, I would encourage people to contact the Development Board, and they most obviously should be already identified by the Development Board through their presence on the site. But if people have a concern as a taxpayer or as a public person, wondering why is that doesn't look like that's the right way to do it, to contact the Development Board and put the query to them as to whether they're aware of this issue and what they're doing about it. I would encourage that. If there are deputies, I'm very happy to pass information on too.
But if there are people on site and it's been, is it like a clerk of works, kind of, just to simplify it, kind of arrangement? Are they on site with that kind of arrangement, that they should be seeing this themselves?
Very much so, and on foot of the mobilisation for this phase of the project, that the resources on site on the purchaser side were increased substantially. So to make sure that as the works get underway, there were enough people monitoring on a daily basis, like full-time on the site, not that they're visiting the site, absolutely full-time on the site, that things would come to their attention and that they would address them speedily. And that's important because although a large amount of risk is transferred to the contractor, there's always a tendency for a contractor to lodge a claim. And so a proactive approach that sees an issue and addresses it with the contractor before it reaches that point is much more preferable than leaving things and hoping that they're not going to arise in the future. I'm very happy to take any particular information and pass it on, and I'll be certainly raising it with the Development Board in terms of what you're saying, that they be fully satisfied that they have enough procedure in place to identify issues, and also a procedure if there are people who have an interest in it and want to raise issues with them, that they're able to do that.
Yeah, sometimes people are actually afraid to raise issues because they may well feel that it would work to their disadvantage. It can't be that kind of a culture, and they have to be assured that it's not going to be that kind of a culture if they come forward, because people won't come forward if they feel they may well not get any more work on the site or whatever it is. But and there can be goodwill there that you ruin by not having that kind of culture. So it's really important that that's the case.
Totally agree with you, absolutely. And I think that should be the culture, not just in the Development Board, but on the part of the contractor, that if somebody can suggest something that could be improved upon, that would be part of a collective effort to bring this project to conclusion on time and on budget. I absolutely agree with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we're moving on to the second round of speakers, and the Deputy O'Brien or Deputy MacSharry want to come in next. Deputy MacSharry.
Yeah, if it's okay. Thanks very much. A few bits on Section 38. And again, if this was substantially covered while I was not present, the Chairman might tell me, because I don't want to go over ground that's been covered. The majority of Section 38 agencies were non-compliant or not fully compliant with public procurement. What are we doing about that?
The review would have identified that, in fact, almost all of the Section 38s reviewed would have not been compliant, and the framework that we have in place now, where they do a return each year with their compliance statements, requires them to requires the boards of these organisations to review their procurement practices and make a declaration in that regard. It is quite a binary test. In other words, you're either compliant or you're not compliant. There's no such thing as being substantially compliant, which means that the numbers in terms of compliance are quite low. However, what I would say is that in monitoring the compliance from the point at which we did the review, there is significant improvements gone in terms of, one, the board's own awareness of public procurement rules and understanding of what the obligations are in terms of spending public money, and two, the control systems that they're putting in place. In terms of what the HSE is doing about it, our own National Procurement Service, HBS Procurement Service, are engaging with all of the Section 38s affected, and are running seminars and training sessions with them in terms of bringing their staff up to speed around procurement. We've also made available to them the PAS, which is the procurement system, which shows all of the contracts that are in place for both ourselves and the Office of Government Procurement around the kind of goods and services that they would procure. So while the numbers look quite startling and most would be non-compliant, we believe they're on a journey towards being compliant. Indicative of some of that would be, and this might sound a little bit perverse, but the number of organisations that have declared themselves compliant since the review has gone down. Okay, so they're saying we're non-compliant. That's simply because they have a heightened awareness of what it means to be compliant or not. Okay, so we think that's a journey towards that actually improving over time, and as we establish the CMSUs, that will assist them in that regard.
I love the language. It sounds like addiction recovery. We're on a journey. Anyway, we'll watch the space. How many, just Section 38 for people watching, I suppose, that's basically a privately owned independent operator that is contracted by the HSE to carry out services. Is that, in terms of layman's terms?
No, Section 38 would have been typically known to be a voluntary organisation.
Sorry, voluntary, right. Okay, so NGO. So voluntary organisation, and you contract them to do a particular job and you pay them to do that job and you assess their performance on that, then, is it?
Yes, and it can range from running a very large hospital to
right. So just give two examples. Name a hospital.
So St Vincent's.
So St Vincent's, right? Okay, and there's rehab, for example.
National Rehab Hospital,
okay.
or Piedmont would be another.
Yeah. Okay. So then the procurement that the CNAG refers to in terms of 2.2 billion. Based on the sample, that's different altogether, isn't it? Than
that's the HSE.
Yeah, so that's the HSE non-compliance. All right. And that was a sample which kind of suggests that we probably or possibly aren't getting value for money on 600 million worth of, if the sample is correct.
No.
If the sample is indicative, is that not what it says?
Well, it's not compliant with the guidelines. There isn't a definitive conclusion as to whether it's value for money or not.
Okay, all right.
What you would expect is a competitive process should give you the best value.
Is there any analysis on it? I mean, I know that sometimes something is needed immediately. It's not possible to tender, perhaps, and whatever. But is there any analysis done of the companies where procurement isn't being met, or there isn't proper tendering processes, or whatever? Of conflicts of interest. Has there any analysis been done of, say, any of these operators that are doing work, or service providers, or wholesalers, or whatever it is that might have, for example, HSE employee may have ownership of, or shares in, or be an honorary executive director of, or those kinds of things?
Sorry, Deputy, just to put the report in context, it looked at a whole range of areas in terms of Section 38s in the right reports. It looked at it from procurement, governance, related companies, terms of people on the board. So there's a whole range of issues across all the Section 38s, individual reports, and then a composite report done. And that demonstrated a whole range of areas where there's compliance, non-compliance with what would be good practice.
Right.
Following that, they have all had come back through our teams to just set out their action plan against each of those.
No, I get that. That's the general issue. But just in terms of the conflict of interest or the potential for conflict of interest, I appreciate there's no evidence. But I suppose what I'm more interested in, do we look for that? Do we seek that? Is there a mechanism?
The HSEs, statutory procurement, or the grants?
Well, statutory in this instance, because that's what I had moved on to. The CNAG's kind of role as opposed to the Section 38. Yeah.
So in terms of the statutory procurement, I have no evidence of any issues around that.
No, I appreciate there'd be no,
just to say,
might be no evidence, but is there a mechanism that we search?
Internal audit.
So it's a function purely of internal audit?
Internal audit would be one process where we look through not just procurement, but a range of issues.
And CNAG, does your own role focus in any way on that, on the sample, to say who owns the company, who are the directors?
Yeah, no, we wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, see, I'm not saying any of this is happening, but obviously if there was a contract for 244,000 for contract cleaning, which I think is the Department of Health, just as an example, and I own the company and I'm also a level 7 in the HSE or something, I mean, that'd be a conflict, wouldn't it?
Potentially, Deputy. The more we get to compliance and procurement, the procurement process itself has, as part of it, it will bring out elements of whether we have such conflicts. It won't bring out all elements. So I have no current information that tells me that there's an issue, but you can never say never.
No, I know we can never say never, but I suppose if it's a journey that we're on down at Section 38, I mean, the journey that the HSE too seem to be on in terms of righting the wrong, I think needs to have a mechanism to ensure that while it could be a service or product or whatever it is being provided at the best possible value for money and everything kosher and everything that, except it's not procurement. And if there was a internal ownership or whatever, that leaves a grubby complexion. And I think that as part of the journey we're on, we need to come up with a mechanism to say, people need to declare that, or that needs to be known, so that it's above reproach.
Absolutely, Deputy. And totally aside from public procurement, our internal policies would require that. The key issue that the individual wouldn't be part of any decision making around the company. It's quite possible an employer our size that we will have staff who have relatives in various
And
different
I'm
suppliers.
not, look, I'm not talking about relatives. The country's too small. Everybody has a first
Yeah.
cousin working somewhere. But what I'm
Immediate
talking about
family, I
is
understand
if, you know, they mightn't have direct responsibility, but they might have worked alongside the person who does have direct responsibility for 30 years in the health service, and, you know, there's no procurement process being followed. So therefore, look, you do that. You're a good company. And so I just think, I know you're not able to answer the question. I know there's no evidence to suggest it. But I think as part of the journey we're on, there's going to need to be a mechanism whereby, you know, that sort of thing wouldn't be allowed, or that if in circumstances where they were the only provider or something like that, that it certainly would have to be declared so that people could be happy that they're above reproach and that value for money is being got.
Agreed, Deputy, but what I'm trying to say is we do have policies around that. We do have procedures around that. For example, the Ethic in Public Office procedures.
The only thing I'd say about
if I
that
could finish,
is...
Deputy, requires all our grade 8s and above to sign an annual statement to declare whether they do or don't have conflicts of interest.
Yeah, I said level 7, funnily enough. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a level 8. And I just think if we take that approach, you know, Drew Harris was in another committee last night. It's a bit like him saying, you know, we have all of the laws there. There's no need for a police force. Obviously, in practice, that doesn't work. So I think we need something a little bit more robust than, well, you know, that's the policy, therefore nobody is breaking it. I'm just suggesting that as part of what is a difficult journey with such a large organisation, and it's coming up all the time, that might be embraced. I have to get a little bit local for a second, because it was something that came up locally and just highlighted something that could be potentially worrying, which is a section. Is there a section 38 called Inspire Wellbeing? Or the section 39. Sorry, section 39. Yeah. Yeah. No, just anecdotally, it was to do with a particular constituent, in fact, who was moved from the residential setting to community setting, and they had particular needs. They had to be moved to a different part of the country, and they're housed in a location the family aren't happy with, and we're toing and froing with the HSE to get that solved. Right. And I did have a query in and got a nice response back from the General Manager of Disability Services in the relevant area, because just anecdotally it had been suggested to me that this one client was being held in Mulroy Park, Carrigart, County Donegal, and that there were a single person, and this was subject to a court case lately in trying to have the person repatriated to the county that they originally come from to be near family and so on. But it was suggested to me that the rent being paid for this property, this one property in Carrigart, County Donegal, was 600,000 per annum. And I made the person repeat it about 50 times to me because, you know, as a former auctioneer, 600,000 per annum, this kind of Mesian Plaza, as opposed to, you know, Carrigart, County Donegal. So now the response that came back said, please be advised the HSE does not rent the property as referenced by you. And then it goes on to say that they have sourced Inspire Wellbeing. So I suppose what I'd like to know is this a section 39 that we're resourcing to the extent that they can afford to pay rents of 600,000 per year to look after one person? Or is this information false?
I don't know, Deputy. Look, I can confirm that we are, what we did in 2018, we did fund an organisation called Inspire Wellbeing. Yeah. If you wanted to share the detail that you have with us, unless my colleagues have any more information.
Well, the General Manager in Disability Service CH1, and I don't want to mention any names or anything like that, I do have the permission of the relevant people who I haven't identified, but should they be identifiable, I'm covered. So maybe you could check with that. It's the Disabilities General Manager, CH1, and I specifically asked about this. Fine, it was anecdotal. I mean, how could it possibly be true that we would be associated with anything that was paying 600,000 a year, albeit for maybe a specialist property or whatever it is, but it'd just be nowhere near that level.
I could tell you fairly certainly, Deputy, that we wouldn't be paying a rent for a property for a single client that costs 600,000.
Yeah, I suppose what it concerned me is
building, or whether that's the entire fee for looking after a client and some other things. That's a different discussion.
I agree. So, and that's why I don't want to be sensationalist, but I just felt that the response I got was just a little bit silent, in the sense that we're not renting the property. You know, we engage X company to look after this person, And if the specific needs demand such high amounts of money, then so be it. But it had been delivered to me that there was kind of an obscene rent that had to be paid for this property, and that maybe through the Section 39 organisation, the taxpayer are funding that. In which case, if we are, we've got to be crazy, because on a 10-year lease, that's $6 million, and I'm sure we could build 10 facilities that we don't.
It is on the screen from the accounts that Inspire Wellbeing, and if I can read sideways, is getting 545,000.
They're getting much?
545 is the line I think it relates to.
Is this in how much? 545?
In 2018, they got 545,000 in total from
in total, right? Okay.
So Section 39s can have multiple funders. We can just be a part funder.
Yeah.
And they can have charitable status as well.
Yes. No, I'm sure they do, and I'm sure they're above reproach, the company. I'm not just saying it is, and maybe I've been given false information, but it's just that I wanted to get some clarifications. Anyway, it wouldn't have arisen back that far. This would be a more recent. I think this happened in kind of 2018, maybe even earlier 2019. So I'll give you a copy of the response from your colleague, and maybe you could go back to me with a more detailed note, because it would be a worry if. I have one other question. Again, it's a bit local, and it's about infrastructure and so on. As you would be aware, in terms of the care of severe to profound intellectual disability in the northwest area, the Daughters of Wisdom built Craig House in 1965 and carried out a tremendous service over the years. And in more recent years, then, that evolved into the HSE providing the service, and they agreed to lease that property, I think, until 2020. It's for sale now on the open market. For what, again, my view would be a very modest guide price, not that it won't go much higher than that, perhaps, when the open market dictates. But again, from local knowledge and having been an auctioneer and a valuer, for the HSE to replicate what's on that site, I'd say we'd be in the 25 to 50 million department. And I would just ask, and I don't expect you to declare an interest to all the other competitors who may perhaps be interested in buying this property, but I would just ask that from a common sense perspective, that the HSE nationally, would examine, future needs. While I know we're desegregating the residential settings to the community setting, my experience, again, through constituencies, that, one size doesn't fit all. Some people still do need the kind of campus setting and so on. And I just would hate the HSE and the state to lose the opportunity to buy something that, if they were seeking to provide it, would cost infinitely more. And I'm not expecting you to put anything on the record today, but I'd ask maybe in private at another time that you might come back and just give an indication one way or another to me.
It's a beautiful part of the world.
Well, no, but you see,
it's a beautiful site and a beautiful part of the world.
Frankly, what will, if it's not bought, say, by a Section 39 or a charity or yourselves or a service provider, you can chalk it down. It'll be housing developers that will want to capitalise on the Ross's Point view and whatever, But look, my interest is in the care of the people and this piece of infrastructure that, while maybe not perfect and maybe needs work, at the guide price, plus whatever adjustments you might want to make to bring it up to new standards or whatever, would be nothing compared to if you were to go out to a greenfield site and say, look, let's build a facility. So just to ask you to take that on board, and thanks very much, and the best of luck, particularly Mr. Reid again, and look forward to seeing you again. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy. And Deputy Aylward.
Yes, I'm sorry. I much appreciate it. Sorry being late, and I'm probably going to repeat some of the things. Or said,
pull you up if it's...
Yeah, if it's all right. I had to go away other business in the chamber, so that's why I had to leave. But I will be here anyway. And I'm not going to repeat what I said, but I was just wondering about the overrun, as I know it was discussed this morning. I know you answered questions on it. This 54 million that's been in the papers yesterday, overrun up to date, which is 6 months in. And what you envisage will happen before the end of the year? Are we going to have another 64 million of an overrun for the second half of the year, which would come to 120 million? We know what happened in last year and the year before, where there was supplementary budgets had to be brought in during the year to keep the show on the road, if you want to call it that. And I just want to ask that first. Again, I know it's repeating, but I want to know, are the services going to be affected? we know about primary care services and care for the elderly, etc., etc. They're going to be affected by this overrun. And when is the HSE going to get us shown in order and get the monies that are allocated and live within it and still provide the services?
Thank you, Deputy. The report that we just published was for Q1, which is an 82 million overrun with further charges taken in, just over 100 million for the first quarter. What I just set out was our approach to looking towards the rest of the year, and our commitment is that we were aiming to deliver the service plan and all the commitments in the service plan, and to deliver within our budget that's allocated. Obviously, after the first quarter, that's under pressure in terms of what the outturn might be.
Can I ask why is it under pressure? Where is the wastage, or where is the overrun? Where is the actual pressure coming from that you have to get this 64 million of an overrun?
Yeah, well, it was a lot more than 64 million last year, and 640, put another zero on it as well. But just in terms of where the pressure has been in the first quarter, the breakdown of that is a combination between the acute hospitals, which have had significant pressures on them. Certainly their service pressures are up in last year, and indeed our community pressures, significant demands on for more home support packages and to be able to step down from the community. But to come back to your specific question, for the rest of the year, which we just outlined this morning, we are setting out for all the senior budget holders, managers in the acute hospitals and managers in the community organisation, a month-by-month profile for them for the rest of the year that would aim to bring them in on target. Now, we'll be looking at that as we go through each month now for the rest of the year. But that's a process that we're involved on, saying that we can't sustain the level of overrun that happened last year. I agree with you. This year, this quarter, or certainly the first 4 months or so versus last year, it is better, but it's still an overrun and something we can't sustain for the rest of the year.
Can you give a guarantee here today then that from here on to the end of December that the budget is going to come in with it, and that we won't be at all bringing in a supplementary budget to keep the show, and as I said, the show on the road and keep the services there without adversely affecting the services that are needed?
I would really love to give you a guarantee. What I can give you is a commitment that that's the focus we've been putting on, particularly over the last few weeks. And there was a challenge back earlier on about continuing to meet the services demands and the pressures that's on us. But our commitment is deliver the service plan that's committed, both for our acutes and communities, and live within the budget that we have for us. That's why we're looking ahead month by month, to have actual spend limits by each hospital manager, by each hospital group and by each community organisation. That's the process we have in place. If there are certain service demands or pressures that are above and beyond that, for example, on current home care packages, we have demands well above and beyond even the extra budget that we got from last year, but we are holding to our budget and holding to our commitment that there will be 18 million hours committed, 17.9 million hours committed to over 53,000 people for home care packages, and to aim to live within that budget. Now, there are another 6,500 people currently looking for either enhanced home care packages, extra hours, or new home care packages, but we're aiming to hold it within the budget that we have. So it is meeting those difficult service pressures.
And we say the health department is one of the most expensive, so we say, along with social welfare in the country, and compared to other OPEC countries, I think our spend per person is way up there. But are we getting the value for money? I mean, I'm hitting the HSE here now. Are we getting value for money for the amount of money that's been invested? And every year it's increasing by a million, whatever it is, a couple of million every year. It's going from 15.5 up to 16, 16.5. And yet we don't seem to be getting any better improvement in services. We still seem to have the waiting list. We're still seeing, imagine when you're 3.5 billion extra, and it's just passed every year, and that will help to relieve the pressure, not add to it every year. And more money being spent, but less progress and less value for money.
I understand your challenge on this one, Deputy, and exactly there. We've had continuous extra allocations of budget, and we're still under the service pressures that we have been for a number of years. So the key issue is you stand back from that. If we're to keep putting more money into the existing way we're doing the services, I think we'll keep getting the same answer.
That's the real answer.
So,
it's the same, more money, but the same level of
Sure.
why? And where is the wastage? Why is that happening? That, imagine you get money, you should get value for it, and better value for it, and shorten the list, the waiting list, etc. And we don't seem to be getting there. The more money put into it, the less of service, or the same, at least the same level of service are getting rather than an improvement.
Sure, yeah.
So there must be a reason for that.
I think the challenge is to get a better interaction and working processes between our acute hospitals and our community organisations, because currently we have a very stretched acute hospitals and emergency departments and waiting lists, and equally have a stretch on our community side. So the Salonga care process and the strategy and vision set out is to have a much more integrated care, so you're reducing the pressure on the acute side and increasing the capacity on the community side. So one of the challenges which I've set out with the team is to hold our budget for this year, aim to use better funds that we have more wisely, look at any activities or services that we're doing that are not adding value to the front line, stop them, and make sure the money is going into the front line where we need it. But separately then work with our departments and our colleagues in the department and government and saying, look, there is a requirement for an investment, and Salonga Care sets it out, but in a new way, in a very different way of delivering services.
And can I ask you how are you going to marry that then? We're all, Kilkenny, wherever we come from, every hospital in this country is short of personnel, either whether it's nursing or professional personnel, doctors, etc. How are we going to manage that when we're trying to recruit more and they're all going to cost more money? Doctors, GPs in general around the country are getting scarcer. We're trying to attract them back. There's going to be parishes around this country. Already it's happening, I think, like a Mayo, where they now supply the doctors to one, which we normally had as one per parish, or maybe 2 or 3, or at least in a grouping in primary care kind of situations. How are we going to pay all these extra staff if and still live within the budget? How do you marry those two together?
Very difficult. The fact is, for the first quarter, we've recruited over 1,100 people. We were running at about 400, just short of 400 per month for the first 3 months alone. So there's a lot of recruitment going on in the organisation.
Can I ask then, if you had your full contingent of personnel, we say, which you probably never have, but what kind of money extra would cost? Has that been worked out, or is that known how much money to cost? If we say every hospital is crying out for nurses in particular and professional people, what kind of costs would be on it if you could get them?
Well, I think the Salonga Care did some work in terms of bed capacity and what's needed over the next 10 years, etc., providing we do a number of things, and that determines numbers of people. But through the economic difficulties and downturn, there certainly was no room for recruitment. So we are playing a bit of catch-up, particularly in some hospitals and some community organisations, and that's required. But we can't keep recruiting at the level we're at. The budget that we have this year allows for certain recruitment of staff. We haven't put in place an embargo. What we've said is people and areas will continuously recruit once they have the budget for it and once it's an approved position within our service plan. So we now need to focus purely on those positions and make sure that we're not recruiting in other areas that don't have budget.
Okay, and what the old Chestnut did, the Children's Hospital, overcost, overrun, and the effect it had, and I can name out here, I have it brought down me here from Kilkenny areas alone, the St. Columbus Hospital is a project that's supposed to come on stream in 2021, primary care centre in Thomastown, these are only all local ones. I could name out 5, 6, and 10 of them from Kilkenny alone. What way would it be affected? Like, no one seems to be able to tell us. The minister couldn't tell us today on the on the floor what's going to be affected and what's not going to be affected, and the health plan going forward. And something has to suffer. Something has to be drawn out. If there's going to be an overrun of funding of $500,000 as we're talking about, $500 million as we're talking about, something has to be taken out of the plans that are projected to 2040. So how are we going to who decides what plans are being taken out and who's going to suffer because of the overrun of the Children's Hospital?
Yeah, thanks, Deputy. The capital plan for the HSE is quite significant, so it's about 640 million broadly. A large proportion of that's committed and contractually committed, about 75% of it. So you are dealing with a very reduced flexibility after that. The second challenge for ourselves is the issue you just mentioned on the National Children's Hospital and how that impact it's having on overall national capital budget and what implication that has for us in HSE. And the discussion that we've been having between HSE and the department has been what level of funding would be required from the HSE to support the extra investment needed in the Children's Hospital, and what implications would that have on the HSE capital budget.
And will we know? Will that information be made?
That's a process we were just going through that is right now ongoing. We've earlier this week, and we certainly see hope in terms of the government economic statement, because it does set out a reserve for both the National Broadband Plan and the National Children's Hospital. So that would give us a better way of reducing the impact on the HSE's budget, and that's a process we're engaged with the department on at the minute, and we expect an outcome from that.
And will we know before the summer break up? That's only a couple of weeks away.
Certainly, as our intention as officials is to get it to that point. Obviously, it's a decision for government.
Couldn't make being from the southeast again. I just want to ask you about the 24/7 cardiac service in Waterford University Hospital, and I also want to mention the morgue down there. All the highlights about the morgue and the publicity it got. What is the present situation both? That's just being local now. I'm sorry, but when I have you here in front of you, I have to ask these questions.
It's okay.
So on the 24/7 cardiology, there's a national review of cardiac services underway, and that will look at our current map of services and see what a sustainable map for that is going forward. We won't make any decisions in advance of that on changing current service provision, but parallel to that, the second cath lab in Waterford has been approved for and is already underway.
Will it be commissioned? Is already commissioned? No?
It's underway. An approval is issued on it. So that would do scheduled care.
So what's the timescale for that?
I can get you an update on that. Colleagues may have it, but 18 months.
18 months time. Okay. And what about the morgue? I just want to ask a question. I know there's progress made down there since all the publicity and the bad publicity, I must say. And some politicians accept us as so bad, but we all knew it was bad. And what's the process there?
Mortuary deputy, I accept the issue there. I did go down there on my second day in the HSE and met some of the one of the pathologists and certainly some of the staff.
Who weren't believed in the beginning when they made their complaints?
Certainly, when I've met them, I think there was a good dialogue down there on the day, and thankfully the capital plan of 5.6 million is committed now. Tendering procurement process commencing for it, and selection tenders will be following that to start there, hopefully before the end of this year. There are now.
Is that a new build? Is that a new build?
That's a new build.
And what's the time scale for that to be built?
I think it's 2021 overall. I have it here. Just to no, there's a better one, isn't it? I can come back to you in just a second on it, but you're familiar with the remediation done just on the extra refrigeration units that's gone in, and the ventilation as well, etc. I'll give you the timescale just on the. I'll give you the timescale just in a second on the build. I think it's here. I'll come back to you in just a second. Just on the.
I just on the last one. This is the last one, Chairman. Just on the fair deal scheme. The fair deal scheme has been asked for business people and farmers in particular. Being a farmer myself, what kind of cost is implemented here? The 7.5% property charge for 3 years. That's going to be the same as was in for heretofore for everyone else. What is that? Will that be rolled out? Is it being done retrospectively? And what's the costings? What kind of costings will it work? And particularly from the farming community, how will that fair deal scheme work on the 3 year 7.5%? And is it going to be implemented straight away?
Deputy, I just got distracted to find it. Mr. Connor might just ask. Can you take that, Chair?
The first step in terms of Waterford is that we have a review underway, so we have a 5-person review team carrying out a review, and they'll make recommendations. We have the refrigeration units in, but I think we're awaiting the review, which will be in September.
September.
Just on the capital is there, as I mentioned. Sorry, the capital is there, 5.6 7 million.
That's ring-fenced, is it?
Expected construction completion will be Q1 2021.
It's ring-fenced.
5.7 is committed, ring-fenced, dedicated.
Just a fair deal then, that's the last one.
On the fair deal, the government signed off that the heads of bill and Minister of State Daly intends to bring it through the House, ideally this year, if he's facilitated by the House to do that. So we would implement it in the current year. It will apply to people who are already in nursing homes.
If there's more than 3 years there, they'll qualify.
So with effect from the date of commencement, it will apply to everybody who's in a nursing home. So
and go back 3 years till we recognise the 3 years they were in, if they were in.
Yes, but it won't go backwards and pay people back.
Yeah, I understand it won't pay back, but the time that they're in hospital will be taken into consideration, or in the restaurant. And what kind of costs is it?
I don't have
what any costs is it?
We do. We have full cost works out. I don't have a figure. It's in the low millions, maybe double figure low millions. I can get you a costing on it. That will play out over time, though. So it will build up over 3 years to a maximum cost. So in 2019, it will be modest enough.
And the 7.55% will be on the home, on the farm, and on the income. So that is just for clarification. The 7.5% for the 3 years will be on the valuation of the land, in particular farmland, the valuation of the land, the valuation of the home, and on the earnings that are coming from that. Just for clarification.
I'm open to correction on this, but I think the 7.5% relates to the asset.
The asset?
Yeah.
Not the income.
So,
income be excluded.
Yeah.
No, it's
there's a different
100%
assessment.
included.
Sorry, included, yeah.
It's 100% included.
Yeah, there's a different. The income is assessed in a different way, but the asset is subject to a 7.5%. Up to now, a farmer with a homestead, the homestead is exempt, but the farm, the remainder of the farm is not. What this will introduce is it will allow, subject to conditions, that the farm has to be handed on and farmed. The 7.5% will apply in that situation. The income will be a different assessment. So if you had a different source of income, say you had rental properties.
And the house as well, the house.
The house is already subject to that. Essentially, what's happening is the current relief for the home, in the case of farmers, is going to be extended more widely.
And a business person,
a small business person could apply too. It's subject to thresholds and conditions, but a small business person can apply as well, and benefit from the same.
And the business will be assessed in, isn't it?
The business aspect.
Just wondering how it's going to be rolled out. That's all.
But all of that is provided for in the legislation, which will come before the House.
Okay, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, a few questions from myself as Chairman, so bear with me. To start on first issue, the issue that was mentioned here a couple of weeks ago, and thanks for being here today, because we brought forward your scheduled meeting when this issue that the CNAG highlighted to us about the consultant contract settlement and his note in his audit report, and you've dealt with the department's perspective on it today. Now, just how many consultants were involved in this court case? I think there's about 2,000.
So it was a court case where there were 10 lead cases nominated, but it was always understood that we'd stand or fall on the success of that.
There were test cases.
Yeah.
Exactly. So how many, not the 10, how many had submitted claims?
I'll see if I have it, but it ran into hundreds, and behind them were more behind them waiting to move, if you know what I mean.
So I'm going to ask you to send us the note. I know it applies to all of those, but I believe because the 2008 contract wasn't being implemented and the court cases were being taken, not all consultants who were involved signed up to the court cases.
Yes.
So where stand they in this settlement?
And I know you asked a parliamentary question on this.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah, those who signed up to the 2008 contract will benefit from the settlement agreement, regardless of whether they had lodged a court action or not. In equity, we would have to treat everybody similarly. Okay. Because I know I did read your parliamentary question.
No, of course I put it in as a result of this.
There's a different question, which is what about consultants who didn't sign up to the 2008 contract? They haven't worked the 2008 contract. They can't avail of the terms of the settlement. But there is a separate question. If somebody who's still on the old 1997 contract wants to now move on to the 2008 contract, there is a procedure where they apply to the HSE for a contract change, and that's assessed, and that can be done.
Okay. I'm just talking that through because I think there would be a number of consultants in that case. They will be coming into the new pay rates on the 2008, and I don't think their service, given that they're pre-2008, they're some of your most experienced consultants in some of the hospitals. They took the view that the 2008 agreement wasn't being honoured. They didn't sign up to it because it wasn't being honoured. Now it is being honoured, but I think they're not coming in at what we might have to get more detailed information from you on it. At what point did they come in?
Yeah,
I've seen charts and schedules, and I think I see about 95 different pay rates depending on the 3 types of contracts and where you are in terms of progression. It's highly confusing, but it looks, the case that has been made by some consultants is that the older, more experienced ones who hadn't signed up to the 2008, who effectively hired some of the newer ones and interviewed them and are more senior in the hospital, are going to end up on a lower pay rate now because they sign up to the 2008 agreement now.
Well, 2 things. One, they
get the point.
I do, and I think it'll be tested. We'll just have to take some. HSE will have to look at some applications and see how they do this. But they didn't sign up to the 2008 contract even before this issue arose. So they chose in 2008 when there was an expectation that there would be increases not to move on to that contract. Question now arises, how do they get treated if they were to move across?
Fairly.
And I think the HSE will have to look at that. Do they agree to the contract change? Likelihood is, if somebody wants to move on to a 2008 contract, so long as it's the equivalent one, that they're not moving from no private practice to private practice. But so long as it's equivalent, I think the HSE would probably look favourably on it, and then we'll have to determine, based on the circumstances of that individual, where the appropriate point is to be for them to be placed. And to my knowledge, that hasn't happened yet. So in the reply
that
to
was
you,
the essence of my PQ.
in the reply to you, it was, here's the procedure for them to apply, and they can then test it. The HSE will look at it and come back with an answer. I can't give you an answer until somebody goes through that process.
But they have the pay rates for signing on to the 2008 agreement now at this stage, and I feel they're going to be disadvantaged. Some of the more experienced ones who didn't sign up.
I think it's worth their making the application and assessing.
They're not looking for any exorbitant salary to gain, but they feel they're much more experienced, and those who did sign up, who came after them, will be on a much
and to be honest, we have
less responsibility.
There's about 330 people left on the old contract, the 1997 contract. There's no real interest on health services part for keeping people on that. We want to use the modern contract. So I think looking at it, seeing what can be facilitated on both sides, but it'll obviously come down to the individual circumstances where the decision will get made.
Okay, so can you send the committee a note just on the contract, the A, the B, the C's, because you know it off by heart. You rattled it off here well today, but to the non-HSE and Department of Health officials, it's hard to keep up with it all. Just send us an information note on, and I know there's pre-2008 contracts as well. I know they're probably working their way out of the system, but just give us an explanatory note. And I know you say different contracts are different, and some have no private practice, and some have private practice on site, and some have private practice off site. Just give us an information on the different. I know it was in your report.
In the report, but perhaps you need more detail on it.
Yeah, there is a table in the report, and it's hard to follow because there's A's and B's and BB's and
stars as well. There's asterisks.
It gets shared now.
Pardon? It's going to be hard to simplify it. Is that what you have?
You won't make it any simpler than this.
Okay.
It'll be wrong if it's simpler than that.
Right. Okay. Right. So I made that court case came up and was running for quite a few years. Just tell me the directive that the minister issued. That we're actually. I don't actually have a copy of it, but you might, for the record, send us a copy of the directive. I'm sure you all have it, but we know the outcome of the directive. I'm sure it's only, I don't know the format of it. But prior to this, when was the last directive on a new issue like this issued? I know there's directives about pensions and state claims, they're ongoing. But when was the most recent new directive?
Off the top of my head, we don't know, but I'm thinking it was around assets and PPPs, and it's probably
2017.
2 years ago, was it?
How long?
2017.
Right, so what we'll ask you is to send us the information on the previous one, so we can just understand. We know it's the law, we know it's the Health Acts allow this, but the CNAG wouldn't have highlighted it if he felt it didn't merit highlighting. And the way I see it is changing the deficit from the year for potentially, what was it, 283 million down to 86 million is a very substantial change in the bottom line for the actual year's activities. It mightn't be big in terms of the 15 billion, but very significant when people look at the bottom line in terms of the surplus. So that's why people would be concerned about that. So send us the note on both of them. Okay. Now, just want to move on then to the State Claims Agency, and I'll work from some of the accounts in front of us, and there's a short note there on page 9. First thing I have to say, HSE people and health. Next week we're having the NTMA in, and we're having a large part of that meeting next week will be on State Claims Agency, and that's medical negligence. So we need the most senior people from your side, whoever it is, to be here. The pointless us talking to you today and the NTMA tomorrow, because we feel the demarcation lines are part of the problem. Why nobody? They're really nobody's problem. You send it off to the HSE. What come back has nothing to do with you. It's outside your control. The State Claims Agency are not in the front line where the accidents are occurring, and they're trying to gather information. And I personally feel, as chairman, those boundaries are not ultimately helpful. I feel that because the HSE passes it over, there's not enough of ownership of the problem, and you just get a bill every so often to send them on a cheque for a couple of $100 million each year. Whereas I felt, and I know it comes out of your budget, but you might feel the pain of the payments more if they were being managed internally to an extent, a greater extent, because we haven't felt there's been enough learning. So look at, we're asking now, the meeting next week wouldn't be a useful meeting without, whoever the liaison people with the State Claims Agency are. So I leave that to yourselves, but we want to have a productive meeting. And we started all our work in the State Claims Agency in these claims here a year ago, and we said we'd come back after the financial statements, which we'll have next week, because we want to look at the State Claims Agency, and medical negligence is the biggest element of that, which is in your department. So I'm flagging that. Now, I do see in note 11 on page 199 of your accounts, and you're familiar with the figure, the outstanding balance for medical negligence is 2.792 billion. That's a phenomenal amount. And during the year you paid 318 million. What was the value of the new claims that came into you? I know it's the State Claims Agency make their judgment on how much the cases are going to be worth. In your accounts you just tell us what you paid out, but there's no reference. Do you know here today, or who knows that figure? The figure is, you say that in your accounts, the charge to the statement of revenue and income and expenditure was 318.7 million in 2018, the HSE. I'm saying, that's what was booked out. What was the value of the claims received during the course of the year? I'm worried that it's escalating year on year, because it is escalating year on year. That's why we were looking at it. So do we know what the value of the claims that came in to bring what was the previous year's figure up to 2.792, allowing for the 3.18 being paid out?
Figure with me, Chair.
Okay. But we'll have to have that for next week.
That's a piece of information, Chair, that we would have to probably get from the State Claims Agency directly. This data in note 11,
yeah, that comes from
that collates what was physically settled and paid in the year, yes, on the basis of as a pay-as-you-go, yeah, as how this scheme operates. Yeah. The 2.7 billion contingent liability, or the estimated contingent liability, is based on what the State Claims Agency actuarial position is at our balance sheet date, or sorry, I should say statement of financial position, yeah, date. And that is a cumulative total based on, yeah, what if it became nuclear and we had to, yeah, find, that's potentially what the estimate we'd have to pay out. So in order to actually determine what new claims would be included in that database, I can certainly go back and get that from you.
Yeah, we'll need that before next week as part of the information note. So in other words, you had a figure at the beginning of the year from your previous year's accounts. 318 million was paid out settled. Whatever the value they had them recorded at, I don't know, but they're gone out of the system. New ones have come in, given a total of 2.79. So there's a missing figure there.
Yeah, so the only thing that's presumably happening is the existing claims may be being revalued as
correct,
well. Yeah,
based on life experience.
Disaggregate it.
Yeah, certainly a factor in
2017 financial statements, there was a change in assumptions around the interest rate, and that had a very significant impact. I'm not sure of what the split would be as between changes of valuation and new claims and the value put on those.
Surely that'll be the job of the HSE or the State Claims Agency to explain to us next week. But we need your input at that meeting so we can knit the information together, because I think it really emphasises the problem. If you're not here and they're here,
There's a huge amount of interaction between ourselves and state claims
around
risk management. They're also our risk manager advisors. And separate to the issue of the budget, there's a huge amount of work that goes on around incident reporting, incident managing, and trying to put in place models of care. So it's a question as to whether the budget piece is an extra
The PAC
motivator.
has two interests here, right? So you know where we're coming. One is the cost of what's in front. But the real reason we're looking at it, we want to minimise this going forward. So that's about learning and minimising risk and risk control. So we
could I say to you,
we need both.
Just to agree with you, that's a big concern for us.
Because there's no point in looking at the figure if we're not going to learn anything for the future.
But just to say to you, we obviously check periodically with the State Claims Agency as to what is the main reason why the reimbursements from us to them are increasing so much over the years. And we are reassured that it's not because our level of incidence of claims, particularly catastrophic claims, is outside international norms. It is more to do with the overall claims profile and how the operation of the legal and insurance system works, as opposed to the risk piece. So we are very focused on managing clinical incidents and clinical risks, separate to any question about budget of state claims.
Next week we'll want to see the number of claims that came in 2018 versus 17 versus 16. And hopefully it proves the point you're making, but we need to. The PAC can't make a judgment without seeing the information. So I think you're getting a feel for where we're coming at for next week. It could be a useful piece of work by the Public Accounts Committee to do, and we've been at it slowly for a while. Okay, then that's the State Claims Agency. Now, I have a. So how much they ask for, how much you provide for in the year? I have. There's a letter released in Freedom of Information recently as part of the Freedom of Information request to yourselves, the Department of Health, and it is to yourself, Mr. Connor, from Greg Dempsey, Department of Health, in relation to the 2019 HSE National Service Plan dated 20th of December 2018. This is presumably on their website, and I've got a copy of it there. And it says, so talking about amendments to the service plan from the Department have requested you to make. And the first one is the Department requests that the funding for the State Claims Agency be reduced by 20 million with the NHSS, the fair deal increased by the same amount. Can somebody, Department of Health, can you explain why you asked, given that we know the claims are going up every year, the cost of the claims? Because when I came here years ago and we were at 1.5 billion, and it's been going up a couple of hundred million every year, and it's now nearly 3 billion. And why would the department issue a letter on the basis saying for the and the heading is the amendments required in advance of formal approval of the National Service Plan 2019, and I've given you the date, and this has been released under FOI, so the public document I'm referring to, and asking the department request the funding for the State Claims Agency be reduced by 20 million, when in fact the payments are going in the opposite direction, with a view to putting an extra 20 million into the fair deal. Explain the thinking behind that.
We can give you a note as well. I just don't have the figure to hand, but there's a substantial increase.
340 million was mentioned.
There's a substantial increase in this year's budget for the State Claims Agency, even after that adjustment. Okay. So one of the things we did was to look, as we got to the end of the year, how did the State Claims Agency turn out at the end of the year? And in doing that, it turned out a bit better, but we still boosted it by, I think, about 40 million coming into this year. And actually in our, and this is touch wood, but in our year-to-date, the HSE's year-to-date budget reporting, we are not showing a deficit on the State Claims Agency. Right. That's not to say that
you're within profile.
Something sharp mightn't happen later, but we're within profile. So on balance, we think we have it about right based on the information we have now. But I can show you the year-on-year increases, and the service plan was finalised with a significant increase in the State Claims Agency.
So I'm saying, in consultation, I would ask yourselves, whether it's the Department of the HSE, to liaise with the State Claims Agency, because we want both of you here to talk about this topic next week. That type of information some is in the department, some is in the State Claims Agency, such that in advance of the meeting next week, we have the full picture.
I have it here, Chair. 20 million. It's gone up from 320 million in 2018 to 340 million in 2019.
That's good. That's good. And we'll tease it out in more detail the next time. Okay. Next item I want. Just talk to me about the cross-border directive or cross-border. How many claims were paid out in 18, and what was the value of what we paid out under the cross-border?
I'd have to get you the number of claims, Chair, and
what ballpark are we in? Have you any idea? I don't see it. It doesn't hop out at the account.
I don't have a number of claims.
Okay, you're going to send us that, yeah. Because it's a scheme that has really taken off in the last few years.
It is,
you know?
sure.
And like a lot of people would say, it's a shame. We should be able to do some within some of the hospitals here in our own state. Now, we know citizens, there's not a TD that doesn't recommend this to people, because if people need a hip operation and they're told it's 18 months and they can go up and get it done in Belfast in a short period of time, why wouldn't they if they have the wherewithal? Or more important, if they have the wherewithal to go to the credit union and borrow it and pay it back when you issue the refund. So, you know, it's getting increasingly more popular from that point of view. So, if we could just get the information.
We get a picture. It is a source of pressure.
No, the ones where you go up the north to get your teeth or the hip operation or all of the... No, it's a different scheme again. It's a cross-border scheme. It's where any citizen in the EU is entitled to medical treatment in another EU state, and the home state reimburses the other state for doing the job.
Two together, so I'll separate out the cross-border directive.
The treatment abroad is a separate
scheme, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, look, send it on as soon as you can, okay? So, and obviously then, the legislation we passed into Dáil there earlier this year in the event of a Brexit, how does that work on this thing? Is that scheme gone if there's a Brexit on the 30th? You should know. So tell me, what's the outcome of this scheme on the 31st of October if there's a Brexit? And it doesn't matter whether it's hard or soft, or a deal or no deal. And if a Brexit happens, how stands this scheme?
So we have concluded an arrangement. We will put it in place in the event of a no deal.
No, it's not no deal. We'll go on. Yeah.
So we have it on standby. We had it on standby for the end of March, which will be a reciprocal healthcare arrangement. It's provided for in the legislation we've introduced through the House, a reciprocal healthcare arrangement between ourselves and the UK, and that will mean that the entitlements that people currently enjoy in the UK as a result of them being in an EU member state will survive a no-deal Brexit. And the reason for that is we have a common travel area going back many years, and we are going to be able to continue to have the flow of people and labour and tourists as between them. And we have also built into that, on our side, an ability for us, and the UK have said they facilitate this, an ability for us to operate the cross-border directive. If people want to go to a hospital in Liverpool, then the Irish taxpayer can pay for it. I'm not certain what the UK's, whether they will want to reciprocate on that and send people to Ireland, but we will do it in that direction.
But it's happening between Belfast and Dublin for sick children with cardiac problems.
So completely separate now.
Is that a different scheme?
Completely separate. We have deeply embedded service level arrangements north-south, and we have huge north-south cooperation. We have people from the south getting radiotherapy in Aldnagelvin. Yeah. We have people from the south getting cardiac catheterisation in the cath lab in Aldnagelvin. And we have children from the north coming down to Crumlin for cardiac surgeries. Yeah. We won't let Brexit interfere with that one iota. We have on both sides, the two departments, absolutely firmly committed that all of that cooperation will continue forevermore and won't be affected by Brexit.
Right, so we'll have a mutual agreement with them.
Yeah.
So essentially,
and actually all of those individual agreements are covered by service level agreements, and they're Brexit proof.
Yeah, so that's important, because some people might have been concerned that I could have, so it has been covered in the standby legislation we passed there earlier in the year in March. So that's important to know. But it's no harm to get the figures of how many are involved in any event. Okay.
And actually, you're right. Most of the cross-border, I've seen the figures before. Most of the cross-border activity is going north rather than to Europe, to the rest of Europe.
Yeah.
As it is at the moment.
Because it's up and down. And, we're familiar with this again. Just talk to me briefly about what's totally confusing for every member of the public is the different regions you operate. You have the community health organisation regions, you have hospital regions, and then I think the hospital group regions, like utterly confusing. It makes no sense. Who's going to do something about that, or does it matter?
Yeah, I think it's a model you wouldn't design it this way, to say the obvious. 6 hospital groups plus the children's group, and then 9 community organisations. Obviously, Sláinte Care sets out a very different path to have single integrated care organisations, and as Secretary General pointed out earlier on, that's a process that the Minister is working through in terms of bringing proposals, or an outline proposal of those to Government. So they are, I think there's only one area that's aligned, which is in terms of the hospital group and the community group. So it's not the way we would want it for the future. It certainly doesn't support, if one acute group is dealing with 2 or 3 community groups, it can be very difficult. So notwithstanding that, there are, and I touched on earlier on, there are some very good examples of the acute organisations working very closely with the community groups or the community organisations at a local level, and that's where we see better impact. But organisationally, it's not the way you would design it.
But there's no immediate plans to change it then?
Ultimately, it's through the Sláinte Care planning process. That's the only game in terms medium term in terms of changing the construct.
Medium in terms of the next, we will set out a reform pathway over the next 2 to 3 years to do it.
Just one thing on that, the opening deficit carried forward, from last year's accounts. You spread that. I know we used the phrase the first charge, and everyone assumes that hits you in the 1st of January, but you spread it out over the 12 months, don't you? You absorb that over a period, because the opening comments we got here refer to the opening deficit, and it seemed to have a figure in there about a quarter of that 140 or 50 million opening deficit. The opening deficit for the full of last year doesn't hit the first quarter the way you...
Each year. We're seeking to deal with a chair earlier and earlier each year.
Okay.
And that we had already dealt with part of it. We put a provision for an estimate of it into the service plan. It came out higher than that, so we'll reflect the full amount of it from May onwards.
From
May, the May accounts onwards.
So you're saying by June you'll have it all absorbed? No.
It will, as you said, be absorbed over the year, but we'll have withdrawn it from budgets, and you'll see that withdrawal taper out over the rest of the year.
Okay. I think, and this is the obvious question that members of the Oireachtas will ask, I think in 2018 there was a supplementary estimate of 655 million. In that order, I think I'm right, yeah. Can I just ask the basic question? If you hadn't got that supplementary estimate, what would have happened to health services? Like, up to now, has the health services been predicated on the basis of a big supplementary estimate? Or had we not got the corporation tax bonanza, the Oireachtas mightn't have been able to do that. So I know Mr. Reid wants to live within the budget, and everyone agrees. Well, I agree with it. Maybe everyone else doesn't, but anyway, I'm speaking for myself. But what would happen to the health services if you actually had to live within your estimate? Can anyone? Where would you be, or where would we be? I'm getting silence, which means perish the thought that we'd have to do it, is nearly the impression I'm getting. And it begs the question from our perspective in the Oireachtas, are you coming to us with genuine estimates in the first place? If you know there's always a back door. You can get, and it's not good for the HSE to be coming like that, or the Department of Health every year. It's not good. And then in that, on the same issue, I think it was mentioned here the other day, Deeper now are involved. Is it a Cabinet subcommittee reporting quarterly, or is Deeper involved in some committee? I think we were going to write to you, but on it as a result. It came up in correspondence last week or something. So talk to me about what's the new monitoring system in place that we've referred to. Yeah.
Sorry,
Deeper,
I can talk to you about
Thanks,
the budgetary
Ms.
oversight. So in January, new oversight arrangements, additional oversight arrangements were put in place for the health sector. This includes a new health budget oversight group, which is an official group that meets on a monthly basis. There's also receive monthly financial management reports based on the Cabinet Committee briefings. And there's an arrangement put in place that the Department of Health will bring a memo to Government on a quarterly basis outlining the financial management for the health sector. So the oversight group, the budget oversight group, is chaired by DPER. It's chaired at Assistant Secretary level, and it's got representatives from DPER, Department of Health and the HSC. We've met 5 times so far, and we're due to meet again next week. So really the purpose of the group and the objective is to facilitate a timely flow of information and to act as an early warning mechanism. It was very much established in light of the supplementary estimate last year and the budgetary implications of that.
Right, okay, that's good. Actually, where we heard about it last week, and having to think, we had in our previous, the PAC had a recommendation on something like this, I think previously, that DPER should engage with those departments that consistently have a pattern of requiring substantial supplementary estimates. And in the response we received from the Minister last week, which we read into the record, it referred to this committee, and then we said we'll ask for oversight, but you're here today. So we're going to ask you to give us a more detailed note, the full membership. But what you've said today, so this, and tell me, and maybe this is not a fair question to ask you, but I'll put you answer it as fair. Either of you answer help. Given, you said, an early warning system to prevent shocks, a bit like we had with the Children's Hospital last autumn, I presume part of it covers capital, it's not just current. I'm sure that kind of a shock about the escalating costs of the Children's Hospital, somebody rightly in government, because we're always looking for joined up thinking, somebody rightly in DPER said, hang on, we can't run our lives getting shocks like this every so often. We need our foot in there. So, can anyone comment now? You can get in if you think there's a political innuendo there. Don't deal with that. But I would suggest, in light of what happened to Children's Hospital last year and what happened to supplementary estimate, I can fully endorse why DPER are doing that.
Just on the focus of the budget oversight group that's been established is on current expenditure. But there have obviously been reforms with respect to capital that have been set out with respect to the establishment of the projects office within DPER. There's the project tracker that's been put in place, and there's also revisions to the spending code which are going to be introduced shortly. So there is different monitoring arrangements with regards to capital, but the budget oversight group is predominantly on the current expenditure, and the focus is really on seeing where expenditure is versus allocations, trying to understand the realisation of the savings that underpin the national savings plan, the national service plan, and also staff and pay numbers monitoring.
So within health, what percentage of the overall estimate is capital? 10% or more?
So 15 billion, and we've about 600 million of capital.
Yeah. But in light of what happened in the capital projects, it would be important somewhere along the line that's incorporated into this review mechanism by DPER. I'm making that suggestion. We'll come back to it. You might send us a note what you've just said and elaborate it, because that's the first time that's been said at an Oireachtas meeting, and I welcome that, so it's important to get that on the record, and you'll send us a detailed note. Then the next question then is, most of the staff in the health sector, I know the section 38, 39 is what, about 2/3 HSE staff and 1/3. I know the figures here on a couple of different pages. 196. There's a figure of 76,000 employees at the end of 18. And then there's about 41,000. It says in the voluntary sector, acute services there's 25,000, and the non-acute services 16,000. Can you break them between section 38 and 39, or is 39 included?
No, we wouldn't be counting 39s there, Chair. We'd be counting section 38s, because it's only the staff of the 38s are public servants.
Yeah, and we understand the section 39 now. But have you any idea how many section 39 staff are supported by funding through the HSE? That's the big question. So we have 117, we'll call it, people on public sector payroll or payroll equivalent, either directly or through section 38.
We could make an estimate, Chair, because it's at least 85% to 90%.
Pardon?
We can make an estimate fairly easily because it's at least 85% pay. So there's more than 10,000 staff out there who are in section 39s, a good number more than that, but they're not counted in the public service pay bill.
We understand
they
that.
Don't have public service pensions.
Very important distinction from everybody's perspective, including the advice. But then you're telling me really there's about 130,000 people working in the health services, the delivery of the health services, when you add in the people.
And Chair, you add in suppliers as well, and it goes up again. So, but there's
Chairman, if you remember, when we were talking, or when the committee was examining housing, social housing and housing bodies, I think there is some overlap between housing.
Bodies.
So not everybody that's in a Section 39 is necessarily supported by the funding that's provided by the HSE.
Yeah.
There are other sources of funding for other posts. So
you might try and give us a breakdown. Well, you must know the Section 39 organisation. You're funding them because there's the benefit from the health perspective.
Yes.
Other departments, housing might fund them, the same organisation differently from
for
housing,
another line of service.
For other issues, or they might be dealing with homelessness or something else as well. But in terms of what you fund, you have an idea of what kind of staff complement you're supporting in terms of delivery of service. So
we can make very broad estimates, Chair, but because if you think about it, the very smallest Section 39 we fund, we give them €100 a year. And they have
well, we're not
volunteer
talking about the.
So but we can go for the bigger ones, and we can make assumptions.
Yeah, go for the one. You pick the figure and talk to the sec, but one's at least 100,000 or more. Don't go for the small ones. We don't want to be overburdened. It's just the picture we want, not the detail. Okay, that's fine. Now, page 7. I'm looking at both the accounts there. Yeah, I've covered the State Claims Agency. Now, in the Department of Health, on your appropriation account, on page 9, the primary care reimbursement services, 2.8 million. Is that the drugs refund scheme and the cost of the drugs? The primary, this is health now I'm talking about, the health appropriation account. Care programme K1, primary care reimbursement services, 2.8 million, and under that is the long-term residential care, and presume that's the fair deal. I'm talking about the health figure.
Yeah, so in the department's vote, rather than having one figure going out to the HSE, we seek to break down the grant to the HSE across subheads, one of which is the primary care reimbursement service. So that is 2.7 billion in spending that goes to the HSE to operate the primary care reimbursement service.
So how much is that for the drugs and how much of it is for the pharmacists?
Okay.
And you can send it on to us,
I know we'll give you Troy, sure.
Yeah, the 2.8.
It's 2.1 in 2018 from memory. It's 2.1 is the drugs, and sorry, 2.1 includes the pharmacy and drugs, and the balance is the GPs, dentists, and other. But if you just give us a minute, I'll get you the figure.
So they're going to get you explain it. So the public watching,
we'll get you the figure now.
What's being said. I've no problem if you want to send it on. I'm not hanging out. We just want to get the information. It's not urgent I get it today, but really you can give us a breakdown in the cost of the drugs.
Is it not in note 8
of the HSE financial
statements? Page 198, which is there on screen.
That's rebate from, and you'll tell us about that's in the HSE.
It's 2.1 including drugs, and of that about 400 million of that will be the pharmacy fees, and the balance is the drugs, if I'm correct.
Right, you had.
And then everything else is doctors, dentists.
And explain to the doctors there what costs.
I know, it's rebates.
For GMS card holder or GP visit card holder, they get a
capitation.
Oh,
so you're telling me then the figure that the 2.8 billion includes the capitation fee for medical cards to the GP? Yeah. Okay, we need a breakdown of that between the drugs, the pharmacists, the doctors, GP capitation, the dentists, or whatever. Yeah, because that's a big figure. And there's something in there about rebate for pharmaceuticals. I know, whatever, give us a note on that.
Yeah, and in fact you'll note that there's a difference between the total spend in the PCRS and the amount of voted money.
Yeah.
Because the HSE also collects a prescription charge. They also get a rebate from manufacturers and so on.
Yeah.
But we can break down the overall.
Look, you get the topic we're asking for to give us a breakdown of the notes there. Is it the Harold's Cross Hospice, is it a Section 38 or 39? We've had.
It's 38. I think it's 38. Is it?
Okay, all I'll ask you is, look, we know the Garda's investigation. This committee is being inundated with correspondence on the matter on a weekly basis. I know it's before the Gardaí, I'm not asking. Just send us a note on where it's at. And if it's with the Garda, we're not going there. So I'm saying to the correspondents who write to us, if the matter is being investigated by the Garda Síochána, the public account is not going to be examining the matter in the meantime, because we continually get requests to follow up this, and it gets a lot of media coverage, and we're standing back if the Garda are looking at it. But from your point of view, give us a note of where it's at from your point of view. It seems to be going on a long time, that's probably... Yeah, just give us an update from and say you're quite going to be limited in what you can say if there's a Garda investigation. But as much as you can, that's reasonable to do. Now, on the accounts page 157, I know it's late in the day and we're getting to look at your financial statements at the end. I think it was the topic on the agenda for the meeting, but anyway, what I do want to... Anyway, let's just say we didn't do it. My query is here, yes, I have in front. You gave us some good briefing material. One, you gave us a report on the on a list of the 150 internal audit reports carried out during the year, and I think the first 6 months of them have already been put up on under freedom of information. I think you publish them, or you do them in a manner that you can publish. That's a note. That's the document. You say HSE internal audit routinely releases HSE internal audit reports biannually under FOI. The reports are issued in the second half of 2018, July, December. There's 75 of them are currently being examined for release under FOI. It's expected they'll be released by July. That's normal now. I know we had 1 or 2 difficult cases here before and internal audit reports couldn't be released. But have you changed the structure of your reports such that I think it was the Console charity was a big one here at that time, and you had never released it, and we didn't want to release it even with Oireachtas privilege, and you told us at the time if you carried it out in the knowledge you were going to publish it, you might have had to write it a little bit differently, because what you can publish versus what's not published might be quite different. So have you changed the format? Are they suitably anodyne now that they're all publishable? Is all the hard stuff being left out of it? You get my question, and I don't know who to answer that.
The hard stuff has been left out of it. There may be some adjustments they have to make or redactions depending on the nature of it, but it wouldn't be in our it wouldn't be normal practice to take all the difficult stuff out of it.
Pardon?
It wouldn't be normal practice to soften it up.
Yeah, but you seem to publish them now, which is good. It wasn't the case when we had Console here a couple of years ago.
It wouldn't be for softening them up. No.
Yeah, but that's good. And that leads me to my next question. I'm looking at the audit committee. There's the audit committee had 8 meetings during the course of the year. How can they consider 150 reports? So I think, Ms. O'Connor, were you on the audit? I see your name last year. Yeah. So tell me how the committee works. How does it absorb 150 reports in 8 meetings?
It doesn't go through every report. So the National Director for Internal Audit would bring key reports to the attention of the committee, particularly those where there be systemic concerns that might have higher risk. So if there are findings that are non-systemic, they probably wouldn't be considered by the committee. So they're very specific to a particular organisation. Yeah. The real concern for the audit committee would be those that could have a wider relevance across the organisation. And the National Director goes through those at a high level with the committee, who can raise any questions that they want.
Right. So then, out of the 150 internal audits carried out, and I know your predecessor, Mr. Reid, invested a lot of time in stepping up the internal audit function over previous years. It's probably a bit light early on. But out of the 150, roughly how many would have gone to the audit?
They would all be, so there would be a report, a quarterly report would come with all of them referenced, but really the committee would only discuss those with systemic findings.
So what, 10?
It would depend on the quarter.
If there's 8 meetings in a year, on an average meeting, would they discuss 1, 2, 3?
Just say, the report they get is a synopsis of all the reports over the previous period. So they get to see
the list and
high, medium, or low.
The summary.
They get the heading, they get the value, and they'll get whatever level of commentary that the National Director thinks is appropriate in terms of, is it a very, very small audit or does it merit more? So they do manage to get a good synopsis of all the reports over the year without reading the 150 page cover to cover, but they're available to them.
And Mr. Mulvaney, you might know, step back 4 or 5 years, how many would you have done in, like 100, that's great, I've looked through the list and some of them are very minor or specific, there's obviously a reason, or maybe there's sample basis. And I know you've done a number in the Section 38 organisations or 39 organisations as well. Like, is this a big step up in terms of internal audit, or were you always doing that?
I think, Chair, the volume will have gone up, but as you mentioned, the moving into covering the ICT area particularly, and the moving into covering voluntaries, is a kind of a development over recent years. We could look back over what was the volume 5 years ago, but it is an increase. But I wouldn't say that's the quality is also different, and the coverage is different that they're getting to.
Yeah, well, I just want to put in record 150, and CNAG, you have access to all of those as part of your work, and well, that's important, right? Now, just want to move on.
Just to make a point on the Cassells. Since then, a significant proportion of the audits carried out each year are now on Section 38 agencies. So 37 of the audits last year would have been on Section 38.
Yes, exactly, and they're marked in green on the schedule you gave us.
So it's a higher percentage. Sorry, there's more of those.
Yeah, it's funded agencies, 37 in total. Which is good. It's an improvement, right? That's good. Next thing then I want to move on. That's mentioned the audit committee, the risk committee, and the risk register, and we sought that from you on previous occasions, the quarterly risk register. And our question 14 months ago was when the cervical check issue hit the street after the court case. That issue didn't appear to have been on the risk register. The former CEO said he wasn't aware of the issue until the court case, he saw it on the TV essentially, or the day before. And I see you do have a paragraph somewhere along the line saying that on page 178, you have a paragraph here on risk management. As a result of the issues identified by Scally report in the area of risk management, the HSE established a working group detailed in this section. The group mandate is to prepare proposals in relation to risk management in the HSE for consideration by the incoming board risk committee. So it sounds as if your risk register, I didn't pick up this issue in advance. So who can talk to me about improvements to your risk register? What's the next thing that's going to happen next year? You know, and it's one of the reasons, I'm going back to this, it didn't appear in your risk register, because once the case was logged over the State Claims Agency, we're finished with it, we'll send the check when we're told what the figure is. But part of having a thing on a risk register is learning from the mistakes and preventing future things. And that to me was actually a byproduct. Had those cases been managed internally to some extent, there'd have been a greater awareness of these issues long before, you know, they became public. They should have been on your risk register before the High Court case. That's an observation. Can anyone comment? You get the point.
I'll let the HSE just talk to the risk register and what's been developed. The only thing I'd say about the point is that, in my view, the issue around disclosure in cervical check and the introduction of an audit, the purpose of which at a point would have yielded information and then a decision as to whether that should be disclosed, ultimately a decision to disclose it and then not to actually do so. That in itself was a risk before ever a claim would be lodged. If you were doing proper risk management across the screening programme, that's an area where you would identify a risk, put it on your risk register. Whatever about at the top level of the HSE, within the screening service, it should have been on the risk register before ever a court case was taken and we ended up where we were. So it's a big ask for the health service to have that foresight that they actually see risks before they see claims. But that is the ask, that they look through the business they're involved in and say, where are the vulnerabilities here, where are the weaknesses, what could go wrong, and they proactively manage those so that they don't have claims. I hear the point you're making. When the claim then comes in, do you get a warning sign then really quickly, and if it's not on your risk register, you get it onto your risk register. But actually, properly managing risk within a healthcare environment requires you to be a lot more earlier in your identification of risk than when a claim is lodged.
Agreed with that. So has there been any change in developing the risk, or can you answer it?
Yeah, I think it's quite a lot of work, and certainly the risk committee themselves have been working in quite a different way in that they have been meeting. So going back to your point about being able to spot the things that are of concern, the things that might keep any of us awake at night in the system, they have been meeting with national directors, looking at where the vulnerabilities are in the system to see how they as a risk committee can then support services really in terms of risk management. I think the other thing is that we've been putting more attention into how we develop our risk register in terms of more regular reviews. So there was a time where once the risk register was done, people moved on, and actually the working with national directors and their teams to use risk registers more as a working document in terms of proactive management of situations as they're arising. So the emphasis has been changing, and there have been a group, I suppose, working now on trying to devise a new approach to risk management. So that will be presumably discussed with the incoming board as well.
I just make one suggestion. Look at some health services overseas, to how they developed it, whether it's England or France or Canada or whatever. Because we have our own mentality, and perhaps we need just another perspective on it. It's only a suggestion. Try and
other examples both within health and outside of health.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Then, in relation to page, this figure threw me on 164 in the financial statements. There's legal advice there for 5 million listed, and then over the page, the legal fees for legal proceedings of 15.7 million on the top of page 165. You see there, 165, and the settlements were 2.8 million. Like, somebody please explain those two figures: settlements of 2.83 versus the legal fees associated with legal proceedings were 15.7 billion. I'm sure there has to be. We could have done with a bit more. It jumps out at you, those two figures.
So, in overall terms, Chair, there was an increase in overall legal costs in the year. Yeah. In the settlements figure, as you can see, it's 2.8 compared to 500,000 the previous year. We had a number of very significant, large settlements, including one particular long-standing case in the ICT area. That
in the ICT?
A long-standing case with a particular supplier that settled in 2018.
And it cost you how much?
The overall settlement there was north of €1 million.
North of?
$1 million.
Right.
But you put that in the context of how much business was done with that supplier over the period and the potential risk. So that was, as I said, a long-standing one which was settled there. So we did also have then additional legal costs around various commissions of inquiry and etc. So last year those costs went up. They fit with an overall professional fees and legal costs which went up by about 2%. But certainly the legal fees element of it went up significantly.
Okay, what I don't get, and you're going to have to send information, is settlements are 2.8 and the legal fees are 5 times that. Like, there's something missing. There must be something else in there that I'm not getting. You're going to have to break that down for us, the legal fees, legal proceedings. If some of the tribunals,
yeah, at the tribunals, there'll be a lot of activity around wards of court, Mental Health Act detainments. So all those legal fees would be in there. Okay. So there'll be a lot of activity that wouldn't necessarily relate to litigation.
Yeah, so what we're going to ask you to do is give us a breakdown of legal fees by category, and how much of the legal fees relate to the settlements, because we like to see the ratio of legal fees versus the actual settlements, because it's running very high, So you need to give us a breakdown on the type of, some of it, as you say, might have been commercial disputes, So, and then on the page, stepping back a page, where you have you have IT consultancy figure at 2.3 million, but under that there's other consultancy costs of 23.529 million. Very big figure. We need a breakdown of that.
One of the single biggest elements is work related to children's hospital overall integration programme. But we can give you a table of what's inside that. There's no problem.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine on that. And then also back to the page 165. Give us under the legal settlements. It says the number of cases covered above. No, it says included in these. No, additional legal costs and settlements were paid by the HSE insurance company. So, are you not self-insured, or what's that about?
Maybe reference to State Claims Agency, or maybe Mairead might.
Well, we have insurance, and then we have indemnity, Chair. So we have property insurance, and we have insurance like fidelity for our directors, etc. But we also then, indemnity is basically the State Claims Agency, which is treated elsewhere. So if we had a commercial dispute, say, for example, that would be included in here. The legal costs would be included in here, but the legal costs associated with an indemnity, state claims agency, would be included in the state agency expenditure in the year. Yeah.
But what's this about insurance or?
Well, this is in a scenario, say, for example, where we may have had damage on a property. So a number of years ago, we had a very significant flood in Letterkenny. We would get insurance proceeds, and the legal costs would be paid within the
So you don't.
proceeds.
In other words, you carry insurance. You're not carrying the cost.
We carry property insurance.
And how much is your insurance bill for the HSE a year then? And you can send a note, because there are different categories. There's buildings and whatever, you know.
Yeah.
You can send us a note, or
I can't quite remember the number, but we do have that
No,
number,
you can.
yeah.
Like, I'm not here just expecting everyone to know everything, but
It's
note 8. What page might that be on?
198.
6138 is
sounds about right, yeah.
Insurance. So you're paying 6 million on insurance. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's about right, yeah.
Fine. That's good. And you're going to give us a breakdown of those other concerns. Just one or two last things. On page 195 of the accounts, this patient income, 406 million. So there are patient charges, there's inpatient charges, emergency department charges, then there's road traffic accident charges. I presume that's money you recoup from insurance companies. Long stay charges, was that what people pay for?
Mostly for the
For
the nursing home support scheme. It's the contribution, the individual contribution.
And that comes in here?
It does for the public units, but not for the private.
So the private is paid to the nursing homes?
Yeah, the NTPF rate is net of the private nursing home has to collect the charge from the individual clients, and they're funded by us at a rate the NTPF sets, which assumes they've already collected that charge.
Right.
Whereas we collect our own charge. So this is ours. This is what comes in for the public units. I think a portion of the voluntary units as well.
Okay, you might send a note on that, because you know it, but you know the little intricacies there between yourselves and the nursing home and the national.
Before, Chairman, we're doing a fairly comprehensive report on the nursing home scheme, and it tries to deal with all of that kind of complexity. But if they want to send a note in the meantime, I'd like to look at that too.
Okay, clarified. Okay.
In case there's anything we've missed.
We'll look for the notes, so, okay? So, that explains that. But I'm over the page then to page 203. Talk to me on this. Some of it is connected with this as well, as amounts to be paid at the year end. You know, receivable from patient debtors, private facilities and public hospitals, 97 million, and then the public inpatient charges 6 million, and then the long stay charges is 10 million outstanding. So talk to me about the private facilities in public house. Is that to be received from the insurance companies, or is some of it from private individuals?
Insurance companies.
Right.
Four main insurance companies.
Yeah, I know we've had this here before historically about how reasonably up to date are they on your payments? Like how much? There was issues getting consultants to sign off, and you getting claims submitted in a timely manner, and in the meantime you were out of pocket and the HSE was out of. How efficient is that procedure now?
That, Chair, remains a kind of a struggle, but the bigger issues we have with the insurance companies at the moment are around the actions they're taking in terms of date of admission and the campaign around non-utilisation of insurance. But the consultant signing issue and the processing issue remains something which is a kind of a requires focus.
We got the impression here previously that situation was improving significantly.
It has improved, but still, it's a large amount of money, so it has
So
improved.
how much of that, what we want to get at here, public account, because can I just say, gee, half of that in, it'd be a great boost to your own budget. Like the idea of, I'm going to link it to the next question. I got a phone call over lunch to say that the HSE direct home health staff have been told in Laois today that from tomorrow there's no more overtime for any weekend work, and they're being replaced by agency staff because you don't have to pay travel, and maybe the overtime rate on a Sunday for your own staff is higher. So I'm just saying, And we're talking about older people and the impact on older people with dementia. Used to somebody coming in now on Friday, Saturday or Sunday, they're going to have this agency person. I can't be that there's anything wrong with your own staff because they're your staff. So I presume it's solely a financial reason. So can somebody send on a note? I'm talking about County Laois, this word is out today. So I'm just saying, when I see 100 million owed to the HSE because private facilities and public hospitals half are being paid, and within the same hour I'm being told your staff home help have been told they can't go at the weekends anymore because the overtime is too dear. You get the point I'm making.
We get you know, Dobby, this is cash.
Pardon?
This is about collection of cash, as opposed to the income. And typically, the income is collected other than where we're actually having a, let's say, a dispute with the insurer. So this isn't.
It's collectible. I know that.
Oh, it's collectible, but it's cash.
Yeah.
Quicker collection gives us more cash.
Yeah.
It's not the same as giving us budget that we can spend on something different.
Okay.
As you know, Chair.
So are we in accounts or are we in accruals or pay as you go?
We are.
Okay, when it suits the minister.
No, we're always in accruals, Chair. We're always
right,
accruals.
okay, we know that. Okay, give us an update on where you are with
consultants,
the collection of that, and what are the
Chair.
key delays in collecting that cash, because it's important to get the cash in. And then talk to me about the inpatient charges, 6 million. Are they from individuals? Talk to me the procedure about when somebody goes in and the bill goes home for the A&E attendance.
That's the public inpatient charge, Chair, which is a maximum of 10 days a year. I think it's €100 a night.
About it, yeah.
And that charge,
600 or 700
that charge is going up slightly in terms of what we're getting from it, because less people are using their private insurance as a result of the campaign by the private insurers. So while it doesn't compensate in any way for the loss of income to do with the private insurance, it is going up slightly.
How do you collect that? Because some of that you have difficulty collecting.
There would be difficulty.
You have debt collectors. What's the main?
So the preference in our financial regulation is that you collect it as much as possible before people leave the hospital.
Right.
And if not, we send them a bill, and then there's a procedure set out whereby after 30 days they get a reminder, after 14 days.
Okay. Give us an age analysis of that in the process of that outstanding amount, because I bet some of it is hanging out there a good bit, I presume it does, because we hear it.
It can be difficult to collect, Chair.
Yeah. Just send us an age analysis. And the other side of it is, you mentioned the private health insurance companies are encouraging people not to give their VHR, their private insurance company details, because they're public patients. Any patient is entitled to public service. On the other hand, we're now seeing the opposite. There's a lot of private patients are going to the A&Es run by the private insurance companies, which is possibly reducing some of the numbers attending the public hospitals.
Doesn't seem to be. Yeah, the numbers are up.
Yeah, but they're up on the other side too.
6% up in presentations to the A&Es.
And have you any idea what's presenting to the private?
Well, this is going to be totally anecdotal, but it'll be more, if it's not a contradiction, more routine presentations, less serious, less trauma, less car crash, no blue lights, less probably complexity.
Okay, just there, page 204, on the PPPs, there's 201 million. They're mainly primary care centre sites, and 14 sites bundled. 14 sites, yeah. Just send us a note on that, because the PSC has been looking at the PPPs across all government departments that operate PPP in terms of typically how long is the lease and what happens. We're not looking for the financial arrangements, but we need a bit of transparency in relation to PPPs, and we've said that to several other departments who've had PPPs in their financial statements, just to give us. Because it's a moot question, do they give value for money? The answer is nobody in this building knows, because nobody has access to the commercial information to make a call on it. So people tell us that I'm agnostic, I have no basis for believing them or disbelieving them, but we don't have any information. So I would add to our the Oireachtas and the PAC state of knowledge to gather information on PPPs from every department or agency that comes in.
If you remember, Chair, as well, there is an obligation where a PPP has been put in place to carry out a post-implementation review. So we look forward to seeing one from
you might give
HSE.
it that. Because some people think post-implementation means at the end of the 25-year contract. We would think it's
when it's up and running.
When it's up and running.
No, that isn't the way it goes.
So you can see why we're having difficulty when it comes to PPP. Very few people have done any post. Education, roads, there are lots of court services, lots of people are in that space. And then the note over the page, summarise what happened on that underpayment of tax that you refer to. You don't put a figure on it there on note 24 on page 205. How much is involved or how did it happen? Pardon?
2.5 million.
Right.
Across all the tax headings.
How did it arise?
So we work in close cooperation with Revenue. We do an annual retrospective review of the prior year. So currently the tax team are actually looking at the 2018 review. For the 2018 review, the 2.6 million that CFO refers to, that is based on a look back for all of our areas on the major heads of tax to make sure, to look and see whether or not we collected tax at the right time in a timely way. So, for example, we might find that there were, it's over the main tax headings will be, PAYE, RCT and PSWT and VAT. So we'll be looking at areas where there might have been, for example, somebody might have been paid as a supplier when actually under revenue regulations they potentially should have paid tax. So we do an analysis that we've agreed with the Revenue, and we would say that we were 99.8% compliant from a tax perspective. We pay about 1.6 billion in taxes. So the 2.5 billion or 2.5 million is a small amount in that respect, but we're obviously striving to get that down every year.
Okay, that's fine. And then finally, just a quick word on the board structure. There was an executive board, or is there a new board of directors? Just for the public record, tell the people watching, because people...
The legislation, which will actually go live tomorrow, abolishes a directorate structure which was made up of a number of full-time executives at the most senior level within the organisation that sat as the highest level of governance within the HSE. That will be abolished from tomorrow, and the new board will meet for the first time, and they will assume top-level governance of the HSE, and they will be made up of non-executive directors. And the CEO, as Paul will become tomorrow, he's Director General today, he'll be the CEO tomorrow, and he will report to the board of non-executive directors.
Okay, so you had an executive board up to tonight.
Yes.
So you having a going away party, or you'll be still here tomorrow?
Paul said to me he's the shortest serving Director General in the history of the HSE.
In the HSE, but he hopes to be a long serving CEO.
Absolutely.
So tomorrow then the structure officially changes.
Yes.
And just for the record, who's the new chair? Or?
The new chair is Kieran Devan. Kieran has a healthcare background, having led Macmillan Cancer Charities, and he's also been the Chief Executive of the British Council. He's an Irish man of Kerry extraction, but he'll be the chairman. And then there's a competency-based board that has been selected through the State Boards process. So through the State Boards process, which is applications to the Public Appointment Service, then a panel goes through the CVs and makes a recommendation to the Minister, and the Minister goes to Government with the Chair. The Chair then volunteers to appear before the Health Committee.
And has that happened?
All of that has happened. I actually don't think the Health Committee required him to appear.
I think he's with the Health Committee next week. The chairman's next week.
So he's starting on Friday, so he's meant to be chairman designate, but he's going to be chairman tomorrow, and he'll meet them next week.
Yeah, he's meeting the Joint Committee next week.
Well, it's been a little bit of a movable feast as the legislation went through. It started out at 9. I think we're going to end up at 11, is it, Paul? There was some amendments in the House to add in extra membership.
So how recently were they meant? Because I have a list here, I must have got it off of Google or something.
Yeah, so administratively, the Minister announced a board designate in January. He's made 1 or 2 further appointments since then, but it's in the last number of months that he's identified through the State Boards process the individuals.
For the interest of the public, if the HSE is getting a new board of directors tomorrow with a new chairman, that's significant. People will hope it will improve the corporate. So other than Mr. Reid, the CEO, will any other people be ex officio members of the board, or is it just the CEO?
I won't.
Yeah.
Pardon?
I'm not an ex officio member of the board. The
You'll
board
just
is contractually
attend.
attend. Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
you're
indeed, there should be good communications, and there will be good communications around this tomorrow at the first board meeting. It's planned, where the minister will set out and introduce obviously the board members.
Well, you won't be back. You'll be pleased to note, other than the correspondence, you will mention and the various things during the course of the afternoon, but the HSE. But I understand, I've seen this in the public arena, you know, these names, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of these.
I'm happy to.
You call in case my list is
No, happy chair. So Karen Devan is the chair, as Secretary just outlined. Professor Deirdre Madden, she's Professor of Law at UCC and Chair of the Commission on Patient Safety and Quality Assurance. She will be appointed, Deirdre will be appointed as Deputy Chair of the Board. Fergus Finlay, former CEO of Bernardo's.
Yeah.
Tim Hines, Group CIO, Chief Information Officer, AIB. Dr. Sarah McLaughlin, Science and Communications Officer at Retina International and Patient Advocate. Mark Malloy, Quantity Surveyor, Member of the Expert Group on Tort Reform and Management of Clinical Negligence Claims and Patient Advocate. Egon Farrell, former GAA President. Fiona Ross, Chair of CAE and Mental Health Ireland. Dr. Yvonne Traynor, Vice President, Regulatory and Scientific Affairs with Kerry Group. Dr. Brendan Lennon, particular expertise in financial planning and management. And Fergus O'Kelly, Clinical Professor in General Practice and Family Medicine.
So a strong private sector influence.
I think a strong mix of private patient advocates, clinical expertise, financial governance. I have met all the board members on an informal basis over the last number of weeks, and as the chair obviously, and they've had informal discussions just about and tomorrow to start setting up their governance structure and their subcommittees and how to be serviced by the executive as part of that.
There's one further appointment to be made.
How long are they appointed?
Their term of office?
They'll be staggered, so some people will be 3 years and some will be 5.
Right, and they'll all have to get training in corporate governance and everything.
Absolutely.
But they all come experienced, yeah. Okay, I think on that note, the fact that the old structure is finishing today, and we thank the people who have been serving on the executive board up to now, and wish the new board every success to the people of Ireland and the new CEO in his position as new CEO, because health is such an important issue. People want the HSE to do well. So I think on that basis, I want to thank all our witnesses from the Department of Health, the HSE and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform for their attendance and the information provided today, and the follow-through information. The Secretariat will liaise to make sure we pick up all the pieces that have been mentioned. And I also want to thank the CNAG and his officials. So we're agreed that the clerk of the committee will follow up any outstanding information or take any agreed actions arising from today's meeting. Our next public meeting will be on the 4th of July, when we'll be meeting with the National Treasury Management Agency to examine their 2018 financial statements. And our examination will also include matters in relation to the State Claims Agency. And that, so can you make sure, we mightn't have invited you to be here, but it's essential that, you know, you work out the most appropriate people to be here with the State Claims Agency to deal with the medical negligence issue next week. Okay, thank you. So the meeting is now adjourned until Thursday the 4th of July.